Chapter 29 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 29. Remember, Steddon was not exactly a runaway. She was a walkaway. She was not included in the pitiful bead roll of the 65,000 girls who vanished from American homes that year and caused a vast pother, though girls have been running away from home since girls and homes were. They have followed the cavemen, the barbarian invaders, the allied troops, the caravans, the argosies. They filled the primeval factories and the places of merriment, the Corinths and the Alexandrias. Some of them became slaves and some sultanas, priestesses, royal favorites, empresses, czarinas, queens of song and art. Some starved, some flourished. Mem felt that to go back would condemn her to ignominy and futility, while to stay away promised a chance for wealth and glory. She heard voices calling her, saw spirits summoning her to the skies, no less than Joan of Arc did, and perhaps with no more insanity. But now her mother had found her out and was pursuing her. Her mother would be as grave a problem to her as she to her mother. The fall from the cliff that did not quite free Mem's soul from her body had quite freed the little parasite soul that was to have been her conspicuous fardel to bear through life. But the tiny leech had begun to drink her blood, and in its death it tore open a wound that would never quite heal. Her soul had bled, and she had been stricken with awe before the two miracles that fastened a life upon hers and then wrested it from her before it was quite a life. The letter she had written her mother then had been the instinctive cry of a child beset in the dark by some enormous presence passing overhead. Just as instinctive was the compulsion that drew her mother to her across the continent. Old Mrs. Steddon had raised a family and been habited to a mother's slumber, light and fitful and broken with frequent dashes to bedsides troubled by bad dreams or imagined burglars or mere thirst or a cough. Mrs. Steddon had always flung out of her own warm covers to run to the call. If her hasty feet found both slippers or one or neither, she hastened as she was. She would not have paused for a wolf, an Indian, a murderer, a fire, or an earthquake. Mem was still her baby in the dark, and it did not matter whether she lay needful and terrified in the next room or beyond the deserts or the seven seas. The mother's one business was to get to her. Her telegram was her old night cry: "I'm coming, honey. Don't worry. Mama's coming to her baby." She shot this cry across the continent and called Mem baby, although Mem felt as old as night. The Reverend Dr. Steddon had wished that he might go along, but his church tasks held him, and he could not find the money for two fares. The lies he had been told had succeeded to perfection. Mem's efforts to hide herself and support herself in the wilderness he assumed to be her usual unselfish and characteristic unwillingness to be a bother to her father and mother. Dr. Steddon agreed with his wife that she must set out at once for Palm Springs. He raised the necessary funds by lifting still more of his little savings from the bank and drawing pauperdom closer. His only regret was that he had not more to sacrifice. And now Mrs. Steddon was following Mem's train route with all the difference in the world. Mem, a young and beautiful girl, had had all her fate before her and a heart of growing audacity and reckless ambition. Mrs. Steddon, an old and shabby parsoness, had all her hope behind her, and that not much, and a heart full of inexperience and of timidity before everything except self-immolation. When Mem learned that her mother was already on the train, she could devise no plan for turning her back. Somehow she had to be met and provided for. Every one of the women of Mem's Hollywood household was out of work. She who had savings was lending them to her who had not. One of the women in the bungalow gave up the fight and, putting up her little car for security, borrowed from Leva money enough to pay her fare home to the village and the scornful relatives she had sworn never to return to except in triumph. The servant had been released, and the stranded women were cooking their own food, such as it was. It was this dire confrontation with bankruptcy that had goaded Mem to her insane idea of pawning her virtue for an opportunity. When the casting director had given her a sermon instead of a quid pro quo, she had found herself abject indeed. Even her shamelessness repulsed, and her last trinket proved non negotiable. And now her mother. In every deep a lower deep. But Leva responded to her panic by an almost hysterical bravery. She laughed, "I ll dig a little farther down in the sock," and added the trite bravery, "Cheer up. The worst is yet to come." With a few dollars from Leva's waning resources, Mem took the train to Palm Springs, her one remaining hope being the confidence that when she returned she would find a letter from Mr. Tirrey saying that she was engaged. She reached Palm Springs in time to have a little talk with Mrs. Dack, who was closing out her business and good will as a washerwoman and preparing to take her boy Terry to the golden city of Los Angeles. This was a gamble, indeed, and Mem was frightened by what she had set on foot. She found nothing so terrifying as having her advice accepted. She had not realized what an army of children was already quartered in Los Angeles. By working all the time and never spending much, Mrs. Dack had accumulated a pittance that looked like a fortune to her. She would find that Los Angeles prices were not scaled to keep retired laundresses in luxury for an extended period. But that was for the future. She and her boy and Mem stood on the platform waiting for the up train, and when Mrs. Steddon dropped off the steps, Mem put her right back on again. She ran forward and persuaded the baggageman to carry Mrs. Steddon's trunk on to Los Angeles. It was only when the train was flying once more through the desert that she and her mother found a chance for real greetings, and then they were restrained by the presence of other passengers. At least Mrs. Steddon was restrained. Mem was stimulated. This simple, familiar matter of a mother and daughter meeting again after a long parting revealed the gulf between them. Mem had crossed the gulf. She had dwelt in the blazing sunlight, in a bright, a gaudy bungalow with noisy friends. The house was made to look well from the street. The toil of all the inhabitants was toward publication, the entertainment of the public. Mem's new ambition was to parade her emotions before the world and storm the world's emotions. There was far, far more in this than mere conceit or ostentation. She wanted to help mankind by educating and exercising its moods, as even the most ardent evangelist is not without anxiety for public attention, for the meekest has his pride and his greed of notice from his God, if not from his public. So now Mem felt that it would be a shame to let these strangers think she did not love her mother tremendously. She devoured the little old woman with kisses and caresses, and she did not keep her voice inaudible. That was her new ideal of devotion. She was advertising her love a little, but no more than religious people flaunt their creeds. Mrs. Steddon was no less aglow with joy in the recovery of her lost lamb and no less aware of the audience, but she felt quelled by it and under an obligation not to disturb it by her personal emotions. At home she lived in a dull old house as devoid of architectural fripperies as of graces. The blinds were always down, and the ideal of that house was that the neighbors and passers by should never know of its existence. Good houses were seen and not heard. She was troubled by Mem's voluble enthusiasm, her warm clothes, her careless rapture, her demonstrative affections. She did not mar the festival by rebuking her child, but she grew a little more quiet and reserved, as if to give a hint or at least to lower the average. Mrs. Steddon's body had traveled thousands of miles, but her soul had not budged. She was just what Mem had left in the village, looking, indeed, a bit more village in her bonneted shabbiness than before. But to the mother, Mem was altered almost beyond recognition. Her spiritual wardrobe had been enormously enlarged, and the clothes upon her body were of another world. Los Angeles has fashions of dress that are all her own. Many of the moving picture people are conspicuous anywhere by their sartorial differences. Even the wax figures in the shop windows of Los Angeles have a challenging spirit unlike any other waxworks. The dummies attitudinize, beckon, and command attention by their uncanny vivacity, where the indolent wax figures of shops of other cities are content to stand still like clothes racks and make no effort to sell their wares. Mem had acted a role in makeup before cameras. She had learned to dance and swim and ride, to compete with young men in athletics, business, repartee, and flirtation. Her body was no longer a hateful shroud of the spirit, but a finely articulated, galloping steed for the soul to ride and put through paces. She was so changed outside and in from coiffure to footgear that at first her own mother had not recognized her in the young actress who swept down upon her, flung her back on the train, and treated her as a fresh air fund waif. Later, she realized with embarrassed admiration that this brilliant butterfly was what had come out of the dun chrysalis that she had named Remember. She had loved the child, but had never suspected her of being so capable of so many metamorphoses. The swift journey from the mountains and through the desert into the orange gardens was repeated for her in the journey she made now with Mem s soul. The girl's first questions were eager demands for news from home, but then her talk turned all to herself. She was selling herself to her mother as she had tried to sell herself to the casting director. Mrs. Steddon had been prepared to find a scared and sickly child in a shack in Palm Springs. She had come as a rescuing angel. She found that her wings and halo were old fashioned and her child doing better without her than ever she had done at home. As Mem s tongue outraced the train, the dazed mother learned that her baby was now a fearless adventurer upon the paths of ambition, that she was actually one of those appalling creatures known as an actress, and a movie actress above all things, a movie actress below all things. Mrs. Steddon's comments were simple gasps and reiterated well wells. Mem s autobiography was hardly finished by the time Los Angeles was reached. And now the abashed immigrant that Mem had been when she faced the crowded streets and the taxi comets was as sophisticated as if she had been a native daughter of Los Angeles. She sheltered her mother as if her mother were a new come immigrant of immature mind. They left Mrs. Dack and Terry at the home of a cousin, then sped on to the bungalow. Leva, who ran out to whisk Mrs. Steddon into the shrimp pink residence, found her calm and serene, but it was the calm of chloroform. She made no resistance to Leva's disposition of her and her things. She accepted the vacant room and made no demur at the decorations left by its late occupant. Snapshots of rollicking beach parties, of horseback rides through canyons, of Greek dancers, of postal cards with queer photographs and queer jokes, portraits of stars and others, all in a high state of excitement. During the train ride and Mem s chatter, Mrs. Steddon had been doing some earnest thinking in a little private brain room just back of the auditorium. Her husband had pledged her to write him frankly how their poor child was and how soon she would be strong enough to be brought back home. Mrs. Steddon had promptly realized that Mem was far too strong to be brought back home at all. She realized, too, that if she wrote her husband frankly just how Mem was and what she was up to, Dr. Steddon would probably fall down dead in his study or have an apoplexy in the pulpit when he stood up to scourge the sins of his congregation and felt his whip hand stayed by the fact that his own sheltered pet had gone wronger than any girl in town of recent memory. Mrs. Steddon did not want to commit murder. She was not like that ancient monster of self preservation who said that if all mankind stood on a balance to be dumped into hell unless he told a lie, it was his duty to tell the truth. Mrs. Steddon was one of those craven wretches who would have told a million lies to keep one poor soul from being dumped into hell. She had never quite understood the extraordinary precedence the truth had usurped over love, mercy, courtesy, and convenience. She never lied in her own behalf or to save herself from blame. She sometimes lied to shift blame to herself from her children. She lied to the children about Santa Claus, about how quickly bad children are punished and how inevitably good children are rewarded, about how infallibly right their father was, and such commonplace household perjuries. She lied to her husband incessantly about how wise he was, how eloquent. She applied untruth generally as a kind of arnica, a first aid panacea. Her only hesitance now concerned just what untruth it was safest and most satisfactory to tell him. She was a wicked old woman, and it was small wonder that she rapidly lapsed into enormous popularity among the lost souls of Hollywood. Fortunately, her daughter left her alone for a while, and she had time in her bedroom to work out an attractive lie. She must say that Mem was well. That was a good, solid fact to rest the springboard of fancy on. She must explain that Mem had left Palm Springs for Los Angeles. Why? Well, because she had a chance to improve her position, and her doctor had said that Palm Springs was too full of palms or something. A doctor's advice was the best bet, because a doctor was the only human power that her husband recognized as superior to his own impulses. Next, what was Mem doing in Los Angeles to support herself? She had written that she needed no more money from home. It would be fatal to say that she had entered upon a cinematic career, and it would be adding humiliation to infamy to admit that she had lost her job, even in that inferno. Mrs. Steddon chewed the end of the penholder into pulp before a light from some place inspired her. Old Increase Mather, in explaining how old witches did not always sink when thrown into the water, observed that the devil can also work miracles, and it must have been Beelzebub who upheld this old witch of a Mrs. Steddon in the deep waters about her. But the miracles of hell, like those of heaven, confer only a temporary benefit. Dr. Steddon would accept her falsehoods without suspicion, but woe unto her when he should learn the hideous truth. For the moment, however, Mrs. Steddon was inspired to write to her trusting husband that she found Mem in very good health and engaged in nice, light, ladylike work in the public library at pretty good pay, considering the cost of living. Also, that she was boarding with some right nice ladies, also in library work, at the address given. She closed with some remarks on the beauties of California, a land the Lord had been awful partial to. As she finished this letter, Mrs. Steddon felt dizzy. She wondered if her giddiness might be the first symptoms of whatever it was that carried off Sapphira and her husband. But remembering that Sapphira had fallen down, she decided to lie down first. She fell asleep and did not know that Leva Lemaire, peering in and seeing her there stretched out, white haired and benign, had looked upon her as a tired saint, and tiptoeing in, had spread over her a Navajo blanket of barbaric red and black. While her mother slept, Mem wept more freely and copiously than in all her life before. End of chapter 29. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 30 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 30. No word had come from the studio as to the result of Mem's test pictures. There was no telephone in the bungalow to ring a verbal message in or take one out. Mem could have gone to a drugstore and telephoned from a pay station, but she was afraid to hear her fate come rattling out of the little rubber oracle. She wanted to meet her destiny face to face and make a battle for it if the issue hung in doubt. She simply had to have work now because she had her mother as well as herself to support. She was still too new to realize that need is not a recommendation or a substitute for ability. Insofar as it has any bearing in the case, being hard up is an argument for disability. Jobs are offered most promptly to those that already have them, and those who have work to offer rarely seek those who are idle. As Mem hastened along a palm lined avenue to her streetcar, she was hailed by the man she had refused to dance with, the handsome Mr. Creighton, from whose arms she had fought herself free in rage and terror the first evening of her arrival in Hollywood when he tried to make her dance. Another evidence of the distance she had traveled was the fact that she had danced with him often since, and that when he invited her to step into his automobile she hailed him as a taxi angel and ordered him to rush her to her studio at top speed. He had bought himself a new racer, a long, underslung craft of desperate mien. "I can't afford a car," he confessed, "and it's all bluff, but when you're hunting a job it makes a great effect to roll up in your own roadster." The impudence was contagious, and Mem calmly remarked, "I must get me a car. What do you think is the best make?" The two non capitalists blithely juggled thousands of dollars and hundreds of horsepower. "What effect do you want to affect?" said Creighton. "If you're going to play ingenues, you'll want a shy and virginal auto. If you're going in for adventuresses and heavies, you d better get a bus that's a bit sporty." Mem thought she was nobly conservative when she said, "I shouldn't like to be too conspicuous." "That s right. The gaudy old days are over," said Creighton. "The pioneers out here went in for plaids and gold brocade upholstery and everything outrageous. Then Jeanie McPherson made a sensation by having her car painted plain black, and now almost everybody is very sedate. Except Roscoe, of course. He is so big he has a jumbo car." Mem was a good enough actress to conceal from Creighton the fact that her interest in the makes of cars was a mere windshield to the cold gale of anxiety playing on her nerves. She was in a panic lest she should not be engaged at all. Her immediate problem was not the selection of an automobile, but the assurance of food and raiment. Creighton rolled her up to the studio gates and waved her good luck. She faltered when she entered the casting office. She almost fainted when Tirrey's assistant told her bluntly that there was nothing doing. Mr. Tirrey had so many hearts to break, so many hopes to sicken with deferment, that he avoided the ghoulish task when he could. He had warned his assistant to save him from undergoing another of Mem s assaults upon his emotions. When Mem received this curt facer through the little window in the door between the waiting room and the outer office, she blenched and fell back. The room was full of anxious souls, each with its desperation. There sat a hungry fat woman whose bulk had kept her employed when sylphs had had to wait. Next her was a gaunt creature who could play famine or a comic spinster with equal skill. A brace of sparrows with yellowed curls that looked like handfuls of pine shavings waited with their mother. Three beautiful young men with the eyes of dying deer perused their fingernails for lack of more exciting literature. An assortment of villains, first and second murderers, and more or less aristocratic extra folk stood about hoping against experience. Scattered among the laity, they would have passed for ordinary folk, but grouped here they took on a curiously professional mummer's air. Mem stared at them and a hot resentment thrilled her. She would not accept a place in this mob of nonentities. She went back to the window and motioned to the assistant casting out director. She pleaded for just a moment of Mr. Tirrey's time. The assistant said he was busy, but he could not snub those eloquent eyes. And that patient man, Mr. Tirrey, with a Samaritanism that should win him through purgatory, accepted the ordeal, invited her in, and braced himself for the familiar business of the undertaker, the old sexton in the graveyard of art. "I don't think you realize how much this means to me, Mr. Tirrey," Mem began. "My mother has unexpectedly arrived. I've just got to support us both now, and it is more important than ever that I find work." Poor Tirrey had heard this so often that it ought to have bored him, but he could never quite protect himself from these expressive, passionate individuals who refused to become mere generalities. He was like one of Saint Hoover's men doling out food about the world. Hunger was hunger, no matter how frequent. But he was unable to perform miracles and feed hungry thousands with a few loaves and fishes. When his loaves and fishes gave out, the baskets were empty, and the rest of the sufferers must go vacant. He said he was sorry, and he was. He would keep her in mind. He would not forget. Something might turn up. When Mem failed to go, the busy wretch was tormented into a slight impatience. He stooped to self defense. "You don't seem to get my angle of it, Mrs. Woodville. I can only hand out what jobs there are to the people that fit them best. You came in the other day and said you were so ambitious and determined that you would sell your honor for an opportunity. I told you why I couldn't make the exchange. Now you come in and try to sell me your poverty. That is even less marketable. There's a big line of scared and hungry people always forming and falling away out there. Some of them are old veterans with children, artists who have done fine things for us. But we have to turn them away. If an old lady with 16 starving babies asked me to let her play a young girl's part, I couldn't give it to her. Could I now?" "No, but I'm not an old lady with 16 children," Mem persisted, stupidly stubborn. "No, but you don't suit the director, and he's got the final say. Mr. Rooks gave you a test. He saw the result and says you haven't got comedy, at least not in that part. Comedy is difficult. It takes twice as much skill and experience as romantic drama. You may have it, but you didn't show it." "The test wasn't fair," Mem protested. "I didn't have any help. He just told me, 'Turn your head, smile, laugh, wink, flirt.' Who could do anything worth while like that?" "I know, but it cost the company about $50 to make it. It's the test everybody has to go through. Another girl went through the same ordeal and she made good. She got the job. I'm mighty sorry, but the only job there was is gone." Mem struggled to her feet and turned to the door, but the sight of that plank, that coffin lid, made her recoil. She could not go out into the wilderness. She could not go home to her mother and confess failure, accept despair. Her lips wavered childishly. She found things in her throat to swallow. Her eyelashes were full of rain. Her diaphragm began to throb. She cried beautifully, honestly. She was not artful about it or insincere. It was a gift. She suffered with exquisite ease and grace. She was one of those pretty things it is hard not to caress, in whose wail there is a keen and compelling music. Tirrey found himself more dangerously wooed by her grief than by her proffer of love. Her shoulders were pitifully round. Her hands groped for other hands to help. Her eyes seemed blurred and monstrous with woeful tears, were more beautiful somehow than when she had tried to fill them with seduction. His heart ached to draw her into his bosom, kiss away her tears, take her upon his lap, and soothe her like a child, one of those terrible children that Satan pretends to be when he is most insidious. Mem was a dangerous weeper. This would be learned in time and turned to her great profit and the blissful agony of the multitude. She was not acting now. She was reacting to the anguish of the bitter world, its cruelty, its bleakness, the favoritisms of fate, the willingness of Providence to let the willing lie idle and the ambitious starve. Tirrey paced the floor, promising Mem all sorts of wonderful futures. He managed hardly to keep his hands from her by entrusting them to each other to hold clenched behind his back, but his sympathy only fed Mem s self sympathy with new fuel. At the screen door that opened on his office appeared Mr. Rooks, the director, who had rejected Mem after the test. He did not know who was crying, but his emotional soul heard the call and he peered in through spectacles already misted. Mem saw him and ran to him, imploring, "Please, oh, please, Mr. Rooks, give me a chance." Mr. Rooks had a priestly regard for his altars. A work of art was as solemn and as chaste a burnt offering to his God, the public, as the oblation of any other priest before any other deity. It was just as sacred a duty to him to secure, somehow, laughter for the comic scenes as tears for the pathetic. The public, that shapeless, invisible ubiquity, needed its mirth as well as its lamentations. It required not only its hecatombs of human sacrifice, but also beeves and bullocks, sheep and lambs, doves and wrens and swallows. Rooks knew as well as Shakespeare knew that the pathos and the tragedy suffered if there were no attendant buffoonery, no relief of tension, no tightening and releasing of the springs of laughter. If an actor could not command laughter, he must not be entrusted with comic roles, however serious his necessities. Rooks would have let his mother or his daughter die rather than give her a part she could not play. Only those who know little or nothing of the dramatic world, or whose own hearts are so hard that they do not care whom they wound, pretend that the world of mimic emotions is cold or cruel. It is amazing how much of the theatrical or cinematical time is spent in easing the inevitable griefs of the vain suppliants. Mem's sobs so agitated Rooks that he finally said, "You come and see the test yourself. And then, if you think you ought to have the part, well, you come and see for yourself." He opened the door for her and led her out into the lot. He called to a man smoking on a short flight of steps, "Heinie, have you that reel of Mrs. Woodville's test I took the other day?" "I guess so." "Put it on, will you?" "Sure. Go in number two." And now Mem, who had seen so many faces flow by in the laboratory projection room and had been so free with comments and criticisms, was to see her own soul unreeled. She felt a sudden rush of regret for her harsh judgments on those poor creatures who had had to fight for their artistic lives with their features. Rooks escorted her into a small cell, dimly lighted, a screen at one end, at the other a few seats against a wall perforated for the projection machines. The operator in his room at the back snapped off the one lamp on the wall and then played a long stream of light upon the screen. Every portrait was a record of some mood of Mem's. It was weird to see herself over there, flat and colorless, yet fantastically alive. She was face to face with herself for the first time. Science had answered the prayer of Robert Burns, "O wad some power the giftie gie us." Mem had studied her mirror and still photographs of herself, but now she met the stranger that was herself as the world knew her. She had never realized her features as they were, nor her expressions. She could look at her own profile. She could coldly regard herself in laughter and in an effort at flirtation. The miracle of miracles was that her very thought was photographed. She could see her brain pulling at her muscles as one who stands behind the scenes at a puppet show sees the man aloft and the wires that depend from his fingers jerking at the jointed dolls. She had to admit that her smile was artificial. Her lips drew back heavily and mirthlessly from her teeth. Her lips were prettier than she had supposed, and her teeth more regular, but her smile was a struggle. Her arch expression was clumsy. Her glance askance was labored, and when she executed the mischievous wink, her eyelid went down and up as delicately as a cellar door. She shook her head and wasted a blush of shame on the dark. She could not blame Mr. Rooks for rejecting her. She told him so, and he was grateful for that. "I've learned a lot," she said. "I wish I could have another try." "I wish you could, but the part is filled for this picture. Another time I'll remember, but it's too late for this picture." He heard her catch her breath in a quick stab, and he was afraid that her prayers would be renewed. He hastened to say, "Let me show you the girl who got the part. Let's see what you think of her." He called out, "Oh, Heinie, put on that test of Miss Dainty." "Sure," came the hail from the man at the wheel. And then the white beam shot forth a serial portrait of a successful rival. This girl was pretty, where Mem was beautiful. She was superficial and frivolous, where Mem was deep and important. But she had the vis comica. She was as sparkling as a shallow brook. Her eyes danced, mocked, flitted. Her lips twitched with contagious mockery. Mem hated her, but smiled in spite of herself, giggled in spite of her wrath. This girl had chosen the name of Dainty to replace the misnomer her parents and her forebears had fastened on her. She lived up to her name, or down to it. She looked pink even in the brown medium of the film. She looked round and mellow even in the one dimension of the screen. Her soul danced back of her eyes, and the hand she raised to peek through was like the lithe hand of a bacchant in whose grasp life is a bunch of grapes, spurting wine at the least pressure. Her very fingers were tendrils, and her hair about her head was a vineyard wreath. She had her sorrows, perhaps, and her woes. It was probable that she was heartbroken because she had been denied a tragic mask and doomed to make people happy instead of profitably sad. But whatever her private woes, she shed gayety. The dark and ultraviolet rays were lost in the prism of her soul, and she reflected only the narrow rainbow of good cheer. "I see why you took her," Mem sighed. "I don't wonder." "It's fine of you to say that," said Rookes, and squeezed her hand in grateful compliment. The kindliness of this set the girl's regrets off again. She went out into the sunlight convinced and beaten. But being convinced of one's unworthiness and confessing one's defeat are not consolations, only added sorrows. Before Rookes could escape she was crying again. She loathed herself for her weakness, her poltroonery before a disappointment. She called herself names, but sobbed the harder for her self contempt. It chanced that the president of the company was returning to his office from a visit to one of the stages. This was the man whose name was familiar about the world. Every film from his factory was labeled "Bermond Presents," "Copyright by the Bermond Company." "This is a Bermond picture." The slogan of the company was, "This is a Bermond year." When a picture succeeded, the star, the author, the director, the photographer, the art director, the continuity writer, the distributors divided the praise, the size of each slice depending on who awarded it. When a picture failed, the producer had a monopoly of the blame and the entire financial loss. He was the commercial demon, the fiend of sordid mercantile ideals. Yet Bernard Shaw, with his intuition masked as satire, had said to him, "There is a hopeless difference between us, Mr. Bermond. You are interested in art. I am interested only in money." As a matter of truth, he was the most passionate of idealists, compelled to keep the ship afloat. Like the captain of a ship, he had all the final responsibility for the cargo, the passengers, and the shifts of wind and weather. He must study the mystic barometer of public favor and disfavor and keep the prow forging ahead in calm and in head gale. He had to build the ship, feed the crew, the stokers and the prima donna passengers, and keep them all from mutiny. If the ship sank, they would all desert him and he would go down with it alone. In the hard times he must sacrifice much of the cargo, cut down the pay and the rations, shorten sail. Otherwise, the ship would founder. Yet none would thank him for taking the necessary measures to keep it alive. The critics would blame him for many things, but they would never forgive him for letting the ship sink. Success would be both his crime and his condemnation, but failure would be no atonement. Like most business geniuses, he was far more emotional, sensitive, responsive, audacious than the bulk of his artists or his critics. He could not pour out his emotions in song, verse, impersonation, or gesture. He must pour it out in capital. He must dig the capital with grim toil, and he must scatter it like a spendthrift heir. With him, and contrasted with him in build, manner, and spirit, was Jacob Frank, vice president, the immediate master of the crew, whose ideal was calm judgment, a happy ship, a smooth and economical voyage. He was a gentle ruler with a twinkling eye. When Mr. Bermond heard Mem crying, his heart hurt him. He did not like scandal, disorder, confusion, or grief on his lot. He asked the distraught Rookes what had happened. Rookes explained, "A bit of temperament. She wants a part she can't play, and she's all caught up." "Oh, that is too bad," Bermond groaned, and his voice took on a mothering tone. He went to Mem and tried to console her. He took her hands down from her contorted face and forced her to look at him. Seen through the cascade of her tears, she was strikingly attractive, appealing. He tested the public always by his own reactions. He judged artists by their influence on him. He felt that Mem was somehow an artistic weeper. His brain was alert to make use of ability wherever he found it. "Don't you take it too hard," he said. "You never know your luck in this world. Many an artist gets thrown out of one job into a much better one. I knew a young singer and dancer who was fired because he was not good enough to come into New York with a cheap show. 2 days later he was engaged for the biggest part in the most beautiful musical piece in years, and ever since he has been a star. If the first manager had not fired him, the second would never have given him his chance. If you had played that little village vamp, you would maybe have played it so badly we should never have engaged you again. But now you go home and wash the red out of your eyes, and any day now we'll be sending for you to play a big part. Sarah Bernhardt failed in her first play, you know. And you may be a second Sarah some day. Just you wait. Now that's all right." Mem's eyes were filling with rainbows. A bystander drew Bermond aside. Claymore was a dramatist who had had a few successes before he established himself in the moving pictures as a director. He believed in the eternal verities of dramatic expression and motive, and he was skeptic of the rituals of the parvenu priestcraft of the movies. "That girl has the tear," he said to Bermond. "That woman you've given me for my next picture is god awful. I've spent 2 days trying to make her cry. She has the face of a doll, and she's as tender as a billiard ball. She's a confirmed optimist. She couldn't even shake her shoulder blades as if she were crying. Let me take this kid and give her a real test. She might have just what we want." "Sure. Fine. Go to it," said Bermond, and hastened to Mem with the good news that Mr. Claymore, the great Mr. Claymore, was going to give her a chance. So Mem left the studio, shod with the ankle wings of hope, those tireless pinions that carry the actor lightly along such dreary miles of barren road. As she hurried through the gate, one of the studio cars drew out and the driver paused to offer her a lift. He was taking home Miss Calder, an actress of much fame as an impersonator of women of various ages. In the picture she was then engaged in she carried the character from young motherhood to ancient grandmotherhood. She was tired as a pack horse, and small wonder. She explained to Mem that she had been called at 6 in the morning in order to be breakfasted and made up for a 9 o'clock appearance on the stage. The dressing of her hair and the filling of it with white metallic powder that would photograph as really gray was a long and wearisome process. The preparation of her features was another. She had given herself to racking emotions and much physical toil since 9. It was now 6, and she had not yet had time to remove her make-up. Mem stared at her in the twilight. She was as multicolored as a sunset. Patches of white, blue, yellow, green, and red gave her face a modeling in the monochrome of the negative that could not be imagined from her present barbarous appearance. To complete the palette, she had painted her eyelashes lavender to soften the flash of her keen irises. When she got home she would take off the laborious fresco and struggle with the removal of the powder from her hair, because on the morrow she must go back for a day of retakes to the period of her young and rosy black haired bridehood. She would be lucky to be in bed by 10 in order to be up again at 6. She had given up a dinner party and a dance that night and had known no recreation for a month, was not likely to know any for a fortnight longer. For this toil she was paid, as Mem later learned, $400 a week. But it was not much compared with the 10,000 a week that Miriam Yore was known to have been paid. Mem's ardor for a screen career was not to be blunted by any account of overwork. Artistic toil was what she craved, and when the car stopped at her bungalow she ran to her mother rejoicing, as if she brought home certain wealth instead of a gambling chance for grueling labor. She paused at the door, suddenly realizing that her mother was not a woman of theatrical traditions, but the devoted wife of a preacher who abominated the moving pictures all the better for never having seen one, and whose horror of every fiend connected with them was the more unrestrained for never having met one of the fiends. End of chapter 30. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 31 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 31. Mem entered the house, dreading that she would find her mother as dismayful as a stolen child flung in the corner of a wagon filled with gypsies. She found her presiding over the house with a meek autocracy. Mrs. Steddon might not have been so daring if her daughter had been there to quell her presumptions. She had stayed in her room until she heard the racket and caught the savor of dinner getting. Then she slipped into the kitchen, where Leva and two other girls were bustling about. She stared at them a moment and announced that she was going to do the cooking and the housework herself. They tried to shoo her back to her room, but she amazed them by her gentle obstinacy and her irresistible will. "You children need a mother more'n most anything else," she said, "and I'm going to be one to you. I can't be an artist, but I can raise a family." By the time Mem arrived, the girls were calling her mother. Sundry young men who drifted in that evening were soon calling her mother. In a week they were kissing her when they came in and kissing her when they left, bringing to her the troubles that no one ever gets too old to want a mother's eye upon. Before the week was gone, Mrs. Steddon was going to parties, to dances, to beach picnics. She had begun her downfall by writing her husband a ghastly and elaborate lie. When Mem learned of this first result of her mother's association with the New World, the girl felt that her father's opinion of its malign influence proved his insight. But then daughters are apt to agree with their fathers in theory, if not in practice. Mrs. Steddon, however, was mother first, last, and all the time. She acted upon impulse, and it was always an impulse of adaptation to circumstances as they rose, and she always chose the role of protecting her own. Like a bird on a nest, she spread her wings over her young and fought for them as best she could, while she sheltered them from rain or wind or any threatening hand, even though it might be the divine hand. What, indeed, is the whole duty of a mother whose daughter is uncontrollably unconventional, or worse? Should the matron abandon her wayward child to go a ruinous way alone, or should she go along with her, hanging back as a brake, exerting a little restraint, being present to lift her when she falls, or comfort her in her shame or remorse? Mem's mother was suddenly confronted with this problem. Her village child was at large in Los Angeles. Her chick was a duck already far out on the pond. Mrs. Steddon could not swim in that puddle, but she could keep close to the water's edge. She did not even cackle remonstrances or warnings. She just waited and clucked and offered the eaves of her wings as a shelter. And so the old village parson's wife abruptly found herself, or made herself, a theatrical mamma. This sort of mother has been often presented, but rarely without caricature, almost never with understanding. Because she is apt to grow a little stagey and to forget her years and the solemnity expected of them, because her daughter is pretty sure to be unmanageable, she is dealt with more harshly than the more familiar mother who persuades her daughter to become a housewife and to marry a substantial husband instead of a romantic lover, than the mother who keeps her daughter from suing an adulterous or a cruel husband for divorce, than the mother who fears the gossip of the neighbors more than the smothered infamies of a hypocritical home, than the mother who endures every drudgery, skullduggery, and shame and destroys her own birthright to deceive her children. These others are familiar ancient mothers dwelling wretchedly in a sordid martyrdom. Sometimes they are saints of patience, and their long agonies are rewarded. Sometimes their devotion has a morbid, almost an obscene and witch-like aspect. But the theatrical mother must share the limelight of publicity with her public child. She must seem to approve or connive in the real or alleged indiscretions of her own child, and she is liable to the accusation of being a procuress or a corrupt and odious shield. Sometimes, indeed, she is a grafter, a bloodsucker, a vendor of her child's future, renting a tot for wages and spending them on herself instead of investing them for the child's future. But the movies did not invent wicked parents. Since time was, children have been driven to the streets, the mines, the looms. The movie mammas, at least, at worst, did not drive their children into the dark to grimy toil and heartbroken obscurity, but to sunlight, beauty, play, fame, and infinite praise. Many a movie mother had been what Mrs. Steddon had been. Mrs. Steddon would in time be as harshly criticized as the worst of the others. Her own daughter was the first to feel uneasy. Mem had expected her mother to be horrified by the new surroundings. She had braced herself to defend the art life against prejudice. She was disappointed of the support that criticism gives. To break rules and to disobey and shock the elders are among the chief fascinations and consolations of having to endure youth. But when the parents and the oldsters fail to make rules or to protest against infractions of the rules they make, the young are robbed of something precious. When the elders go farther and join the young in their rebellion against old dignities, then indeed are the young outraged. So Mem was shocked because her mother was not. Mem could have grown eloquent in upholding the bohemian standards of behavior. She had superbly denounced the village hypocrisies and pruderies. But when the villager accepted Bohemia and reveled in its revels, what was a daughter to do? One thing was soon evident. Mrs. Steddon would not go back to Calverly. She would not urge Mem to go back, and she prepared to do in Rome as the Romans did. Mem could not imagine what a task it all was to her mother, because she had never been a wife, a parson's wife in a small town church. She had not known the sickening monotony of a life devoted to avoiding life, to couching even the terms of normal connubial raptures in pompous terms of religious exaltation. She had not known how wearisome devoutness becomes when it is made a trade, a merchandise, a livelihood. Mrs. Steddon had been a girl, a wild young female with natural instincts and gaieties and a natural impulse to kick over the restraints of the respectable. She had fallen in love with a man whose passion was dogma and whose prime study was the whims of a mystic deity before whose vague edicts he prostrated himself. She cared nothing for doctrines and hair splitting interpretations of ancient texts, but she gave herself up to the prison of the parsonage with bravery and good cheer. She suppressed her wrath against the pious frauds and the cruel niggards who made her husband's life a treadmill of unrewarded ambitions. She bore her children and did her best to coax them toward the ideals their father thundered about their unruly heads. She might have been a nightingale or a skylark, but she consented to be caged and to chirp a little song and forego her wings. Now, however, the cage was opened. She had been decoyed into a garden where birds of rich plumage flung from branch to branch in a pride of wings and rhapsodies of song. She was too old to dart and carol, but she would not build a cage about herself and continue to mope. The freedom, the franchise of the sky, the glory of liberty that art gives its practitioners and their companions were hers, and the drab little woman accepted a tiny quarter of this heaven as her very own. At first, a mother is only a gangplank for souls to cross from nowhere into this world. Once ashore, the mother can do less and less for the child. If she can become the companion, philosopher, and friend, that is much. But it serves the child no good purpose for the mother to give up all interest in her own career and accept inanition. The best of a woman's life may well be that part of it which follows the departure of her last grown child from the home. Let the mother follow her flock out into the world. But Mrs. Steddon's emancipation was for Mem to discover with amazement gradually. For the moment, she was too much absorbed in her mad hopes to consider her mother's belated debut into the full light of day. The next morning found her at the studio, betimes borrowing mascaro and advice from Miss Calder, who experimented with her skin as in a laboratory and delivered a scientific discourse on the epidermis and its preparation for the camera. Claymore was waiting for Mem when she came down the steps from the long gallery of the women's dressing rooms. She was daubed, smeared, lined, powdered, rouged, mascaroed, and generally calcimined for duty. Her heart was beating in alternate throbs of fear and frenzy. Her feet were at the brink of the Rubicon. End of chapter 31. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 32 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 32. The scene of her endeavor was to be a drawing room built and decorated for an unfinished picture whose company was now in the Mojave Desert practicing art on the edge of Death Valley. Claymore had provided a cameraman, a few men to handle the electric lights, a property man, and even a pair of musicians, a violinist, and the treader of a wheezy little portable melodeon. Where the ceiling of the drawing room should have been was a platform on which a number of downward pointing spotlights were arrayed in the charge of a man called Mike. From the scaffoldings above hung great dome lights, the ash cans. In the windows and doors other spotlights were ambushed, each grouped with its attendant, and where the fourth wall was removed, tall iron frames held rows of Cooper Hewitt, tubes like harpstrings, and sun arcs, Winfield and Kliegel lights, and other instruments of torture connected by cables to various switchboards. The concentrated radiance burned out the eyes in time, or brought on a painful temporary blindness. To the newcomer there was an insanity about the extravagance of glare, but the finished result reduced the flame to a twilight and explained the necessity for each picture could be exposed for only the 16th of a second, and in its tiny frame of hardly more than a square inch it must compress enough definition to cover, when projected, a screen thousands of times its size. When Mem walked on the great stage and followed Claymore into the little space allotted to her, she noted the waiting crew of spectators, and her heart faltered. How could she give her soul to emotions in the presence of these strangers? It would be like stripping herself and dancing stark before a band of peeping toms. But needs must when ambition drives. Claymore marched her into the scene and asked her to stand while the cameraman made his setup for a long shot. The electricians trundled their batteries forward and turned them on her. The cameraman advanced upon her with the tape measure and went back to squint at her through the finder. He stared at her through a color filter of deep blue and discussed her hair and her eyes. Claymore came forward carrying a rouge stick he had borrowed from somebody's forgotten make-up box and gave Mem's mouth a little extra length, put a dot next the inner corner of each eye, and taking a powder puff, dusted her brow lightly where the perspiration of terror was beginning to shine. Then he gave her a little of what he called footwork. Go back to that door and come forward to this spot. Shake hands with your lover, well, no. Let me see, that's too simple. Let's get down to business. Oh, well, just for instance, you've been betrayed, and your child has died, and you've been accused of murdering it, and you're now being called before the judge and the jury. Do you get me? You're coming into a courtroom under a charge of crime. You feel your shame, but you're innocent of the charge, yet you're overwhelmed with guilt for your fall, and the father of the child was killed in the war, say, and you don't much care whether you live or die. So you're in despair, yet defiant. That's a triple layer of emotion for you, and I don't suppose you can get much of it over, but just try to give the atmosphere of it. Now back to the door. Walk through it once. Claymore was as much embarrassed as Mem, for his invention was not in its best working order so early in the morning. He felt as silly as a man badgered by a peevish child to tell a story. But his trite plot stirred Mem amazingly. He could not know how close his random shots had come home to her and flung her back from the forward looking artist to the lorn fugitive who had stumbled into California laden with disgrace. She was all a tremble, and her eyes darted, her fingers twitched. Claymore marveled at her instantaneous response to his suggestion. There were born artists who shivered on the least breath of inspiration and suggestion. His first impression of Mem was that he had found a genius, and he fought against the obstacles he encountered later with the zest of a man digging toward known gold. In a kind of stupor, Mem obeyed his commands like the trained confederate of a hypnotist. She went to the door, came in reluctant, shamefast, doomed. She advanced slowly till she reached the edge of the rug he had indicated, then halted, and with a fierce effort hoisted her head in defiance and braved the lightning of the judge. She heard Claymore call to her, "That s fine. Now we ll take it." She started back, but was checked by the cameraman s "Wait, please." He ran forward and shouted directions on all sides for lights. "Hit those spots. Throw the ash can on her. Bring up that Kliegel. Put a diffuser on that Winfield. What s the matter with the second spot? Your carbons are flickering, Mike. Mike! Trim those carbons on the second spot. Pull 'em." Then the lights went out, and there was a wait while Mike ran along the gallery parallel, with tweezers in his gloved hands. When Mike was ready, the camera man shouted, "Hit 'em." "All right, Mr. Claymore." Mr. Claymore called, "Music, please." And Mem found herself in a sea of blazing radiance tremulous with a shimmer of music. She went back to the door and nodded when Claymore's "Are you ready?" penetrated the myth realm from far away. She heard him murmur, "Camera, action," and she heard his voice reciting an improvised libretto for her pantomime. "You have come from your dark cell. The light blinds you. You begin to see the angry public, the cruel judge. You flinch, you fall back. They are going to sentence me to death. They are hissing me because I loved too well. But my little baby, they said I killed him. They can t know how I loved him, how I felt his little hands on my cheek, his lips at my breast, how I suffered when his cheek grew cold. Oh God, I prayed for his life even though it meant eternal shame. But he is gone. My lover is dead. What is this world to me? Wring your hands. Look up at the judge. Draw yourself up. Defy him. That s it. Now let the tears come. My baby, I am coming to you. My baby." She heard his voice wailing and trembling like the vox humana stop the village organist used to pull out for the sake of pathos. It was maudlin, unforgivably cheap and trashy, yet it was the truth for her, as for millions of other girls. It was trite because it had broken so many hearts. She felt a fool, a guilty fool. The music, the lights, the director s voice, all was insanity. But it swept her heartstrings with Aeolian thrill, and they sang with a mad despair. She vaguely knew that the camera crank had ceased to purr. She heard the clop of the levers shutting off the lights. The music was ended, but her suffering went on. She could not stop crying. Her head bent, her taut body broke at the waist. She was sobbing into a corner of her elbow and dropping to the floor when Claymore caught her and upheld her, eased her to a chair, and stood patting her back idiotically and saying, "Fine, fine." She looked up to see if he were mocking her, and saw that his cheeks were streaked with tears. The cameraman was doleful, as if he mourned, and the property man was turning away to blow his nose. Mem began to laugh, the laugh of triumph. Yet she felt that she had cheated a little. The director had stabbed an old wound by accident and unsealed an old fountain of tears. He had exhausted her dramatic experience of life already, and he would find her imagination unschooled, her mental and physical agility all to seek. But he had touched her once. She had responded once to the call and had given the strange authority of reality to a feigned adventure of her soul. "She s got it in her," he mumbled to the camera man. And the camera man, with eyes still murky, grumbled, "The real thing." Now Claymore cast about for the next test. "You ve got the gift of tears," he said. "Now let s try a bit of drama. Let s exaggerate and chew up the scenery and tear a passion to tatters, for it s easy to tone you down when you overdo, but it s hard to pep you up if you re flat." He cudgeled his brain for an excuse for ranting, towering rage. He chose one of those scenes innumerably done in the moving pictures, a sordid pattern common enough in real life through the ages, but all too crowded in the movies, infinitely multiplied and repeated until it became boresome to the frequenters of the films and nauseated the moralists, gave them excuse for a general assault on the whole art and industry. Claymore took up a heap of tarpaulin and piled it on a chair to represent a man, found a screwdriver left on the scene by a carpenter, and gave it to Mem for a pistol. Then he outlined a scenario startling and bewildering to her, and utterly uncongenial to her character and experience. This tarpaulin is a terrible villain. He has decoyed you from your home and tired of you. He has put you on the street and made a drug fiend of you. And now you have seen him with another girl, and you plead with him not to desert you. He laughs at you. You turn on him like a tigress, and when he goes on laughing, you creep up on him with a false smile and suddenly shoot him with this pistol. The novice stared at him like a dumb thing that had not understood a word. She looked at the screwdriver. It had no resemblance to a pistol, and if it had suggested one, she would have dropped it in horror. She stared at the pile of yellow canvas and could get nothing human out of or into that. I don't believe I quite understand, she faltered, suddenly reverted to childhood days when she was asked to read a page she had neglected to study. Claymore missed the instant result of his first appeal, to her imagination as he thought, to her memory as she knew. Her eyes were a fogged mirror now and gave back neither light nor image. He played the bit for her. None of the spectators thought it funny or silly. It was part of the familiar routine factory commonplace to see a fat, bald headed director striding about clutching his heart and sobbing. Mem had hidden in her father's study once and watched him rehearse a sermon, had seen him beat his desk for a pulpit, raise his streaming eyes to the ceiling for heaven, and repeat phrases in various intonations in search of the most effective stop. She was not amused or disgusted by Claymore's antics. She was simply baffled. Unable to feel why he did what he did, she tried to remember his actions. When he finished, she took the screwdriver and repeated his gestures with neither accuracy nor spirit. She merely gave a girl's poor imitation of a man's poor imitation of a poor girl's frenzy. She shook her head in confessed failure before Claymore shook his head and scratched it and said patiently, "That's hardly it. You didn't quite get the spirit. You see, you're, etc. The capo al fine." The cameraman sat down. The rest of the crew turned aside to gossip about more interesting topics. They knew that they were in for a long wait. End of chapter 32. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 33 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 33. Claymore wrestled with the girl's flaccid soul. He walked her through the scene again and again. He sat on the chair and pretended to be the villain. He laughed with very hollow mockery. He played the part himself. He said, "If you'll give it more voice, you'll give it more spirit. Call me a beast with all your power." "You're a beast," she faltered, so feebly that Claymore laughed and she had to join him. He said to her, "Look me in the eye and with all the venom and volume you've got, snarl, 'Arg, you beast!'" He roared it so full chestedly at Mem that she quailed before him. Then she nodded, understanding, and gave back the words. It was like an oboe trying to echo a trombone. She shook her head in discouragement. He would not give her up. "Fill your lungs and hurl your whole body into it." She tried again and again, but her voice was stringy, stinted, reedish. He spoke bluntly in good old English. "You've got to get your guts into it." She did not know that she had any, and he had to explain that he really meant her diaphragm. He asked her to scream at the top of her lungs. She emitted a feeble squawk. He shook his head. He let out a shriek of his own that pierced the high rafters and seemed to rattle the glass roof. She did a little better on a second try. Claymore's patience was wonderful. "What are you most afraid of?" he said. "I don't know," she giggled sillily. "What's your favorite nightmare?" She pondered. "Well, I falling off a cliff is one of the most popular," said Claymore. I fell off a cliff once, said Mem, almost boastfully. Really? And did you survive? Claymore gasped, then grinned at his own imbecility. I know one actress who dreams that she is caught under a wrecked automobile and can't get out and is being crushed to death. To Claymore's amazement, the blank mien before him was suddenly shot through with anguish. The features knotted and whitened with streaks of red like a clenched fist. Once more he had thrust his hand into one of her experiences. She felt the presence of Elwood Farnaby, her almost forgotten first love and last. The ghastliness of his death under a runaway automobile flashed back before her. She felt a regurgitation of all the terrors that had churned in her heart in those hideous days and nights. Claymore, never dreaming what the random hit had evoked in her soul, was happy at finding her responsive once more. He called to the cameraman: "Come on, Johnny, we'll take a close up, a big close up. Be as quick as you can." While Mem hung back saying, "Please, no, no, I couldn't. Don't make me." Claymore was hurrying the crew to seize this precious excitement before it died. The crew closed in upon the camera with a mass of blazing lights. Claymore pushed a chair close up to the lens. The cameraman spread and shortened his tripod and got on his knees. He made one of the crew sit in the chair while he sharpened the focus and perfected the lights. He did not want to fatigue the priceless heights of agitation that he could see in Mem's wide eyes as she stood wavering before the sudden gust of emotion. Protesting and reluctant, yet too palsied for flight, Mem permitted Claymore to lead her to the chair and place her in a cowering position. "Close your eyes to save them," he said. "Don't open them till I tell you. Then open them suddenly and see the automobile upon you. It's on fire. You can't move. You struggle in vain. I'll hold on to your hands to pinion you down. When you see that you are crushed and caught, give me the wildest cry you can scream. All ready, Johnny? Hit the lights. Take the camera from my nod. Now, my dear, you're in the car. The brake is broken. It's dashing over a cliff. It's turned over. You were under it. It's on fire. When I say the word, open your eyes and face death and die with one terrible shriek." She felt through her clenched eyelids and on her shivering cheeks the flare and heat of the focused calciums. She felt his hands dragging her helpless wrists down till she was all huddled upon herself. She seemed to feel in his taut and frenzied grip the weight of the engine that had slain her lover. Then she heard the quick word, "Now." She opened her eyes and saw a chaos of wrecked iron and steel about her. Terror knifed her and her whole body was wrung with the mad howl of affright. She heard her voice go leaping into the high spaces. Her hands were free. They went to her left side where her heart rocked like a fire bell. She opened her eyes in wonder. The lights were off. The crew was staring at her with white faces. The cameraman was breathing fast. Claymore was mopping his blanched brow and saying, "Whew!" It was so inadequate a word for the awe still shaking their little world that everybody laughed, but sickishly. Claymore brought forth his most valued word save for rare occasions. "By God, that was authentic." And the others said, "The real thing," a strange phrase for a perfection of imitation. Claymore was encouraged again. He had found another nugget in the rubble. He would continue to work the mine. If he had known Mem's life and the things she had experienced, few but fearful, he could have brought forth expressions of intense amorous possession, of desperate surrender, of groveling shame, of mad grief, of craven hypocrisy. But he groped in ignorance and did not realize that her two successes had been due to memory rather than interpretation. Another failure trailed at heel of this other victory. Claymore returned to his little drama of the street. He tried to get energy in a gesture, in a walk, a stride, a quick whirl, a flaunt of arms, a fierce charge. But Mem had been schooled all her life to keep her hands down and to avoid flourish, to take short steps and to keep her waist and hips stolid. Though the fashions of the day gave her short, loose skirts, no corsets, free arms, she might as well have been handcuffed and hobbled and fastened in iron stays for all the freedom she used. Claymore made her run with longer and longer stride, bend and touch the floor, fling her arms aloft, take the steps of a Spanish dancer and a Spanish vixen. but she was unbelievably inept. "I wish I had the courage and the kindliness to give you a Belasco training," he said. You know, he testified in court that when he trained Mrs. Leslie Carter for her big warhorse roles, he had to break her muscle bound condition first. He threw her downstairs, throttled her, beat her head against the wall, and chased her about the room. She told me herself that she learned the Declaration of Independence by heart and spent hours and hours repeating it as glibly as she could. Every time she missed an articulation, she went back to the beginning and recited it all over again, hundreds and hundreds of times. That's how she learned to deliver great tirades with a breathless rush, yet made every syllable distinct. That's how she learned how to charge about the stage like a lioness. To be a great actress is no easy job. You've got to work like a fiend or you'll get nowhere. You've got to exercise your arms and legs and your voice and your soul. If you will, you've got a big future. If you won't, you'll slump along, playing small parts till you lose your bloom of youth. Then you'll slip into character parts and go out like an old candle. Mem was beginning to wear down, to understand the joys of a pleasant housewifely career, the luxuries of obscurity. But Claymore hated to give her up. He made one more desperate effort to unleash her soul and her body from the shackles of respectability. He set her to denouncing the tarpaulin villain again. He made her pour out before that heap of wrinkles a story of shame and deprised devotion and degradation. He put her against the wall and made her beat upon it and lament her turpitude. He made her fling herself to the floor and pound it with her fists and laugh in mockery. Then he made her draw the screwdriver and fire 5 shots into her canvas betrayer. Her imagination flagged so dismally in this scene that it decreed the screwdriver a stiletto and made her stab the man to death. He laughed at the blow she dealt and forced her to slash and rip and drive the blade home until she fell down exhausted with the vain effort to be a murderess. Claymore was as exhausted as she, and he wasted no film on taking pictures of her failure. "Let's go to lunch," he said. "We've earned a bit of chow." End of chapter 33. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 34 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 34. The upshot of this ordeal by fire was that Mem was recognized as a star yet to be made, if indeed her nebulous ambitions should ever be condensed into solid achievement. Claymore felt that she had a future. He told her so, but he told her that a period of hard labor lay between her and that paradise. He compared the development of an artist with the slow human miracle that had rescued so much of California from the grim bleakness of the desert that yields and reconquers, retreats and returns. Great reaches of the fairest home realm of Los Angeles had once been barren sand. Irrigation and intensive farming had made a pleasance of it, and one could see everywhere the industry of the little pioneers pushing the wasteland back, as if humanity were feeling its way like a shapeless amoeba or a groping vine putting its tentacles forth and fastening them wherever sustenance might be found. Claymore was one of those developers of talent who feel a passion for searching out gold where it lies, building roads, as it were, to hidden hearts and giving them expression, making a traffic and commerce of expression. He found in Mem such a temptation. Her beauty was evident, but empty faced beauty was as cheap and useless as iron pyrites with the glister of gold and no other value. The studios were infested with pink pretties, insipid and characterless, doomed to hold up faces as faultless and as charmless as the petunias and morning glories that flaunt their calico in vain about country gardens and porches. In Mem he felt the ore. He did not know that it had gone through the smelting fires of tragedy, but he felt that she was capable of tragedy, and he wanted to instruct her in the mechanisms of transmitted grief. As they left the stage he watched her out of the corner of his eye. She did not really know how to walk, though there was unconscious grace in her carriage. What he wanted was conscious grace expert enough to mask its understanding, the art that conceals art and knows its genius all the while, the deft, strong hand of the driver of a trotting horse who gets the ultimate speed from the racing machine without ever letting it break into a gallop or bolt into a mad run. Claymore talked to Mem of herself and her body as frankly as a father confessor dissects a soul before a believer s eyes. She was thrilled with the almost morbid sensation of being the subject of such remorseless analysis. She was like one of the victims of the new fashioned operations by local anesthesia, who sits up and, in a mood of hysterical fascination, chats with the surgeon even while he slashes the skin open, lays bare the nerves and arteries, discloses the deep penetralia of the temple. The director asked her if she would practice at home what he had told her and shown her on the stage, and then some day let him give her another test. She consented with delight and appointed the morrow as the nearest day there was. She had only one somber thought, that she must go home again without a promise of work, with neither income of money nor outgo of art to expect. But Claymore asked her to wait while he spoke to Mr. Bermond. She loitered on the green lawn, watching the made up actors and the extra people and the others moving about their tasks. Some day they must gaze at her with respect and whisper, "That s Miss Steddon, the great star." By and by Mr. Bermond came out bareheaded to see her. He had a way of meeting candidates out of doors. It was easier to remember an engagement and dash away than to pry the more tenacious ones out of his office chairs. Bermond shook Mem s hand warmly and said, with as much enthusiasm as if he were the beneficiary of her hopes, as of course he might be: "Well, Mr. Claymore tells me you have much talent. That s fine. But he says your work is spotty, immature. You have little technique. But that s all right. Everybody has to learn. He has a small part in his picture, and if you want to take it, all right. The part won t stand much money, but you will get experience, and that s what you want. Yes?" Mem could have hugged him. He was beautiful as the dawning sun on the hills of night. Later she would come to hate him and fight him as a miser, a penny squeezer, a slave driver, but so Christopher Columbus and Cortez were regarded after their brief moments of beauty as discoverers. Bermond was a believer in new faces. He had found that the audiences would forgive immaturity of art rather than maturity of figure when it had to choose. The part he offered Mem was a role of girlish pathos with a wistful note and a few moments of village tragedy. She would adorn the screen without being able to do much damage to the story at worst. Mem felt that in passing from director to director she was undergoing a series of spiritual marriages and divorces. There was such intense emotional communions that it was far more than a mere acquaintance. But before she left the lot that day she had signed her name to a long document which she pretended to read and understand. About all she made of it was that she was to have a salary of $75 a week during the taking of the picture, and that the company might exercise an option on her services thereafter if it chose. Mr. Tirrey was delighted in a paternal fashion. It was a sunbeam in his dark day when he could open the door to youth and hope. Mem went home elated, and was greeted so royally that she forgot how diminished her hopes were from the immediate stardom she had imagined under Claymore s first frenzy. The next day the star of the picture arrived on the set in a large hat. When Claymore told her that she was not to wear it during the scene, she exclaimed that her hair was not dressed. There was nothing to do but to send her to the coiffeuse. This meant a delay of an hour. The company and the throng of extras and the crew must lie idle at the cost of nearly 1,000 wasted dollars to the picture. It was with such unavoidable blunders that Bermond s cup of grief was filled. No system of efficiency could be installed to prevent the individual slip. An alarm clock that failed to ring, a telephone out of order, a letter misaddressed, and thousands of dollars of time and overhead went poof. The company s disaster was Mem s good luck. for Claymore, seeing her lurking in the background waiting for instructions, called her over to him. Everything was set for a test, and he dismissed the rest of the company for an early lunch, while he sent Mem through her paces again. He had a canvas partition drawn round a corner of the scene, and once more put Mem at bay against a wall with a camera and a nest of light machines leveled at her. She had spent the evening before at mad spiritual gymnastics in the bungalow, with her mother and Leva as audience and critics. Claymore found that her soul was wakening and her limbs throwing off their inertia. He set her problems in mental arithmetic like a tutor coaching a backward pupil for an examination. It was an exceedingly curious method of getting acquainted. Teacher and student became as much involved in each other s souls as Abelard and Heloise at their first sessions. When the star came back with her hair appropriately laundered, ironed, and crimped, and the rest of the company gathered, Mem could see that Claymore gave up his task with her reluctantly, and that sent a shaft of sweet fire through her heart. Late in the afternoon Claymore offered her a lift home in his automobile. It was quicker than the street car, but it seemed far quicker than that. They chattered volubly of art theories and practices. They did not realize how long the car stood in front of her bungalow before Mem got out, or how long he waited after she got out, talking, talking, before he bade her the final good night. Her mother realized it, peering through the curtains, and Leva exclaimed: "Good Lord! The minx has the director eating out of her hand already. She ll get on." She said this to Mem when the girl came skipping into the house and shocked her with a glimpse of how their high spiritual relations looked to the bystander. Leva taunted her all evening, and the next morning called after her as she set out to school: "Aren t you going to take a big red apple to the teacher?" Mem took him, two of them, in her crimson cheeks. She had met none of that traditional demand for her honor as an admittance fee to the art. Tirrey had refused her flat. Bermond had not invited her to love him, and Claymore had talked nothing but art. Yet Claymore occasionally gave her a scene with an actor as a foil, talked to her of the arts, of embracing, kissing, fondling, rebuking, accepting, denouncing, battling. But sometimes he seemed to take more than a professional interest in the demonstrations. Sometimes he drew her arms about himself, and she felt that even if he did not clench her tight or hold her long, he wanted to. The camera men, the dawdling light crew, and the props and frips were chaperons, but they were becoming as unimportant as the scenery. Sometimes she thought they were aware of something in the atmosphere. Perhaps she caught a glance shot from one to another, or an eye turned away a little too indifferently. But that only enhanced the excitement. And on one occasion, when Claymore tried to teach her bigness of wrath and compelled her to scream and strike at him, there was such an undertone of affection in the pretense of hate that she felt fairly wrenched apart. She met Tom Holby on the lot one day. He had been asked to come over and talk of a possible contract with the Bermond Company. He greeted Mem with effusive enthusiasm, and she warmed at the pride of his recognition. Then she felt a little twinge of conscience, an intuition that she had no right to be so glad to see Mr. Holby, since now she belonged to Mr. Claymore. This was an amazing and slavish reversion to primeval submissiveness for an emancipated woman, but there was a tang of wild comfort in the feeling that she was owned. And then she wondered if she did not owe the priority to Mr. Holby. This was a complication. It is the custom to regard such confused romances in the dramatic and other artistic realms with scorn as the flippant amours of triflers. But they are of exactly the same sort, as earnest, as pathetic, and as reluctantly entered into as the countless entanglements that doctors and churchmen encounter in their equally emotional relations with souls in turmoil of one sort or another. Literature used to be packed with the disastrous affairs of churchmen and their communicants, but the silence has been profound of late, except when a sensational explosion bursts into the newspapers, and there has been little disclosure at any time of the secret chambers to which the physician s passe partout admits him. The stage and the painter's world have had too much attention and too little sympathy, and shortly the moving picture was to be assailed by a tornado of national disgust and wrath, an eruption of hot ashes and lava from a deep resentment stored up unknown against the magic development of the new art into titanic power. But no one foresaw the accident that was to turn a commonplace carousel into a cataclysm. For the present, Mem had no greater anxiety than the peculiarly masked flirtation with her director and the battles with little artistic problems as they arose. Her life had regularity again. She got up of mornings with a task before her. She had hours of waiting for every minute of acting, but she was one of the company and she could study the work of others. Her textbooks were the faces of the actors and actresses, the directions of the directors. The mere learning of the language was an occupation in itself. She felt puffed up when visitors were brought upon the stage and permitted to see pictures taken. It was surprising how fascinating the thing was to the outsiders. Kings and queens, princesses and princes, foreign and native generals, ambassadors, opera singers, plutocrats, painters, gathered humbly in the backgrounds of the scenes and marveled at the business of drama and photography, the morbid blue lights, and the surprising calm and graciousness of the process. They had evidently expected noise and wrangling and tempestuous temperament. One day, when a little scene was being filmed in which she was the only actress, the rest of the company being excused for a change of costume, a visitor from overseas was brought upon the set, a great French general. The publicity man, whose lust for space never slept, suggested that the general might like to be photographed on the scene. He laughed and came forward with a boyish eagerness. He displayed at once a terror he had not revealed under bombardment. On one side of him stood the director, on the other Mem, thrilled and thrilling. The still camera man took several pictures and the incident was ended, it seemed. The general kissed Mem s hand and left her almost a swoon with pride. The publicity man gave her one of the pictures and she set it up on her mantel as a trophy of her glory. Whether the general really said it or really meant it, only the publicity man knew. But when the picture appeared in newspaper supplements about the world, it was stated in each of the captions that the great warrior had said, "Remember, Steddon is the prettiest girl in America." More amazing yet, Mem first learned of this astounding tribute from her astounded father. Soon after, she began to feel a pride in her art and to take home to her mother little compliments she had heard, and to feel that she was launched at last upon the illimitable sea of the greatest as the newest of arts and the most superb of all livelihoods. The storm broke upon the moving picture world. An actor involved in a dull revel, of a sort infinitely frequent since mankind first encountered alcohol, was present at the death of an actress. The first versions of the disaster were so horribly garbled that the nation was shaken with horror. All the simmering resentment against the evil elements and ugly excesses of the fifth largest industry in the world boiled over in a scalding denunciation of the entire motion picture populace. For a week or two the nation rose in one mob to lynch an entire craft and all its folk. Editors, politicians, reformers, preachers, club women, all of those who make a career of denunciation and take a pride in what they detest, drew up a blanket indictment against thousands of assorted souls and condemned them to infamy. Dr. Steddon had been one of the loyal loathers of the moving pictures, and he surprised himself in the jeremiad he lodged at his little congregation back in Calverly. A newspaper man happened to be present, the rain that morning denying him his usual worship on the golf links, and he published a column of Dr. Steddon's remarks. The proud father sent a clipping to his wife and daughter, never dreaming that the moving pictures were furnishing them their bread and butter, boots and beatitudes. They cowered before the blast and understood the emotions of Adam and Eve after they had eaten of the tree of knowledge and heard the voice in the garden. They debated the hateful problem of confessing the truth, but could not bring themselves yet awhile to the disclosure of their fraud. And then a letter came from the man they loved and dreaded. As Mrs. Steddon's fingers opened the envelope in the awkwardness of guilt, two pictures fell to the floor. They were in the brown rotogravure of the Sunday supplements. They were alike except in size. One was from the New York Times and one from the Chicago Tribune. Both presented Mem standing at the side of the French general. Both stated that he had called this promising member of the Bermond Company the prettiest girl in America. Mem and her mother gathered themselves together as if they had been dazed by a rip of lightning from the blue and waited for the thunderbolt to smash the world about them. They read the letter together. It began without any dear wife or dear daughter. It began: "The enclosed clippings were sent to me by members of my congregation who were sojourning, one in New York and one in Chicago. It is hard for me to doubt the witness of my eyes, but it is almost harder to believe that the wife of my bosom and the daughter reared in the shelter of our home could have fallen so low so suddenly. Before I write more, I want to hear the truth from both of you, if you can and will tell it." End of chapter 34. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 35 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 35. The Reverend Dr. Steddon was something more than a father to his daughter, something more than a husband to his wife. He was also the high priest of their religion. The daughter had fled from his face after her sin, and had found a new paradise, a new priestcraft, a new religion beyond the desert. She had come to believe in an artist God, loving beauty and emotion and inspiring his true believers to proclaim his glories through the development and celebration of the gifts and graces he had bestowed. She felt that he required of her hymns of passionate worship instead of the quenching of her spirit, the distortion of her graces, the burial of her genius. The Mosaic Ten Commandments contain no "thou shalt not commit" dramaturgy. She felt a consecration, a call to act, to interpret humanity to humanity. What her father had deemed temptations and degradations she now considered inspirations and triumphs. And yet she could not feel quite sure of herself. High as she might rate her career, she had come at it by stealth, and had been led to it by a dark path of lies and of concealed shame. The overseeing heaven and the pit of hell yawning for unwary feet still terrified her. Her mother had a different excuse. She had come hither to protect her daughter and redeem her from calamity. Her deception had been a form of protection. What if she had deceived her husband? It was all for his comfort, and she had never sought her own. If one may die for another's sake, why may one not lie in an alien behalf? Besides, Mrs. Steddon had grown up with her husband and had seen his tempers goad him to too many mistakes. She was merely angry at him now for a burst of wrath, while Mem cowered before him as an inspired prophet. Mrs. Steddon was all for retorting to his letter with another of defiant rebuke, but Mem advised delay. She was not quite sure of herself or her art. Torments of doubt, conflicting remorses, profound bewilderments are no more familiar to religious zealots than to artists in every field, and Mem could not orient herself in her new world. But she would not give up her career. That much was certain. She had drained the family savings already for her mother's overland journey and her own. She must earn enough to pay back the draft somehow, and here was her one chance. $15 a week was all that her veteran father earned. She could support him and the whole family better than he had any hope of doing. She was the true breadwinner now, and she must not quarrel with her bread. She had a warm desire to take her father's poor old gray Paul under her wing, to give him rest from his long toil and repose in the new Eden, almost to mother him and nourish him, even as Lot's daughters had nourished their father. But she could imagine the horror with which Dr. Steddon would be thunderstruck at the hint that he should step down from the fiery chariot of his pulpit and bask in the shadow of a motion picture actress. The letter that suggested such a thing would be as fatal as one of the infernal machines that people were sending through the mails to shatter the recipient. Yet she could never give up her career and go back to the grave of Calverly. It was too wonderful to play a scene on the set, to revel in a moment of dramatic power, throw out a tragic gesture, look a mute appeal, then next day to sit in the black projection room and hear the small group of witnesses murmur at her sorrow and praise her graces. This precious harvest of her toil was too dear to relinquish. She had just dropped her sickle into the edge of the golden wheat, and she must go on. On the evening of the arrival of Dr. Steddon's letter, two callers dropped in, Claymore and Holby. The subject of all moving picture talk was still the Arbuckle case, a cause celebre that monopolized the headlines of the newspapers for weeks, especially in Los Angeles, where two hostile camps were formed and the enemies of the free film took new heart and determined to chain and tame the beast once for all. Woe unto the world because it must needs be that offenses come, but woe unto him by whom the offense cometh. Since man had cumbered the ground there had been hilarious groups and drinking bouts of more or less gayety. They had been called festivals, Bacchic revels, or disgusting debauches, according as a poet or a preacher described them. After the prohibition law became law in the United States, the enormous amount of liquor still consumed, the appalling tidal waves of crime, had been matter for jokes or sermons or hot debates, the same arguments proving opposite contentions for both sides. On a certain day when there were probably 10,000 similar guzzling coteries, a certain moving picture comedian of Falstaffian girth and vast popularity entertained in his hotel rooms at San Francisco a number of men and women. One of the women fell ill and died a few days later, and another woman told a story so garbled at the start that the nation shuddered with the pain and the ugliness of it. The story was soon contradicted in almost every particular by the prime witness herself and by all the other confused and confusing witnesses. But the tide of national wrath could not be recalled. An ambitious district attorney resolved that the comedian should be tried for murder in the first degree. Two juries and a judge declined to go so far with him, but the pulpits and the editorial columns, the legislative halls and forums, and the very street corners roared with a demand for somebody s destruction. All this was pitiful, hateful, lamentable, everything bewildering and depressing. But it was also very common in human history. The same avalanches had been started by a whisper and had engulfed whole races, religions, political parties, reigning families, churches, lodges, charities, what not? Just as now the entire motion picture world was smothered in a welter of abuse and condemnation. With all the logic of a mob reveling in a chance to realize its mob lust, it was assumed or pretended that there was something specifically of the moving pictures in the affair at San Francisco. Drunkards, bootleggers, and respectable millions who smuggled liquor into their homes without scruple expressed horror at a motion picture actor for having liquor in his possession. The cry for censorship rose with renewed fury, and there was no stopping the superstition that all human wickedness was somehow due to this new devil. By a coincidence, while this one motion picture clown was drawing all the lightnings of the sky upon all the motion picture people, the churches were contributing to the criminal courts an extraordinary number of cases. A Protestant minister in Alabama was on trial for beating a Catholic priest to death. Another preacher was being found guilty of drowning his wife in a lake. Another of flogging his own child to death for unsatisfactory prayers. A white robed faith healer was indicted for manslaughter on account of a pious laying on of hands so violent that an elderly patient died in an agony of broken bones. The next most spacious murder case of the day was charged against a man whose father was a minister and whose wife was the daughter of a bishop. Yet nobody dreamed of assailing religion as an incentive to murder. No one warned the young to avoid churches or suggested a censorship of sermons. It struck nobody as ludicrous or contemptible to blame a 20-year-old art for evils that had flourished during 10,000 years of recorded wickedness. The public was in a lynching mood and would not be denied. A whole art was being tarred and feathered and tortured in every cruel and fantastic manner. Bankers withdrew money from companies with pictures half finished. Audiences fell away in the picture houses everywhere. The motion picture Goliath, already weakened with the malnutrition of hard times, staggered under a shower of stones from the slings of myriad Davids. While they lasted, those were dramatic days for the bright children of the moving pictures. They felt like gypsies riding caroling through a summer landscape and suddenly assailed by farmers with pitchforks and abuse. The newcomer, Remember Steddon, was especially aghast. The delectable mountain she had essayed to climb was abruptly fenced off as a peak of hell. End of chapter 35. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 36 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 36. Dr. Steddon had constantly besought from his pulpit forgiveness for his flock's woeful sins of omission and commission. He had cried to heaven that his people were miserable sinners incessantly backsliding into every wickedness. Yet it was somehow different when a motion picture player growled, as Claymore did now, "Well, we are rotten, rottener than any outsider knows, and we're only getting what was coming to us." Claymore was always the apologist. What he loved, he distrusted. His wife had left him on that account. He had felt compelled to correct her faults and lovingly chastise her. He had been a director in the theater and had gone about shamefaced on account of the misbehavior of so many of its people, the alleged low standards of the successes, the lack of appreciation for Shakespeare, the absence of a true sense of art in all Americans, the mysterious genius for art in all foreigners. As soon as he had been decoyed into the motion picture field, the theater borrowed enchantment from distance. It was as noble as antiquity. And now all his wailings were against the trash the motion picture trade turned out and its base commercialism compared with the lofty accomplishments of the theater. He was a priest at an altar, but he always praised the elder gods. So now he growled. The motion pictures have been riding for a fall. It's all due to a sudden rush of money to the head. Cowboys were yanked off the ranch and sent loco with the effort to spend $1,000 a week. Brainless village girls and artist models were plunged into enormous publicity and dazzled with fortunes for making a few faces every day at a camera. They acted like drunken grand dukes before every jeweler's window. They gave parties that were nothing but riots. The vampire was developed as a special attraction. The press agents magnified the wickedness of their clients. Divorces were considered good advertising. There are sots and dope fiends among us, and immorality enough to sink a ship. Tom Holby was of another character. What he loved, he adored, fought for, would not criticize or permit to be criticized. "Hold on a minute, Claymore," he broke in. "Is there any part of the country where booze parties are unknown? The dope fiends aren't all in Hollywood. Every other town has about the same quota. East and West and North and South, in Europe, Asia, Africa, it's the same. I tell you, the average morality is just as high in Hollywood or Culver City as anywhere else in the world. We're a bunch of hard workers, and the women work as hard as the men. They're respected and given every opportunity for wealth and fame and freedom. The public has been fed on a lot of crazy stories. A few producers have kept up the idea. A lot of bad women are at large in the movies, but most of them were bad before they came in, and they'd have been a lot worse if they had stayed at home. The moving pictures did more to keep girls and boys off the street than all the prayer meetings ever held. They drove the saloon out of business more than any other power. The screen is the biggest educational and moral force ever discovered, and it hasn't got a fault that is all its own. I tell you, it's a cowardly shame to throw dirt on it. I hold my head just a little higher than ever, and I am shouting just a little louder than before."
That I'm a movie man." Mem looked on Tom Holby with new eyes. She had never thought of him as a fiery patriot in his art. His hot zeal was vastly becoming to him and cast into the shade the revering affection she had gained for Claymore, the inspirer and encourager of her personal skill. Her art was bigger than herself, and she was thrilled with almost reverence for Holby. To the surprise of everyone, the most ardent defender of the movies was the least expectable of all in such a gallery, Mrs. Steddon, the minister s wife. Her demure, shy soul kept her quiet for a long while, but finally she struck out with all the wrath of the patient and the long suffering. She was indeed now a Hollywood mother. She was the mother of all the movies, and she lashed forth in an abrupt frenzy like an enraged kitten. "Well, I think it s a crying shame for everybody to begin picking on such lovely people who work so hard and have such good hearts and do so much to make the world brighter. And if you make it brighter, you make it better. You children mustn t take it so much to heart. This is a lynching country, and every once in so often they ve got to have a victim, no matter where they find him. When I was a girl, the people that wanted to free the slaves were treated worse than what movie people are, and when our church was young, the other churches used to treat us terribly. The things they said about our early preachers and did to them, jail and whipping posts and abuse. Good gracious, you d never believe it. Look what they did to Admiral Dewey, one day the nation s pet hero, and the next a yellow dog. They gave him a house for a gift, and when he put it in his wife s name, just to make sure of it for her, the people rose and treated him worse than they treated Goteau. And all he had done was to be nice to his wife. From her, of all people, came even a word of compassion for the object of the nation s wrath. And that poor young man who got into all the trouble, he couldn t have meant to do any harm. He was just a big, overgrown boy, and he made too much money too soon, and he drank too much. Oh, the terrible sufferings people go through who can t help drinking too much when they find what they ve done. There was a deacon in our church, a good man as ever was, but now and then he d go mad for liquor, and he never knew what he might do. Once, after a long period of being perfectly nice, he tasted the communion wine and left the church and went mad crazy with whiskey and oh, dear, how he wept and prayed. Even my husband was sorry for him. Christ was sorry for everybody, even for the people that crucified him. And that young man, so big and fat and funny, all the world laughed at him and paid fortunes to see him act. And now people are after him like wolves, and nobody says a good word for him. Even if he had done what they said he did, how broken hearted he would be now. It seems to me that most of the people who howl for his life are making themselves crueler than what they say he was. Nobody seems to know just how that poor girl came to her death, but suppose the worst that said was true. It's not half as bad as thousands of cases that have gone on in this country. Why, in our peaceful little town there was a terrible thing happened. I hardly dast speak of it, but there was a pretty young girl, a wild thing, but awful pretty, and some young fellows got a lot of liquor, and she was alone with them, and after terrible goings on, why, she died the next day. And that happened right in our hometown of Calverly, long before moving pictures were even thought of. And not a line was published in a single newspaper, not a sermon was preached against it, and nobody ever dreamed of prosecuting one of the five young men who really killed that poor foolish young girl. Two of the men were members of my husband s church. They were terribly sorry and repentant, and it seemed the right thing to hush it up and not talk about it. I guess there isn't a town in the world that hasn't had things like that happen. A preacher's wife gets to know the most pitiful things. If all the preachers and doctors and mothers and fathers would tell all they knew, oh dear, what revelations! And so I say, why should everybody act like this young man was the first one that ever did anything terrible? Why should they say it had anything to do with the business he was in? Why should they persecute the dear, good, nice people in the moving pictures? I think it's just frightful. And if I was in the movies, I just wouldn't stand it. Mem throbbed with love of her mother for her ardor, but she bent her head, realizing her own secret. Claymore stared at the flaming little matron with gleaming eyes of approval. Leva Lemaire squirmed, ashamed of her own acquiescence in the storm of abuse. But Tom Holby rose from his chair and, going to Mrs. Steddon, bent down and kissed her on the hair and wrung her little hand and kissed it. And in that tribute he wooed Mem more compellingly than in any other possible wise. Mrs. Steddon clung to Tom Holby's big hand and patted it, then rose and left the room. When Mem would have followed, she was sent back. Then Mrs. Steddon, in a fine frenzy, went to her table and wrote her husband an answer to his letter. Dear husband, I am ashamed of you for writing such a mean little note. Yes, I am proud to say that my daughter is an actress and is doing fine work. If you are not proud of her, it is because you don't know enough to be. You will some day. You'll see. She is working hard and earning lots of money, and I'm going to stay with her as long as she needs me. I guess you can get along without me a while. If you can't, come on out and see for yourself how wrong you are. I hope your next letter will be an apology. Mem would send her love if she knew I was writing. Your loving wife. When this tiny bomb exploded in Dr. Steddon's parsonage, it produced an astounding effect. The old devil fighter was not afraid of all the legions of hell. He could even face his richest pew holder without flinching. He could oppose his bishop or a whole assembly of fellow ministers. But he was afraid of that little wife of his. She alone could scold him with impunity, and by the mere withdrawal of her approval cast a cloud across his heaven. He was in an abject perplexity now. Mrs. Steddon was as much afraid of Mem as her husband was of her. She dared not tell Mem that she had written the letter until after it was mailed beyond retrieving. Then she confessed, and Mem startled her by a sudden collapse into bitter grief. I have come between you and papa. I have disgraced the family and lied to him and dragged you away from him and set you against him. I have taken you away from the other children and broken up our beautiful home, and I wish I were dead. Mrs. Steddon poured out lies with spendthrift zeal in the effort to comfort her and restore her pride. Your father needs a vacation, and your sister Gladys is taking better care of the house than I did. But Mem's grief was irredeemable. Yet there was a benefit even in this. Her heart was so abrim with tears that, in a scene next day when Claymore wanted her to weep, he had only to call for tears and they gushed in torrents. And from this enhanced responsiveness and the aggravated sympathy it aroused in his heart came the great peril that Tirrey had warned the girl against, the peril not of having to sell herself, but of giving herself away just for the graciousness of the deed. End of chapter 36. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 37 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 37. All this while the boy, Terry Dack, had been troubling Mem's conscience. She had induced the mother to give up her safe and sane career as a washerwoman and undertake the peculiar offices of mother to a prodigy. But the prodigy had not yet found his chance to prove himself. The producers did not seem to be so eager to engage the boy as Mem had expected. As soon as she was installed as an actress, she ventured one day to ask Mr. Tirrey to see the child. He consented to make an appointment. Mrs. Dack laundered her son as carefully as if he were a week s wash. She starched and ironed him and rendered him generally unnatural. She was in a panic of anxiety, but the boy s reaction to this was one of stodgy reserve. Tirrey kept a number of famous candidates waiting while he bent to receive the tiny petitioner. The child must have found something lacking in this effusive courtesy, or some offense in its manifest condescension, for he refused even to shake hands, and retreated into his mother s bosom like a frightened rabbit. The more the mother scolded, the more the boy froze. The casting director was patient, but plainly not encouraged. He gave up at length and asked his assistant, Mr. Dobbs, to place in the files a picture of the boy, with a record of his age, size, color, and the ominous words, "No experience." Mem and Mrs. Dack left the office disheartened. Mrs. Dack was too downcast to scold or punish. She could only ask the boy why he had misbehaved. She might as well have asked why his hair was the tint it was, or his features so shaped. He had simply not been in the humor, and he had not yet been trained to coerce his moods to respond to the call. That night Mrs. Dack came to see Mem to say that she would have to go back to Palm Springs and her drudgery. She was afraid to attempt a washerwoman s metier in Los Angeles, though there was need enough for artists in her line. She suffered tub fright in a strange land. The boy felt guilty. He had suffered keenly when his mother broke down at home and wept. He suffered now when his beloved Mem appealed to him frantically. "Oh, honey, why were you so mean to the gentleman who wanted to be nice to you?" "I don t know," said the artist in embryo. "Something inside of me just wouldn t behave. I wanted it to, but I couldn t make it." Mem understood this language. She had once tried to smile and wink and laugh before a director, and had found her muscles lead. Terry s failure had not been an intentional insolence, but a kind of mental lockjaw. Even the salesman cannot be at his cunningest with every customer, and shoes, jewels, lands, and creeds are as hard to sell as souls when the ecstasy is wanting. While Mrs. Dack was trying to persuade Mem not to blame herself for the fiasco, urging that Palm Springs was a nice place and washing a good enough trade, Claymore dropped in to call. Mem and her mother and Mrs. Dack were in Mem s bedroom when Leva brought word that Mem had a caller. Mrs. Dack said that she would be saying good by. When she put out her hand like a hook for the child who was usually within reach, he did not affix himself to it. When she and Mem looked about for him, they found him in the front room, perched on Claymore s lap and making violent love, child love, to the captivated tyrant. The boy s big fawn eyes were lustrous with affection. The little fingers were wrapping and unwrapping their tendrils about Claymore s hand. The women stood back and watched the two, unnoticed. Terry startled Claymore by saying, "Why do you scrooge up your eyebrows that way?" "Do I?" gasped Claymore. "Yep, you do. Looky, this is how you go." As Claymore flung back his head and laughed at the revelation of an unsuspected habit of mien, he caught sight of Mem in the embrasure of the door and demanded, "Do I scrooge up my eyebrows? The little rat says I do." "I hadn t noticed it, but you do," said Mem. Terry was hilarious with pride, and Claymore, who distrusted everything he loved, was a glutton for humiliation. He had chosen a profession in which it is frequent, public, and expensive. "I wish I had this child on the lot," he said. "We re getting close to a big scene in this next picture where a child is ill and delirious. The boy we had in mind has just had two front teeth knocked out in a fight at school. That won t look pretty in the picture." Claymore, director like, loved to discover new talent, dig up gold quartz in chunks and refine them. He looked down at the uplooking boy. "Would you like to act for me?" "Yep, you bet." Would you do what I asked you to?" "You bet." His mother said, "He s an awful good little tyke, never cries or " "Never cries?" Claymore gasped. "Except when he s mad." "Oh, well, he ll cry for me, I guess, if I ask him to. Won t you, old man?" "You bet." "You come over to morrow and see the casting director. I ll tell him to bring the boy to me for a test. Does he know anything about make up?" Mem shook her head and answered with professional calm: "I ll make him up myself to morrow morning early." And now there was rapture in the household of Dack. The widow was retrieved from the washtub at the desert s edge. The son was rescued from the dull lethargy of a sagebrush future. A scepter was put in his hand and he would be raised aloft to such glory and such empire as no infant monarch had ever known. If he succeeded, millions of men and women in every land would gaze up at his living, moving portrait and pay him the homage that greets childhood when it is beautiful in the sunlight. Terry Dack was about to be struck off in innumerable portraits and showered upon a grateful world. At the age of 5 he would commence his business career, with a salary of $2 or $3,000 a year. It was dazzling, yet some people called it a dull age in a dull world, and looked back to medieval France for romantic happenings. And many exceedingly good people would hold up their hands in horror at such cruel treatment of a child, turning from the hideous revelations of immemorial precocious depravity, from the ghastly records of the children s courts founded by Saint Ben Lindsey, from the loathsome spectacles of the streets and alleys of ancient and modern times where children were flung like garbage. Good people would revile the movies as a degradation of children. The police and the lawmakers would regard the studios with a jealous eye. If young Mr. Dack failed to receive at least 4 hours of schooling on any day, if he were permitted to work more than 4 hours on any day, the guilty director and everybody concerned would be liable to heavy fines and imprisonment. But the Dacks did not realize into what odium they were descending. They felt that they were being lifted up out of despair into a cloud realm of bliss. Mrs. Dack s gratitude was so dire that it put Claymore to flight. He went away raging. He had called to pay court to the fascinating Miss Steddon, and he had adopted a child and a mother whose silly enthusiasm drenched him like a capsized tub of warm suds. Mrs. Dack scurried away to her bleak lodgings to unpack her bundles. Palm Springs might pine for its lost laundress, but the world would be the happier for its new found lamb. Terry was forever getting to sleep that night. He was telling his mother what palaces he would buy her, what silks he would dress her in. She should ride in 2 solid gold Fords at once, with a policeman for a driver. The next morning the Dacks were at Mem s door before she was up. They sat on the steps, watching the red faced sun rise yawning from his bed on the mountains. They saw the newsboy on his bicycle fling the morning paper on the dewy grass, and Terry decided to buy himself a gold bicycle. His mother tried in vain to hush his prattle. Finally the rattlesnake whir of an alarm clock within shook the bungalow from its repose, and they made their presence known. After breakfast Mem made up her own face first in order to get it out of the way and also as a model for Mrs. Dack to copy. Terry s hands clutched at the various pigments with all the primeval instinct of a savage desire for paint. He repeated the names of the various layers of grease and color as a most delightful lesson. When Mem was ready to begin on his face he held it up like a little balloon for adornment. Leva had taken over the automobile of the housemate who had gone back East to the Middle West. She drove the Dacks and Mem to the studio. The streets were full of actors and actresses in automobiles of every sort. Most of them made up their faces at home and some of them put on their costumes there. The town had the appearance of a carnival s morning after, and strangers found the sight astonishing. But to the established populace it was nothing but the daily exodus to the factories of the working classes in their overalls and caps. The make up boxes the toilers carried were merely their tool kits. The iron grills at the studio entrance were wide open and a throng poured in. Automobiles were parked along the curbs, and famous artists, extra folk, camera men, executives, cabinet makers, electricians, Chemists, scene painters, decorators, cowboys, Chinese, Arabians, cooks, waitresses, a small cityful, flocked to the numberless tasks that combined to build a snow of pictures. Claymore was waiting for his protege and carried him off to his set, where he put him through an ordeal he was too young and too eager to regard as anything but the pastime Claymore pretended it was. The boy s magnetism was instant with everyone. Everyone smiled at the sight of him. He put a live coal in every heart to warm its cockles. The camera man smiled and joked as he turned the crank. Terry Dack had that which gives certain poems, dramas, paintings, statues, orations, an irresistible fascination. His wheedling pout might be known for a mere trick. Cynics might resent his big eyes, his babyish prettiness, and rebel against his tears, but they would find their eyes moist, their lips quivering, their hands aching to caress him or spank him. He could not be ignored. Mr. Bermond, on an early round of inspection, stopped to watch the test being made, to ask who the child was, and to mumble to Claymore, "Sign him up." He paused also to shake hands with the young tyrant, to toss him in the air and hug him tight with a heartache he dared not confess. And so Terry s fortune was made, or at least it was assigned to him to get. It would not be so easy to earn as it seemed. He would not realize himself what intellect he was developing, what intuitional processes he was perfecting in the laboratory of his soul. He was sent home that day with the promise of a verdict on the morrow. He left the studio with bitter regret and a gnawing terror. His fierce imagination dramatized the deferment as exile. His mother took the contagion of fear from him, and they were in an anguish until Mem returned that evening with the glad news that the test film had been rushed through the laboratory and had evoked vast enthusiasm in the projection room. It was always a problem whether the charm would photograph. In Terry s case the picture was beyond the reality. His skin had an incandescence, his emotions were graphic upon his features. The next day was Terry s first birthday as an artist. Mem announced herself as his true mother, and Claymore said, "Then I am his father." They looked at each other with a kind of fright. They were already linked in a wedlock of art, and a child was born of the union of their souls. And this had terrifying implications. End of chapter 37. Recording by Deanna Bove. Chapter 38 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 38. It helped Terry's art somewhat to be told that he must play a little girl. That angered him, and anger gave him pathos. His humiliation was only a child's humiliation, but the pint cup, brimming with bitterness, is as overcharged as a ton of Malmsey. His mimetic genius, after the first shame of being clad in a girl s bonnet, slip, and short socks, found delight in a satire on the poses and carriage of little womankind. The stage was a magic playground to him. He had to have his schooling. They gave him a private teacher who put him through his spelling and sums in the environs of the scene where he was called now and then to enact his role. Work was a recess to him, and he scampered from his textbooks to the set as to a wholesale toy shop. The electricians told him all about the big light machines. The property men let him help them with their labors. The assistant director lent him the megaphone for a toy, and he bellowed through it like an infant stentor. The lady, who had to make herself look very old with all manner of paint, was as gentle an ogress as ever ate a child. The beautiful star held him in her lap, and he learned to keep his hands off her makeup and kiss her behind the ear. He was as close to heaven as a child may climb on this doleful footstool. He had even the supreme pride of condescension for an even younger actor than he was in the cast. He felt the dignity of a veteran as he watched the scenes in which his little baby brother was engaged. This child was too young to be asked to act. The scenes he played in had to be played as games, and they were costly games.
for every minute spent could be charged off as $5 gone. Even if Claymore had been a brute, he would have found it necessary to dissemble, because little children cannot be coerced to drama, though they may be whipped, starved, scolded, or frightened with hellfire and bogies to be good. Claymore had the patience of a born mother. The baby's own mother was vexed and easily moved to anger. She scolded, yanked, and threatened, and Claymore had to protect the child from her and keep her out of sight while he conducted the strenuous pretense. He lay on his stomach on the floor and devised seductive wiles while the cameramen and the light crew watched for his signal to begin their record. Part of this picture was a domestic comedy, and this baby was supposed to escape from its nurse and its anxious mother to find a loaded pistol, play with it, look down the barrel, and bite the fatal muzzle. Of course, the pistol was not really loaded, but it was hoped that the effect would give the audience that bit of blood curdle for which it loves to pay its best money. Claymore would hand the baby a morsel of candy, drop another down the barrel for the child to peer after and try to extract. Then Claymore would scuttle backward out of range of the cameras, motion the electricians to hit the lights and the cameramen to crank. He cooed to the baby in prattling terms, struggling to keep it so absorbed in its task that it would not look out toward the camera and betray to future audiences the presence of a coach. Time after time, something diverted the baby's mind. Just as the scene was rolling perfectly, the child would look away and fling the pistol down, or wave its hand and grin at someone in front. Then the task had to be begun again. The child had an impish gift for giving the cameramen false starts and then ruining the most promising take offs. The director, groveling about the floor, would not despair, but returned to the toil with a persistence much praised in spiders and ants and other stubborn industrials. The author of the continuity had to leave the set and tear his hair and curse to get rid of his nerves. The production manager, whose business it was to keep the picture going at high speed and low cost, fumed and figured the expense. He said to the director, "That damn brat has cost the picture $3,000 so far without a foot of film to show for it." Claymore, whose sympathy was inexhaustible as long as there was an honest effort, resented the insult to one of his cast, and eventually he won his point, decoyed the baby through the scene, and caught it with two cameras. The audience would never dream of the toil or the cost as it smiled at the brief frivolity. But then it is the pride of the true artist to conceal his toil as something obscene, a disgrace if discovered. Terry Dack had no such patience for his bungling junior as the director showed. He was impatient to get his own scenes, and when at last they were reached he began life anew. He romped and whooped with laughter during the long waits between the brief takes while the lights were being brought up, the camera angles discussed, the properties arranged. The moment the word action rang out, he became the earnest artist. Already he knew that while tragic scenes may be played in a cheerful atmosphere, comedy must be approached solemnly. He agonized over his humor, but he did not lose self control and pathos. Once, between the first take and the second of a pathetic scene, he began to tell a funny story to the camera man. Claymore said, "Don't laugh in this scene now. It's very serious." If a super had told Edwin Booth not to giggle when he went on in the soliloquy, he might have received a glance of similar barb. Claymore apologized hastily. But Terry's pride in his superiority to the bungling baby was doomed to fall. There was a scene where he and his brother painted each other's lips with their stage mother's rouge stick. There was a scene where they said their prayers at the actress's knee. In these he shone, and in moments of childish pathos. But by and by the crisis arrived when Terry must play a lost and abandoned waif, freezing in a dark doorway and sobbing in lonely dismay as he groped blindly for his mother and called her name. He had responded to all the demands upon his armory of smiles and glooms, but when Claymore appealed for tears, they would not flow. Terry tried and tried. He squeezed his eyes. He stared at the lights. He tried to think of sad things, but never a bit of brine responded. Even the groping of his hands was awkward and unreal. Claymore explained, I want you to do just what you do when you are sick or afraid at night and you reach out in the dark and feel for your mother." "Oh, but I never do," said Terry with a certain loftiness of demurrer. This ended that. Claymore pondered. "Did you ever play blind man's buff?" "You bet." "Do you remember how you would put your hands out when your eyes were shut?" "Oh yes, I see what you mean now. Like thisaway." And he clenched his eyes and put his plump hands forth, stroking the air to find his mother's cheek. "Great! We'll take it," said Claymore. The camera men called, "Hit 'em." The glare poured from the concentrated arcs. The music struck up a sobbing tune. The director called, "Action! Camera!" And Terry groped pitifully. So far so good. But next was the crying scene, and the weeping must be real. Glycerin tears would be an insult to both audience and actor. Claymore tried to tune the actor up to the climax by explaining the situation. Terry nodded like an old scholar, but no tears rose. Claymore appealed to the boy's sympathies, for the character, for himself. He spoke in his most tear compelling intonations, but not a tear would well from the desert of Terry's dry orbs. "Think of your mother being awful sick and dying, far away from you." But Terry was too much of an actor to take this bait. "What's my mother got to do with this movin' picture?" he asked in fine sincerity. Claymore took up other weapons. He hammered that usually malleable little soul almost raw. $300 had gone to the wastebasket already, and not a foot of film was even spoiled yet. Claymore did not lose his temper, for he could see that the child was wrestling with his own unresponsive tear ducts. But he grew anxious for his story. It was essential that the child should weep, and thousands of feet had already been taken with this scene in view. At length he remembered what Terry's mother had said: "He only cries when he is mad." And now he shifted his approach. He made all ready for the shot. He pretended a deep disgust for Terry, put him off his lap with a curt, "You are a quitter. The trouble with you is that you're not trying." "I am so trying!" Terry gasped, astounded. Claymore enacted contempt. "No, you're not. You're just in an ugly, stubborn mood. You can see we're all waiting here, the light crew, the cameramen. You know the picture can't go on till we get this easy scene finished. Mr. Woburn, the author, has to have this scene in his story or it's spoiled. But what do you care? Mr. Beaumont has paid you money and wants to pay you more, but just to spite him and all of us you hold back your tears." The injustice of this outraged the child's soul. He stamped his foot in protest. "That ain't so." "It is so, so!" Claymore snapped back, and again he flaunted the red rag. "You can cry as well as anybody. You know that I've been friends with you, and I thought you were friends with me and with the star and Miss Steddon here. But you're worse than the little baby who wouldn't play with the pistol. He didn't know any better. But you, there's only one thing keeping you from crying." "What?" whimpered Terry, his lips shivering, his chin puckering as with a drawstring, his throat gulping till Mem could hardly keep from dashing to his rescue. Claymore snarled, "It's your meanness. You're a dirty little alley cat, a spiteful little alley cat." "I am not a nally cat," Terry sobbed. "Of course you are. You don't belong on the screen. Go on back to your alley, you cat. Go on back to the desert with the other coyotes. We don't want you here because you won't cry." "I will so cry. Boo hoo, I will cry." Claymore tossed his voice in scorn. "Oh, you might make a lot of sniffles, but you wouldn't dream of crying like a lost child. I want my mamma." "I want my mamma!" Terry howled. The flood broke from a suddenly blackened sky. Sobs shook his frame. Tears spilled and darted across his fat cheeks. The childish treble rang wild. Carpenters working on distant sets paused with the heart stab a child's cry thrusts into the breast. The electricians, the property men, the actors and actresses gulped and clenched their hands. Terry did not see the lights come on at Claymore's signal. He did not see Claymore tap the elbows of the cameraman nor hear the cranks scuttering. He sobbed and sobbed while Claymore goaded him on, giving him his cue disguised as abuse. "I want my mamma, you alley cat!" in antiphony with Terry's increasing anguish. "I want my mamma! Shut up! I want my mamma! I want my mamma!" There was something uncanny and cruel about it in Mem s mind. It was a form of torture, a Spanish Inquisition, not after beliefs or confession, but after stored up emotions. Mem s blood ran cold at the shameful business of flogging that young soul to such old woes. She was ready to rush into the sacred circle of the set and attack Claymore for his brutality. She would lose her own career, but she would escape complicity in such a low trade. Just before she sprang to the attack, she heard Claymore stop the cameras with the word, "Cut." The first cameraman called to the chief electrician, "Rest 'em." Then the relentless torturer, Claymore, ran forward, picked Terry up in his arms, hugged him to his heart, and kissed him, mumbling, "That s my boy. That s the good, brave artist I thought he was." The briny victim peered through the dripping eaves of his drenched eyelashes and said, "Was that all right? Honest? Did I cry good?" And then Claymore groaned. "Great!" Terry laughed aloud and twisted Claymore's ear, kissed him, and throttled his neck with his short arms as he yelled, "Mamma, mamma, Mr. Claymore says 'at was great!" Mrs. Dack ran forward to embrace him, her heartaches turned to aches of pride. In the good old days children had been beaten incessantly. Stout rods were spoiled religiously to spare the children from the perils of hell. Stories of goblins, of ogres, of child eating witches and wolves had filled the nursery books and the nursery talk. Myriads of children had been slain to annihilate their races. In Russia at this time, children dead of starvation were heaped in windows by the thousand. Endless armies had been sent to the coal mines, the factories, to the starvation and duress of foundling asylums, poor farms. In old England, two little girls of 8 had been kept in solitary cells for over a year. Hundreds of children were hanged for theft. The babies of devout parents had been doomed to gloomy homes and dour repressions for their souls sakes. Little children had been trained to sob and weep for the sins they inherited from Adam and for the fires of hell awaiting their least misstep. This child had been constrained to weep in a game of pretense, and perhaps a million people would weep because he wept. A million people would feel the pity of childhood, and thousands of children would be better cherished for the brief martyrdom of Terry Dack. He who would make others weep must first have wept himself. And Terry had learned the gentle art of altruistic tears. His heart had enlarged its education. To his technical equipment a great weapon had been added. In a later scene he had to cry again, and now it was he that pleaded with Claymore in his anxiety for perfection. "I ll cry all you want if you ll only make me mad again. Call me a nalley cat. That makes me awful mad." Obediently, Claymore called him an alley cat and even a gutter snipe, and he caterwauled magnificently with neatness and dispatch. And so, in many layers, his little soul worked, striving to present a faithful transcript of child life, child comedy, child tragedy, in order to buy his mother pretty things and to save her back from the torture of the tub, and to buy himself learning, power, wealth, fame, and a future of boundless scope. There was a divinity about it. Terry was a veteran indeed now. He had been under fire, he had played a big scene, had shed and inspired salt water, or, as the technical term was, he had "got the tear." Yet, superior as he felt to his junior, the infant that had played with the pistol, he was himself a novice to a veteran who gave him much useful advice and comfort, a girl of 12, an old actress in a young art. Polly Thorne had been a moving picture actress since she was 5. She belonged to a stepladder family of 10 children, all of them on the screen, all of them wholesome, handsome, happy people like their parents, also filmers. Polly was a figure of national importance. She had created a role in a long series of pictures of childhood. But Polly, alas,
had been doomed to play the little minx and tattletale who always told on her brother. Famous little Polly and her mother had been sent on a long cross continental tour of personal appearances at moving picture theaters. She had returned in time to work in Claymore's cast. But there was a sorrow in her heart. She had found that because of her brilliant impersonation of the spiteful little wretch, the stupid public confused her character with her characterization. In Minneapolis she had overheard a press agent say that he would not even escort her to the theater because she was such a vixen. She loved her public, and it was a bitterness to have it persuaded that she was unlovable. Her eternal plea was now for some scene that would redeem her reputation. She longed to show before the camera the kindly spirit she revealed away from it. But most of all she longed for what all actresses long for, a crying scene. The two things the normal actress desires above all things, to weep and to be murdered coram populo, as every actor wants most of all to play Hamlet, debate suicide, and be slain with the poisoned rapier. Polly entreated Claymore incessantly. "Oh, please, dear good Mr. Claymore, won t you, wouldn t you, couldn t you kindly please put in a little scene where I can cry?" "I don t see how I can in this picture, Pollykins," Claymore protested. "I ll have the next picture written so that you can drown in your own tears." "Oh, but the next one may never come," Polly urged. "I m getting too big to play little girls, and I won t be big enough to play ingenues for 2 or 3 years. I may have to leave the screen for a while. Couldn t you just slip in a little bit? You know, when Miss Steddon is sick, why couldn t I go to her and pet her a little and cry over her?" "I ll see the author," said Claymore, "or maybe you d better." Polly turned the witchery of her shining eyes on the author, wheedled him, flattered him, courted him, all for the boon of a little brine. And finally she coaxed a promise from him that he would interpolate a scene with Miss Steddon and give Polly a good cry. The news was glorious. She darted to her mother, squealing with delight. She ran back and kissed the confused scribe, who would one day boast that the great Polly Thorne had honored him with such a seal of approval. Polly dashed to Mem and sat upon her lap, tremulous with the rapture of her promotion to the dignity of a priestess of grief. Mem understood the thrill. She was looking back already from an increasing remoteness upon the excitement of her own novitiate. Strange people, these actors, who plead for suffering. Yet what else do the rest of us but cultivate misery, hug it to our hearts, run to embrace assured regret, make a habit of renewed remorse, resent all warnings and signposts, and store up repentance in lavender, in old attics, in revisited scenes and haunted night thoughts? Since we cannot always find grief enough at home or in the misbehavior of our neighbors, we have a gory newspaper dropped at our doors every morning. We snatch at extras, the bloodier the better. We buy magazines and books dripping with assorted woes for every taste. We have storytellers, songsters, fiddlers, poets, painters, players to make us writhe. We put tragic art at the top of the heap and pay him or her the most homage, and usually the most money, who wrings the most drops out of our twisted hearts. The moving picture made its instant appeal because it brought the most agony within the reach of the masses at the greatest convenience with the least expense. End of chapter 38. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 39 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 39. Have a job and get a job. To him that hath. Remember Steddon's first picture was approaching its finish by a zigzag path, the scenes being shot according to their geography rather than chronology. In one episode, Mem was photographed stealing in through a front door and crossing a hall into a drawing room. When this was rehearsed and taken several times, she was immediately required to return across the hallway from the drawing room and carry with her the memory and the influence of what had taken place in the drawing room. But as a matter of fact,
The art director and his crew of carpenters and decorators had not yet constructed the drawing room. It was still building on another stage, 200 yards away, and the scene could not be taken for a week. Furthermore, the preceding scene in the street had not been taken. It would be shot on location in a street several miles away. The actress had, therefore, to recall what she had done long before she did it. This was one of the inescapable difficulties of the technique. Every art has its absurdities and contradictions, and the moving picture actor must perform incessant Irish bulls of sequence. But of all Mem s anxieties concerning make up and costume and interpretation were overwhelmed in the anxiety as to her future. She dreaded any hiatus in her career, another fretful hunting for more work. She had been already acquiring a little name. Gossip of every sort was rife, and some of it was flattering. The word floated about that Steddon was making good at Bermonds. Other directors began to speak to her on the lot and at the luncheon table. The matron in charge of the dressing rooms told her that she had heard several people speak of Miss Steddon s fine work. The man in charge of a projection machine told her one day, "Very nice, Miss Steddon." That was praise from a jaded expert. Some of the other actresses on the set had confessed that she had made them cry and choke up. She had the stuff. She was delivering the goods. Her soul was getting over. At home she found a note now and then asking her to call at another studio. Agents sent her proffers of their good offices and promised to enhance her opportunities and her earnings. But the Bermond Company had an option on her services. This included the right to farm her out for single pictures to other companies. It was a flattering kind of slavery. Still more flattering was Bermond s reluctance to lend her to a rival. Eventually Bermond agreed to rent Mem to a new company that was to make Tom Holby a star. He had earned the elevation, and this meant that he and Robina Teele would part company, at least upon the screen. When Mem read of this plan on the motion picture page of an evening paper, her heart gave a hop as if a fat frog had leaped in her bosom. She was not sure just what the excitement meant within her there. She did not want Tom Holby for herself, yet she did not want to see any other woman land him. Claymore obtruded upon her meditations. She was under the obligation imposed by his devotion. It was certain that he and Mem must sever the relations they had established as director and directed. But a deep friendship, something deeper than friendship, had developed during their communion. He had found her increasingly, irresistibly fascinating as he ransacked odd corners of her heart for emotional material, as he studied her expressions and postures, as he thought of her in her absence. Before him she moved about to music, and that lifted them to another planet somehow. He tried to be particularly aloof, professional, and directorial in his conduct with Mem, lest the company discover his infatuation. But his love was less and less content with courtesy alone. The very effort emphasized what he sought to hide, and the whisper went about that Claymore and Steddon were thicker than thieves. They gave the impression of a bride and groom pretending to be old married people and only advertising their infatuation by their aggravated indifference. Mem was not blind to the look in his eyes, nor deaf to the overtones in his voice. She wondered for a while that so powerful a man should have selected so humble an apprentice and let the star glide by unworshiped. Her heart was mellowed with a kind of upward pity for the great man that she was dragging down to her own meek level. But it was pleasant to be adored. All day they labored over the mimicry of love and woe, and yet they gained no private immunity from its fever. When he called of evenings, Claymore would make excuses to step out into the patio with Mem to show her a very remarkable moon. He persuaded her now and then to stroll. Anything to get her away from the eyes and ears of her mother and her housemaids. He never said anything, however, that he might not have said before a crowd. He never tried to hold her hand or snatch a kiss or filch an embrace. Mem was constantly set quivering with expectancy that he would make some advance, some gesture of endearment, yet always unable to decide just what she would do if he did. But he didn t. She wondered at his curious shyness.
For a man of such autocracy and such a habit of ordering her about before people to be afraid to speak to her in solitude, it was funny. She did not realize that his chief battle was with himself. He knew the perils a director runs who lets himself flirt with or favor one of his company. Even to deliver himself to bandied jokes was unbearable. He fought his love for the sake of his pride of office. So he did not speak, but he ached, and he communicated his anguish to the very air. The picture and its final retakes were finished on a Saturday afternoon. There was an evening s idleness ahead. Claymore asked Mem to take a drive in his car, a long farewell flight about the familiar and the unvisited roads. She accepted meekly. Something told her that this drive was important to her fate. Something was always telling her something. 9 times out of 10 it was false, but she forgot the failures and recalled the coincidences. End of chapter 39. Recording by Deanna Bove. Chapter 40 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 40. Nobody had yet asked Mem for her self respect as an initiation fee or an initiation rite. She was paid a weekly wage based upon her ability, her experience, and her usefulness. She was paid in coin of the realm. Her price would rise and fall according to the general market for moving pictures and her specific value. Her emotion and her beauty were commodities, and Steddon stock would be quoted on the Soul Exchange as the demand for it rose and fell, as the bidders for it increased or diminished. She could not add to her artistic assets by incurring moral liabilities. If her sins were discreet or picturesque, they would not affect the public esteem. If they were unlucky sins, she might find herself suddenly bankrupt, closed out, shut down. Up to now she had met no more of those compliments which are called insults than any girl is likely to meet with as she goes her way through any community. Her mother had been with her almost all the time when she was not on the lot, and the lot was full of mothers of little children and young stars. Claymore had been chaperoned by the company and his own reverence for discipline. But now she was outside his authority. Both were outside the Bermond enclosure. The picture was finished. Claymore could offer her no more scenes, no more advantages, no more roles, not even the little tributes of special close ups or flattering lightings or the tender privilege of being shot through gauze or out of focus. And now they were as helpless together as any other twain whom nothing restrains or separates in the undertow of passion. They were two emotional people without a barrier. Among the countless things written and said about the hows and whys of women's surrenders, one motive seems to have been too much ignored, though it must have exerted a vast influence on countless women, must exert an increasing influence as women go more and more into the worlds of business, of art, and of freedom with only themselves for their guardians. Good sportsmanship, a hatred of smuggery, a contempt for too careful self protection, a disgust for a holier than thou self esteem, these are amiable attitudes of mind that make for popularity. To be a miser of one's graces, a hypochondriacal coddler of one's virtues, is to be unloved and unlovable. So many a man will gamble, break a law, risk his career, his health, his life, get drunk, steal, slay, and play the fool rather than face the reproach that he is a mollycoddle, a Puritan, a prig, a Miss Nancy, a coward, a Pharisee. And many a woman who would not yield for passion or for luxury must have consented for fear of seeming to be overproud, stingy, cold, prudish, disobliging, superhuman, subnormal, unsportswomanly. Mem had been swept once beyond the moorings by a summer storm of devotion to young Farnaby, her first love. Now she was to feel her anchors cut adrift by the gracious gesture of good fellowship with a colleague. Claymore called his last cut at 4 o'clock that Saturday afternoon. The last shots had taken less time than had been foreseen.
Mem had told her mother that she might be kept at the studio till late in the evening. The members of the company bade one another farewell as after a pleasant voyage. Mem hurried to remove her make up and put on civilian clothes. As she came down the steps from the long gallery of the dressing rooms, she saw Claymore coming from his office on the ground floor. He smiled. "Othello's occupation s gone. I ve got an idle afternoon on my hands. Why don t we take a little motor ride and get a bit of fresh air?" "I d better go home," Mem faltered, invitingly. "Ah, you can always go home. School s over. Let s play hooky." "All right!" she cried, with a childish eagerness for mischief. She went with him to his car, where it was parked outside the lot. He helped her in with a manner of possession, of capture. He sent the car spinning out along Washington Boulevard toward Venice. By winding ways they reached the vast amusement huddle, and, passing the canals that gave it its name, pushed on to the pleasure streets of cheap and noisy merriment. They loitered a while on the sand, but it seemed a little late for a swim, and Claymore easily persuaded her to drive farther along the sea road after an early dinner at the Sunset Inn. When they had finished their coffee the sun was low and huge. It blazed like a cauldron simmering with molten gold, searing the eyes and inflaming the sky about it. The Santa Monica Mountains marching down to the sea grew lavender with the twilight. The Ocean Drive stretched along a forest of palms like huge coconuts dark against the gaudy west. Then the road dropped in a long U down Santa Monica Canon and out again, a canon divided between strange neighbors, a Methodist camp meeting grounds and the Paradise, where the Uplifters Club gives its outdoor festivals, pageants of rare beauty. The forest deeps uncannily illumined with fuming mists of many colored smoke. As they turned out again at the ocean's edge, the sun fell into the wide sea and was quenched, leaving along the west only a glow of powdered geranium petals, though the wet sands were a burnished kettle color where the ripples laved and smoothed them. The automobiles of every make were so many that they were almost one long automobile, or at least a chain on which they slid as black beads. Their lights were coming out now like early stars pricking a twilit sky. The waters grew dull, liquid slate, with patches of lapis lazuli. The light went out of the world as if it were a moisture withdrawn from flowers that drooped and shriveled. The lavender mountains were a dull mauve, growing dim and listless. The road sidled along high cliffs, with little canons folding them into long wrinkles. Here and there on the beach knots of people gathered about darkling fires, cooking dinner in a gypsy mood. Another, more solemn community was established here, a cluster of Japanese fisher folk, earnest little people crowded out of their own islands and finding no welcome in California. But they toiled on, ignorant of the articles, stories, novels, and orations devoted to their denunciation as a menace and a promise of war. The car rounded headland after headland, finding always another beyond. On one of these stood a lighthouse with a patch of bright sky shining through. When they reached it, it was a moving picture fishing village, Intsville once. Now the R.C. Ranch Studio, an odd jumble of hollow shells, English huts, Western blockhouses, a church, a strip of castellated walls, all sorts of structures that a nimble camera could present as parts of great wholes. The road fared on, cutting off the tip of one ridge and leaving a cone the color of a vast chocolate drop set up at the ocean's rim. The next headland ended in a bit of sand where a few palm trees had been installed to represent a South Sea island vista. The very mountains in silhouette were like a strip of scenery. Twilight was smothering the long and twisted gorge of the Topanga when Mem and Claymore turned their backs on the last glimmers of the ocean. For miles and miles the highway mounted and writhed along the steeps of precipices, hugging the rocks to let pass car after car with lamps flashing in front of blurred passengers. The road had been slashed through walls of stone or of heaped conglomerate like enormous piles of cannon balls. The slopes, of increasing depth and majesty, were clothed with sage and stunted trees. Here and there stood the tall white spikes of the candles of God, the yuccas de Dio, now in bloom. They had a ghostly glimmer where they hoarded the last rays of waning day. Mem s heart
was stabbed with terror at every sharp swerve around a beetling ledge, for the headlight swung off down the cliff, revealing rather the danger to be feared than the road to be followed. In almost every bay where there was a bit of space, a motor had stopped and drawn close to the cliffside in the dark. It was easy to imagine the purpose of these halts. Each car was a wheeled solitude, a love boat at anchor in a stream of cars ignoring and ignored. All over the world it was the custom of the time to take advantage of such little solitudes. There was a vast outcry in pulpits and in editorial columns against the evil, and evil was undoubtedly achieved in immense quantity. It was no new evil, however, but the ancient, eternal activity that has never failed to find its opportunity in desert and in garden, in hut and palace, on porch and deck, in graveyard and cloister, in cave and on hillside, in chariot, palanquin, sedan, stagecoach, buggy, victoria, or donkey chaise, as well as in auto. It is an equally old evil to accuse the implement of creating the power that makes use of it, and would use another weapon if need were. There was a strange influence in this recurrent mystery. Everywhere lovers were hiding themselves in conspicuous concealment. Mem felt disgust at the first dozen, amusement or contempt for the next 50, tolerance for the next, and Claymore did not speak of them or of anything else. He was too busy twirling the wheel and gauging the little distances between the edge of the cliff and the cars that whizzed past. Halfway up the canyon his headlight ransacked a black cove between two headlands and found no motor in possession of the estuary of night. And here, to Mem s dumb astonishment, he abruptly checked his car, swung in off the road against the wall of rubble, and stopped short with a sigh of exaggerated fatigue. "Well," he groaned, "this is a drive. I ll rest a bit if you don t mind. Pretty here, eh?" From their cavern of gloom they looked across a fathomless ravine to a mountain on which the risen moon poured a silent Niagara. In the dozing radiance a creamy shaft of yucca stood, a candle blown out in a deserted cathedral. The night air was of a strange gentleness, and the cars that shot past threw no light into their retreat. There was a long, long silence that filled Mem with a terror she could not quite fail to enjoy. She could not tell whether she heard her own heart beats or his, but excitement was athrob in the little coach that had brought them so swiftly to this remote seclusion. Claymore was dumb so long that Mem had time to cease to be afraid of what he would say, and to begin to wish that he would get it said, so that she could know what her answer would be. She felt a baffling uncertainty of herself. She could not imagine what she might do or say. She had not had much experience of men, but enough to know that before long he would initiate the immemorial procedure that starts with an arm adventuring around a waist and a voyage after a kiss. She told herself that the only right and proper thing to do would be to resist, protest, forbid, and prevent at any cost the profanation of her sacred integrity. If necessary, she must fight, scratch, scream, escape, run away, appeal for help to any passer by, or, as a last resort, leap over the cliff and die for honor s sake. But who was that she and who was that herself that told each other so many things? Herself told she that Mr. Claymore could not be treated as an ordinary ruffian, an insolent, outrageous knave, a fiend. He had treated her with most delicate courtesy from the first. He had given her opportunity for fame and money. He had taught her his art. He had given her his admiration, his praise, his devotion, his mute but evident affection. If he loved her and revealed his love, she could hardly reward his patient chivalry with prompt ingratitude and violence and fear. That would make her the insulter, not him. She must be very gentle with him and ask him kindly to forbear and not to spoil the pleasant friendship that she had prized. But if he still persisted, he was sure to be gentle at worst. He would obey her with a sigh of loneliness and his heart would grieve. Somehow, as she foreshadowed such an acceptance of defeat, she could not but feel a little disappointed. Thousands of years of ancestry had put it in her heart to enjoy being overpowered, overpersuaded, captured. Women had been earning their own livings in various ways from most ancient antiquity,
and had never yet overcome their eternal tendency to play their part in the immortal duet. If Mr. Claymore should propose marriage, that would make his caresses acceptable, according to some canons, though not to all. But he could not marry her, and she did not want to marry him. She did not want to marry anybody just now. She was a free woman in a free country. She was not free, however, from the witchery of this night, this dream, the vast yearning of this mountainous beauty. She was not free of the disaster of desire, the hunger to be embraced and kissed and whispered to, the need to be kept warm in the cold loneliness of the world. But her training kept telling her that only a wicked man of wicked aims could have brought her here for the damnation of her soul, the temptation of her flesh, and all the infernal risks involved. Still, she could not hate him, even in her imagination, though she tried. She could not denounce him for what he had not yet attempted, and she could not quite despise herself for not being unwilling that he should show a little courage. Besides, what a hypocrite she would be to protest and rebuke him for sullying her honor when she had none. Who was she to be indignant because a man asked her for a kiss? How could she honestly deceive him by pretending innocence? How could she undeceive him by confessing her wicked past? Her thoughts spun giddily in her mind, all entangled with a skein of romantic threads. She was young and pretty, and time was wasting her flowerly graces. Someone ought to cull them while they bloomed. While she debated with herself, as doubtless innumerable women have debated with themselves in like plights, Claymore's own mind was a chaos of equally ancient platitudes of a man's philosophy. At length he found the courage or the cruelty to slip his arm about Mem s waist and to draw her close to him. He was almost more alarmed than delighted to find that she hardly resisted at all. He took her hands in his and whispered, "Your poor little hands are cold." Then he kissed them with cold lips that he lifted at once to hers, and found them warm and strangely like a rose against his mouth. He was as much amazed as if hers were the first lips he had ever kissed, as if he had just invented kissing. Then in a frenzy of wonder he closed her in his arms with all his power. He did not know that the wheel bruised her side, and neither did she, but she forgot to debate her duty or to think of her soul. She thought only of the rapture of this communion, and her arms stole round his neck, and she clenched him with all the power of her arms. As fire drives out fire, so evil evil. There was an evil flourishing then with an unheard of fury, a wave, a tidal wave of crime, of murder, theft, violence of every sort. The highways and the houses of the world were gone mad with the enterprises of robbery. Nobody was safe at home or abroad, in palace or hovel, shop or mail car. Millions on millions of treasure were being carried off by thieves. Theft was ubiquitous. On one of the roads of Los Angeles, a month or two before, a couple, locked in each other s arms, had been challenged by a thug with a gun. He had robbed both man and girl, then carried the girl off in his car and later flung her outraged body down at the side of the road and left her. When the police had traced him and jailed him, he had fought with such fury that they had to kill him after he had killed one guard and wounded another. It was a sorry time when thieves did not respect thieves, and when even illicit love was not safe from criminal interference. Mem, swooning she knew not where or whither, was awakened from her mad rapture by a low voice across her shoulder: "Sorry to interrupt you folks, but I need your money." She turned and found herself blinded by the glare from a motor halted at a little distance. Dazzled as she was, she could see the gaunt hand that held before her a black pistol with a glint outlining its ugly muzzle. She whirled and stared into the staring eyes of Claymore. It was not fear, but an infinite disgust that she saw there, as his arms left off embracing her and rose slowly into the shameful posture of abject surrender. End of chapter 40. Recording by Deanna Bove. Chapter 41 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 41. Claymore was sane enough to attempt no resistance, though he almost perished of chagrin. He endured the insolence of the masked stranger, who thrust his free hand into every pocket, twisted the watch from the chain, stole the chain and a wallet and the loose silver, and cursed because there was no more to steal. Claymore had next to witness the rifling of Mem s person, the clutching for earrings that were not there, the groping about her bosom for a brooch, the wrenching of her one poor perjurious wedding ring from her finger, the snatching of a wrist bag from her arm. The blackguard had the venom to say, "I ought to bean yous both for not havin somethin fit to pinch. You ain t worth the wear and tear on me conscience." He held his clubbed pistol over Claymore's head a moment, then forbore to strike, and dropped from the step with a last warning: "Sit pretty now, and keep em up till I get goin or I ll" His car shot round the curve, but they sat petrified for a time. In the black dark he might be lurking still. But at length Claymore brought down his aching arms. They were too much ashamed of themselves to return to their late post about Mem s shoulders. Claymore was afraid to speak lest he begin to sob. He started the car and turned back down the canon. It was another realm from the one they had ascended in such romance. The enchantment was sardonic now. The majesty was a Brocken ribaldry, the dim yuccas sarcastic candles of a black Sabbath. The sea waited for the road wriggling toward it reluctantly in an infinite laughter of contempt. Claymore spoke when the silence grew unbearable. "I tried to see something in that dog s eyes or his manner that I could identify him by, but I couldn t." "Were you thinking of describing him to the police?" Mem asked. "God, no! I just want to beat him to death privately. We can t afford to start explaining how we happened to be there." It was a little too crass to word. Mem blushed in the dark. It was shameful to have gone on such an errand. It was somehow a little more shameful to have been thwarted and frustrated. A perverse remorse filled their souls with confusion, a remorse because of a wrong remorse, a disgust for an unaccepted temptation and for being so temptable. End of chapter 41. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 42 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 42. A woman never quite forgives a man for not dying for her at the first opportunity. She probably never quite forgives him for dying either. So the clever man evades the situation where a choice is required, as the virtuous man evades temptation while it is yet afar off. For weeks afterward Mem shuddered at the picture of what would have happened if Claymore had attacked the footpad and been shot to death. She would have been left alone in the titanic labyrinth of Topanga Canon with a dead body to explain and her presence there to excuse. Yet it was not quite satisfactory that he should survive after surrender. She was acquiring a habit of translating life into scenarios and continuities of ingenious complication and more or less thrill, and she spent days and nights juggling with possible conclusions to this adventure. She had been dizzy with the swirl of Claymore's love storm and his inarticulate demands, when the gruff demand of the thug shivered her whole being as a boat that scuds before a gale and rounds a headland is smitten with an opposite blast. The road returning along the sea was more populous than before with dark cars stranded in shadow. In the distance Venice, with its countless lights, lay like a constellation fallen in a heap upon the ocean s edge. When they reached it, it was a cheap tinsel affair, darkly crowded. They left it and turned into Washington Boulevard, winding toward Los Angeles. Vast stretches of dark field were broken by brilliantly lighted sheds where fruits and melons were for sale, now and then a roadside tavern, now and then a moving picture studio. The green mill was eerie with green wheels studded with green bulbs. Dancing was the chief industry there. Inside the classic portico of the Goldwyn studio work was evidently going on, for the huge lot was alight. The Virginian mansion of the Ince studio dreamed in snowy beauty. A little farther rose the curious whimsy of the Willett studio with its fantastic architecture. Next were the long buildings where Harold Lloyd made his comedies. They crossed Wilshire into Hollywood through a dark forest of oil derricks invading the very heart of the thronged bungalows. Claymore, brooding deeply in his earnest soul, felt that he owed Mem some atonement. He meant it nobly, but it sounded crude when he checked the car in front of her little home and took her hand and said: "If you will let me marry you, I ll see that my wife divorces me." These divorces of convenience marked the new fashioned way of accomplishing an old fashioned righteousness. He wanted to make her an honest woman. But the times had passed for that. Woman had come into the right to lose her own soul on her own responsibility. No man can make her an honest woman by any deed of his. Mem laughed nervously. "No, thanks." It was as uninspired as possible, but then it is not easy to make a brilliant answer to a stupid suggestion. She felt that she must improve on it a bit, but she helped it little when she added: "Just as much obliged. Good night." She left him and went to face her mother. She had not the courage to tell of the robbery. She covered the nakedness of her ringless finger with her other hand and, yawning ostentatiously, sneaked off to bed. And that was the end of her love story with Claymore. It had been a success in no respect as a love story, but as an education it had been invaluable. He had taught her to know herself and the volcanic emotions within her, and how to release them at command. She was far from being a great or a complete artist, but she had the ambition to be one. She had some of the resources, and she knew what the others must be. It seemed an ingratitude, almost a treachery, to take Claymore's inspiration and tuition and give him in return only a few kind words and an evidence of her frailty before temptation. But while she could command herself to weep and to throb with enacted love, she could not scold herself into a genuine passion. She felt degraded in the eyes of Claymore and hoped that she would not see him again until the memory had blurred. But she was still more tormented with the problem of the thug who had found her in Claymore's embrace. She would never know who he was, because his face had been masked, but he had studied her. He would know her anywhere, and if she became famous he would sneer as he saw her published face. He would sneer and he would doubtless talk. End of chapter 42. Recording by Deanna Bove. Chapter 43 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 43. That was a dismal night in Mem's chronicles. She was humiliated before her own soul in a dozen ways, and before the eyes of her best friend and the anonymous faceless raider. She could not sleep her accusing self away. The critic within her soul kept condemning her, and nothing was more odious than the fact that she had been caught. Also, she could not sleep for the fever in her parched eyes. The last day at the studio had been spent in the furious circle of the lights. They had almost burnt her vision away, and she had been unable to face them in one of the final close ups without gushing tears and stabbing pain. During the night she had a mild onset of Kliegl eyes and had nightmares of blindness. Her career would be blasted at once. Her terrors added to her repentances, and her anguish made slumber impossible. As she lay staring into the dark, the windows and the furniture began to wake from the black and take on definition. The world in the dawn was exactly like the film as she had seen it developed in the dungeons of the laboratory. A sudden faint revelation of outlines, a gradual clarity, and finally all the details. She rose wearily from her bed, flung on a wrap, and stole to the window.
The little garden and the orange tree were being developed likewise by the chemistry of the sunrise. She felt an impulse to walk about, and, thrusting her bare feet into slippers, she went through the door as stealthily as an escaping thief. The morning was as yet only a paler moonlight. She was surprised to find the mountains missing from the horizon. It seemed odd that a sierra should be removed overnight. It was a mist that hid them, so frail a thing to conceal such bulks. As she watched, the veil was withdrawn into nothingness. The mountains rolled up their mighty billows. They were as if created anew by the original edict or by that long squeeze the geologists imagine. As they emerged sullenly from the void the rest of the world opened shop. Flowers began to waken, vines to take thought of further explorations. Birds began to whet their beaks, little butchers sharpening their knives for the market. Somewhere a bird was singing. It is good poetry to praise the song of birds, but this one sounded like a squeaking wheel. Yet it would be ridiculous to liken an ungreased wheel to the pipe of a half awakened bird. In a vacant lot at the back rabbits were sitting up and shivering their noses in a posture of amazed stupidity. Across the walks and the grass little herds of snails were returning to their corrals. They had the look of having been out all night, and their knapsacks were tipsily awry, and they left shining wakes wherever they went, as drunkards leave footprints in the snow. The flowers were putting on their colors like robes, or like make up that night had removed. It was the light that restored their beauty of hue. Light! They were its creatures and its voices. And she was a child of light. Darkness was her death, and all her speech was reflected radiance from the sun or from some of the little suns that tiny mankind had devised for its amusement and convenience. In the yard next door, blackbirds were breakfast hunting. She noted that each glistening male was nagged and bullied by a fat brown female. When he found a worm, she ran and took it away from him. When he did not find one, she nipped him with her bill or made a pathetic racket. If he tried to swallow one unobserved, she made him disgorge it. If she stumbled over one as she waddled, she kept it herself. Her motto seemed to be the old phrase Mem had heard as a child: "What s yours mine, what s mine s my own." No wonder the males were so sleek and crisply alert. No wonder their women folk were so obese and petulant. Mem thought she saw the old fashioned housewife in the female blackbird. She grew plump on the toil of her smart husband and contributed little but an appetite and a number of new beaks for him to feed. She was glad that she would not be such a woman. She would find her own food and pay her way, and she would pay it handsomely. She filled her breast with a deep draught of this pride. She had been wicked once by inclination, but then she had been wicked as an old fashioned home keeping girl. Now her wickedness was her own at least, and she would not let Claymore take the blame, for when you take the blame you take the credit too, and the control. She would be no man s chattel to make or mar. The blackbirds gave her a contempt for the ideal woman of old, an exultance over being a real woman of new. She stood and watched the lustrous creatures for a long while. Vance Thompson had squandered some of the opulence of his style on the blackbirds of Los Angeles. Knowing the world as few men know it, he gave the city supreme praise above Algiers, Tunis, Monte Carlo, or Palermo, and yet he wrote, "I ve fallen in love with the birds, especially those grave and beautiful blackbirds. There are a dozen of them on my lawn. I can see them from the window. The gentlemen wear blackly purple cassocks, and the ladies are dressed in soft nun colored brown. And they are so friendly, so clean stepping, so busy and blithe that they look like predestined citizens of Los Angeles. Symbols and types. Every city has its birds. Venice has its pigeons of St. Mark's, Moscow its crows, those secular monks of the Kremlin. Paris has its sparrows, and Stockholm its swans, all those black swans of the Jute Garden. And your California blackbird is the bird, ideal and appointed, of Los Angeles." Musing upon the feathered bipeds, the high stepping Othellos, and the drooping Desdemonas of birddom, Mem s mind was soothed of its fevers. But her body grew chill. Her bare ankles brushed a dewy leaf, and she fled into the house. The light scourged her wounded eyes. End of chapter 43. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 44 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 44. 2 days later, she began work with Tom Holby's company in a new studio, a great establishment where one could rent space, scenery, all or any portion of a production from manuscripts to distribution. A number of the farthest famed stars occasionally made pictures there: Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford, Betty Compson, and many another. Mem had been lent out to Holby. If she were a slave, she was at least received as a captured Circassian princess might be received by a sultan who had bought her at a high price. When she appeared on the lot, Holby greeted her in person. He led her into his office and described the part she was to play, read her the big scenes. He bemoaned the artificiality and triteness of the plot. It was warmed over like funeral baked meats. He had longed to do a story adapted from W. J. Locke's novel Septimus. Holby had wanted to play the simple Septimus. Mem, who had read no novels at all till recently, was horribly illiterate in famous names, but she was wondrously stirred by this story as Holby told it. Septimus loved a girl who merely liked him. She loved another man, loved him too well. As the curious saying is, he betrayed her, as another curious saying is, and when he had gone beyond her reach, she found that she was to become a mother, still using the stock phrases. Holby noted that Mem was all a shiver over the situation. He never dreamed that it had been her own, her very own. He thought that he had frightened her prudery, and he tried to soften his phrases still more. But she was uncontrollably agitated when he went on with the plot and told how Septimus, for all his innocence, discovered the cause of the girl's dismay, and knowing all, offered to marry her so that her child might have a name, so that the girl he idolized might not be driven to desperation. "Are there men like that?" Mem gasped. Holby looked at her and interpreted her question as a cynicism. "Oh, yes," he answered earnestly. "There must be lots of men like that. If I loved a girl and found her in such a plight, I think I would, I hope I would, offer to help her through it. It wouldn't be much of a love that would die at such a situation, would it?" Mem fell to thinking. A ferocious temptation assailed her to confess to Tom Holby that she had been such a girl herself, but had never dreamed that such a man existed. Perhaps when Tom Holby had courted her a little there in Palm Canon, if she had not rebuffed and despised him, but had told him the truth, he might have offered her his famous name. They might have been married, and she might now be sitting with him in their own home with a living child at her quick breast. The vision shook her like a blast of hot desert wind. Her baby had never seen the world. She had never seen its face. Where had its soul waited, and whither had it returned? Had it joined its father in that strange overgrave realm? For a few mad moments Mem longed to be a wife and mother so insanely that she could hardly check the cry of protest at the denial. She forgot her brave independences of the early morning, her pride in her artistic self sufficiency. She wanted to be an old fashioned woman, to be fed by her husband and to feed his children. But while the tempest was raging inside her soul, she was so remote from her body that her face had not disclosed her thoughts at all. What Tom Holby saw was a dreary smile, which he misread as mild disdain for such romantic nonsense. When she spoke at last, she merely asked: "And why didn't you play Septimus on the screen as you say you would have done in real life?" "The censors!" he snarled. "They've got everybody frightened to death. In Pennsylvania and other states you can't even refer to approaching maternity. The producers don't want to make pictures with a big market cut off in advance, so we've got to be more prudish than a Sunday school library." The censors seem to feel that if they keep the motion picture audiences from even learning that babies are born of their mothers, a great blow will be struck for morality. The books and magazines and newspapers can talk of twilight sleep and birth control and everything, but the poor movies can't even show a young wife sewing on baby clothes. But let's not talk of censorship. I froth at the mouth every time I think of the shame and the tyranny and the asininity of it. The story of Septimus would have been beautiful. It is as clean as the parable in the Bible about the woman taken in adultery, and that's given to little girls to read, and it's preached in all the pulpits. But on the screen, it would immediately send all the audience out to get into trouble. Anyway, I can't do the story, and we've had to cook up this mess of denatured realism we're going to do. But Lord, how I should have loved to play Septimus and have you play the pitiful little girl I would have married. In the story, she married Septimus and came to love him so dearly that when she met the other man, she hated him. He fell into a silent while, and Mem dreamed tremendous dreams, vain and already frustrated, but beautiful with all the elegy of the might have been. People make love unconsciously at times, and in the truest courtships never a word is spoken. Two souls travel mystic gardens together and come to deep understandings without the exchange of a syllabled thought. Mem was so wooed by Holby, the mere brooding upon him as a lover, a husband, a protector who would once have solved an ugly problem into beauty, presented him to Mem in a light of compelling warmth. She tried to shake off the spell, but from now on there was an aureole of chivalrous self sacrifice about Tom Holby that changed him altogether from the flippant, too polite, and far too popular idol of foolish girls that she had rated him. All through the taking of that picture, Mem watched him as from a lattice that hid her from him but disclosed him to her in the kindliest sun. The picture had to be made in record time because the producers had a limited capital and an unlimited experience of the disastrous expense of leisureliness. The director, Kendrick, was a slave driver, a worshiper of schedules. He demanded that the people be on the set, made up, costumed, coiffed, and wide awake so that the cameras might begin to grind at 9 sharp. But he was not so punctual about letting the weary troopers knock off at 5. He kept them often till nearly 7. When Mem s day of toil was over, she was so footsore, so soul sore, and had seen so much of Tom Holby and his manufactured love that she had no inclination to see him of evenings, and he made no effort to see her. She crept into her bed at 9 when she was not kept at the studio for night work. She was called at 6 and began the day with a long and dreary building up of a false complexion, layer on layer, line by line. She rarely saw Tom Holby's real face. He also was painted like an Indian brave. But for all the fatigue and the artifice, there was a feeling of delight and of friendliness on the stages. Cooperation was necessary, and it was the custom. The technical problems were innumerable, and their discussions as scientific as laboratory debate. The reward of rewards was the rapture of creation. Nearly all the members of the company would rather act than eat, rather play feigned sorrows than indulge in real joys. They sought for difficult tasks. They were grateful for demands upon their utmost resources. They sulked only when their toil was diminished or they were left out of a scene or not taxed to their limit. Mem s affair with Tom Holby was settling down into the pleasant but drab relationship of two business partners. They were as friendly already as an old married couple without ever having known the initiatory rites. But in this dull fact there lurked a resentful, impatient peril. End of chapter 44. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 45 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 45. There was much skylarking on the set, a childlike spontaneity of wit and cynicism, and an inexhaustible fascination of craft. Mem was becoming something of a technician.
The mechanics, the artisanship that sustains every art, the alphabets of expression, the wireless codes for the transmission of emotion, its creation in a transmitter, its preparation for the receivers, all these things no artist can ignore and succeed. The more eloquence the orator feels in his heart, the more he considers his tones. The more earnest the writer, the more piously he cons his dictionary. The more glorious the singer, the more he studies his breath control, his coup de glut, his white noise, his transition colors. The more fervid the composer, the more he ponders acoustics and tone combinations and the inventions of new instruments. The more eager the painter, the more he analyzes his values, the more he seeks new tubes, new brushes, new chemistries of color. Only the amateur, the dawdler, the dilettante despises his craft and depends on passion or that egotistic whim which he calls inspiration. So the ambitious actor must experiment always with the tools of thought, the engines of suffering. Once, when Mem was shocked at a flippancy of Tom Holby's concerning his art, he rebuked her earnestly. "You're not really well acquainted with your art unless you can joke about it. What's funnier than the idea that being funny is not as serious as being solemncholy? There was never a finer actor than Nat Goodwin, and I heard him say once, speaking of his Shylock, 'I was great in the last act. I knew I was great because the audience was weeping and I was guying it. And when you can guy a serious scene, you've got to be great.'" Mem began to understand also, but slowly, that making fun of one's serious emotions is a form of modesty, a covering of nakedness, a shy retreat behind a mask of smiles. She began to be able to talk flippantly of her art and to talk of it in trade terms. One day, when she was posing for a big close up of herself asleep, the director asked her to try to squeeze a tear or two through her great clenched eyelids. She startled even him by saying, with an elfin earnestness, "What kind do you want? One great big slow teardrop or a lot of little shiny ones?" He was shocked, but he hid his own sense of sacrilege in a careless, "Give me one large tear about 5/8 of an inch in diameter." "All right," she said. And she did. It oozed through her long lashes and slipped reluctantly down her cheek into her hair. And, knowing what he knew of its control, he felt his own eyes wet, and the jaded cameraman whispered awesomely, "Great." In another scene, where more tears were required of her, he noted that while she waited for the camera set up, she had her hands gabled at her lips and she seemed to be whispering to herself. Curious, he asked, "What are you up to now?" She gazed at him. "I was praying God to send me beautiful tears." He shook his head and walked away, gasping. One afternoon the chief financial power in Tom Holby's company saw Mem pacing up and down by herself at a distance from the set. He watched her and noted that she leaned against a canvas wall and hid her head in her arm. Her shoulders quivered and shook with forlorn woe. His heart was touched, and he could not resist an impulse to go to her and proffer his sympathy in her evident grief. He touched her on the arm and asked, with an almost mothering solicitude, "You poor child, what's the matter?" She whirled on him in surprise and stared through a shower of tears. Then a smile broke from her blubbering lips and she giggled, "I'm just getting ready for a big crying scene." He fell back as if he had touched a serpent. He was disgusted with himself for making such a fool of himself and wasting his precious pity on a little trickster. The climax of Mem s shamelessness was reached one day when Robina Teele and the great Miriam Yore visited the studio and stopped for lunch in the commissary. Mem was put on her mettle by the grandiose condescension of Miss Yore and by the suspicious jealousy of Robina Teele. The matter of tears for sale came up and Miss Yore spoke of how she got hers. "I find that if I use the tone of voice intentionally which I use unintentionally when I am really crying, the tears come. It may be just muscle memory or it may be that I grow very sorry for myself." Robina did not know how she got hers. Margaret Anglin said she could cry at will over a fried egg or anything. So can I. I just imagine the scene and say to myself, "Cry," and I cry till the director says, "Cut." Neither of the famous women thought to ask the rising Miss Steddon how she manipulated her lachrymal art. Tom Holby, feeling that she was slighted, brought her into it by asking her system. Prayer and brute strength, said Mem. Robina was in an assertive mood, and as one violinist might challenge another to a concerto or an orator propose a debate to another, she called for a duel of tears. She thought she could send Miss Yore back to the grand opera she had come from. "Let's have a crying contest," she said. "I should have to have music," said Miss Yore. "Come over on my set and we'll give you your favorite tune," said Holby. He dragged Remember Steddon along, though the two veterans did not take her into account. Holby explained to the director that they were to have a field day of emotion, and he consented to defer the scene he was about to shoot. Miss Yore wanted the theme of the Liebestod played over and over. The wheezy little portable organ made a sad mess of Wagner's braided harmonies, but the violinist caught the cry of the melody. Robina could cry best for Just a Song at Twilight, but she gracefully yielded the choice of music to Miss Yore. Mem had never heard an opera, grand or comic, but the strangely climbing anguish of the tune caught her up on its pinions and lifted her into that ether where the souls of imaginative artists fly in all disguises and assume all personalities. The rest of the company and the crew stood aloof and watched in amazement as the two world famed stars and the rising young asteroid, Mem, began to war with their own features like athletes tuning up or shadow boxing. The three women walked apart for a moment, grimacing and forcing themselves into a state of agony. Robina achieved the first sob. She broke and flung herself on a couch and sobbed aloud. Mem jealously decided that she was cheating and rather looked down on her shoulder work. It was pumpy. She stared at Miriam Yore, an ambulant statue of heroic postures, lifting her hands to heaven, carrying them clasped to her fulsome bosom, and indulging in the despair of a Medea or a Cornwall princess whose draperies must also weep about her beautifully. In Mem's eyes, Miss Yore was as stagey as Miss Teal was screeny. Neither of them seemed quite human. Grief to Mem was a homely, unlovely, tearing, disordering thing. To cry gracefully was not to cry at all. She was the realist, the small town girl whose heart gives way, whose features crumple, whose eyes blear and reek with bitter, devastating brine. The onlookers called Robina wonderful. They called Miss Yore beautiful. They paid the untimely tribute of admiration. But when Remember Steddon abruptly flopped into a chair like a flung rag doll and began to choke and snivel, to dab at her eyes and wrinkle her chin, to fight and hate the spurting tears, to sway her head in futile protest, to give vent to ugly little rasping noises that seemed to saw her throat raw, and to grow extraordinarily homely and pitiful, the spectators felt a something familiar out of their own childhood, out of their own old lonelinesses and defeats. Their own faces puckered, their hearts were nests of pain, their eyes went dank and were blurred. They gave her the ultimate tribute of sympathy and echoed her misery. Miss Teal stopped crying to stare. Miss Yore ceased her magnificent stride. Both forgot to be artists. Before they realized that Mem had not really broken down in a genuine grief, they had surrendered the battle and were crying with her. And she, having set in motion the wheels of sorrow, could not stop them. There is so much to regret in this world and in any life that it is perilous to start the tears rolling lest they crush the soul. Her triumph astonished Mem and all the witnesses, but she was almost destroyed with her own victory. She was sick and ashamed of the blasphemy of her abuse of such holy things as tears. Afterward, however, she could laugh again, and when Tom Holby told her that she had wiped the earth up with her two rivals, it was a thrilling thing to hear. The contest was the talk of the whole studio, and the publicity man sent broadcast to the enlargement of Mem's fame her brilliant etude in tears. It was all working toward her glory as a mistress of emotions. End of chapter 45. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 46 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 46. The director, Kendrick, was in a desperate frenzy to complete the picture. The hard times were reducing the incomes of the producers and exhibitors at a terrifying rate. The apathy that accompanies all financial depressions sickened the public appetite for everything. The critics were saying that the emptiness of the theaters was due to the stupidity of the plays. But just as stupid plays had prospered mightily when the boom was at its height. The critics were likewise saying that the moving pictures were unworthy of the patronage they were not getting. But the fault was with the public dyspepsia and not with the cooks. In any case, the vast cinematic industry was in as serious a plight as the steel, the copper, the lumber, and all the other giant industries. In spite of the ferocious slashes in salaries, wages, sets, most of the studios were declaring holidays of a month or more. The orders had gone forth to rush the Holby picture to a conclusion. The big night storm scenes had been scheduled for the final takes. They would appear early in the story, but too many accidents might happen if they were shot in sequence. It would be lamentable if any of the actors were injured at any time, but it would be disastrous to have an arm or a head broken or a case of pneumonia in the middle of the work. It had happened. Actors occasionally died with extravagant inopportunity, or broke bones, or marred countenances that could not be matched or replaced. The expense of some of these mishaps was appalling, with an overhead of $2,000 a day. On the final morning, the first scenes were begun promptly at 9. Kendrick promised to let the company go at 3 to rest for the all night grind, but delays of every sort occurred. A light would flicker during an important scene. In a close up, one of the characters would swerve outside the narrow space allotted. When the actors were again attuned and the director was impatient to cry camera, one of the cameramen would find that he had not film enough and a new magazine must be fetched. Such inevitable, incessant delays were peculiarly irritating to a company on the razor edge of emotion. But there was rarely an outburst. Emotion, being property, was conserved. There is probably no class of people who act so rarely as actors. The general opinion to the contrary is, like most general opinions, based on ignorance. At 3 o'clock, there were still many scenes unshot. The work continued, and it was not until 7:30 that the day's work was done. The rushes of the day before were still to be inspected in the projection room, whither the company scampered. It was 8 o'clock before anyone could stop for dinner. The actors were not considered, but the work crews had to be humored. Some of them were members of unions, and it was a legal peril also to keep extra people at work more than 8 hours in a day. Tom Holby and Mem sought their dinner in a little shack near the studio. They perched on stools and ate T-bone steaks, fried potatoes, doughnuts, and coffee with the voracity of longshoremen. At 9 they went to the first of the sets. The Californian night was black and bitter cold. The night in the story was one of tempest and battle. Tom Holby must run an automobile into a ditch and make a desperate war against four brutes who were instructed to put up a good fight. The public would not stand a mock engagement. Fists had to land, heads had to rock, and when a man fell he must fall. He must go over with a crash wherever the blow sent him. The actors wanted it so. Tom Holby expected to end the night bleeding, bruised, tattered, and mud smeared. He had cracked many a bone and lost a tooth or two on such gala occasions, and once he had splintered the bones of his right hand when his fist missed the face it was aimed at and struck the stone beneath it. Mem's share in the hurricane was to run through the wildest of the storm and bring rescue. Such scenes in the movies are often railed at as cheap sensationalism, yet they are heroic art. In an epic poem or a classic drama they are accounted the height of achievement. Winslow Homer's high seas, Conrad's gorgeous simoons are lauded as triumphs of genius. The author rifles the dictionary and guts his thesaurus. The painter wrecks his palette and his brushes, and is celebrated as of the grand school. When the moving picture geniuses likewise exhaust a vocabulary of mechanical effects and spread before the world visions of beautiful drama, the critics pass by with averted gaze. Mem had 5 scenes to dash through. Her pilgrimage was to be a sort of Pippa Passes, but she was not to go singing. She was to be stormed upon, as Sebald and Ottima were. Each bit of scenery through which she was to flash had been made ready the day before. Three long perforated rain pipes were erected on scaffolds and connected with the standpipes, and they were reinforced by men who would play a fire hose or two upon the hapless actress. The gale was to be provided by an airplane engine and propeller mounted on a truck. Mem, suffering the chill of the night especially because of fatigue and excitement, inspected the settings she was so briefly to adorn. "Why do they build that fence around the wind machine?" she asked Kendrick. "To keep people from walking into the propeller and getting chopped to mincemeat," said Kendrick. "My assistant was engaged on three pictures where airplane propellers were used, and a man was killed in each one of them. In one of them an airship caught fire and fell during a night picture. He was the first man to reach the aviator. He picked up the poor fellow's hot hand and his arm came off. It was charred like excuse me." Mem gasped and retreated from the rest of it, and she kept as far as possible from the giant fan. The propeller made a deafening uproar when it was set in motion, and it churned the air into a small vertical cyclone. Caught in the first gust of it, Mem was driven like an autumn leaf with skirts whipping away from her. In her first scene she was to dash from a house and down its steps. First, the men with the fire hose soaked the shell of the house, the porch, and the steps, and the ground about them till they were all flooded. Then the rain machine was tested and sent its three showers from overhead. The wind machine was set in motion and the air was filled with sheets of driven rain. The lightning machine added the thunder of its leaping sparks to the turmoil. Kendrick, in thigh boots and a trench coat he had worn in France, went to the porch to test the storm. In his hand he carried an electric button with a cable to the lightning machine. This rang a bell for the man in charge of it. The noisy wind machine was controlled by wigwag signals with his hand. The director was a god in little. He could bid the rain rain, the wind roar, and the lightning blaze. He rode upon the storm he created. At first the storm was too mild for his taste. At his command it was aggravated until he could not stand up before it. Gradually he achieved the exact magnitude of violence, and the men in control of the forces of imitated nature understood that thus far they must go and no farther. Under a vast umbrella and behind shields of black flats called niggers, the battery of cameramen stood arranging focuses and lights. Two of them used lenses that would make close ups, while the others caught the long shots, for there would be no chance of taking special close ups. After an hour or more of harrowing delay, the army was ready for the battle. Mem climbed up the scaffolding back of the palatial front door and porch. The assistant director explained the signal he was to relay from the director, and the storm was ordered to begin. A gentle rain fell from the pipes. The fire hose, aimed up in the air, added its volume. The wind machine set up its mad clatter. The rain became a deluge of flying water and the lightning filled it with shattering fire. Then Mem was called forth. She clutched her cloak about her and thrust into the tempest. It was like driving through a slightly rarefied cataract. She hardly reached the pillar at the edge of the porch, clutched it for a moment, caught a quick breath, and flung down the steps. And that was that. All this preparation for 1 minute of action, save for a brief return to the porch to pose for still photographs. She was dripping and so lost that she ran into one of the property men, who checked her. Kendrick came to her, gave her an accolade of approval. He patted her sopping shoulder and said, "Fine. But in the next scene, hold your cloak about you a little tighter. The wind was so stormy and your clothes so wet that there wasn't much of you left to the imagination. In some of the states the censors may cut the whole scene out, but we won't retake it." When 2 days later Mem saw the rushes in the projection room, she could hardly believe that the storm was a matter of such clumsy artifice. The reality of it fairly terrified her. The rain swept porch and the fury of lightnings about the pillars gave no hint of human devising. She felt a surge of pity at the bravery of the little figure she made plunging into the rack on her errand of rescue. The gale flung her cloak and her skirts about her in fleeting sculptures of Grecian beauty. But when she paused at the edge of the steps and staggered under the buffets of the wind, she was aghast to see herself modeled in the least detail like the clay of a statue, all the more nude for the emphasis of a few wrinkles in a framing drapery. She felt her first sympathy for Miss Bevan's prudery and blushed in the dark projection room. She did not at all approve the groan of the director. "Wonderful! It's like an ivory statue on an ebony background. To think that the dirty minded censors will call it indecent! The blackguards!" Mem hoped that the company's own censors would excise it before the outside world saw it. But she said nothing. She belonged to her art, body as well as soul. But this revelation was for a later day. For the present, the director's caution to keep her cloak about her was alarming enough. She was taken to a warm room and wrapped in blankets while the next scene was prepared. This was a matter of another hour's delay. Rain pipes had already been erected, but the lights had to be trundled into place, the cameras placed and protected, and 100 details made ready before she was called out again. Holby and Kendrick were solicitous for her and asked if she was chilled. She laughed. The adventure kindled her youthful arteries. It was not so pleasant to stand still and have the fire hose lifted above her. She was supposed to have run a long distance between the porch steps and this scene, and she must enter it wet. She had a bit of a chill in this shower bath, and there was a hitch in starting. But at length she got her signal and went forward again, head down, into the wild storm. The propeller ran too fast and she could not proceed. She clung to a wall and tugged in vain. The blast carried her cloak entirely away, and she had no protection from the ruthless scrutiny of the lightning or the unedited records of the cameras. The noise was so appalling that the director ripped his throat in vain. He had to run to the wind machine and check it. The picture had to be taken over. Mem s cloak was recovered and the mud washed from it. Then it was laid clammily about her icy shoulders, and she made another try. This time the result was better, and she returned to the room and her blankets for another hour. She could not seem to get warm. Her bones were like pipes in which the marrow froze. When she went out again, Kendrick asked her how she was. Her teeth chattered together as she said, "All right." He looked at her with sympathy and admiration, and he decided to cut out one of the most promising scenes, lest it overtax her strength. During her absence, a telephone pole and a tree had been brought down by the storm and photographed as they fell. It was her business now to clamber across the pole and push through the branches of the tree, and so fight her way out of the picture. The rain pipes had been brought forward and set up in a new position. The cameras were aligned. Next them stood a truck containing a great sun arc. Next that was the lightning machine. Abreast of it, the wind machine. In the preliminary tests it had been hard to find the right angle for the gale to blow from, and the wind machine had been shifted several times. The wind man, in his confusion, forgot to notice that the property man had forgotten, in their confusion, to set up the fence before the propeller. It was after midnight now, and everybody was numb with cold, drenched with the promiscuous rain, and a little irresponsible. Their working day was already 15 hours old, and it would last at least 5 hours more. The spectators who had gathered to watch the first scenes had been driven from the lot by the cold their thick cloaks and overcoats could not overcome. Tom Holby had been photographed in a climb up the wet sides of a ravine and was half frozen in his soaked clothes, but he stayed to watch Mem through this scene. He was palsied in the bundled wraps about him, and his heart ached as he saw Mem in her little wet dress throw off her blankets, put on the dreadful mantle of the wet cape, and go out into the distant dark beyond the range of the cameras. The storm broke out anew at the director's signal. The wind bellowed and slashed the branches of the prostrate tree. The lightning snapped and flared, and its flare winnowed the rain in flaming wraiths. Then from the dark the little sorrowful figure of Remember Steddon appeared, a ghost materializing from the night. She struggled with the maniac hurricane, stumbled and fell across the telephone pole, thrust aside the wires, lifted herself and breasted the wind again, drove into the wreck of the fallen tree. The branches whipped her wet flesh cruelly. The lightning just ahead of her blistered her vision like the white hot irons driven into the eyes of Shakespeare's Prince Clarence. The wind blew her breath back into her lungs. If she had not gained a little support from one stout bough of the tree, she could never have reached the margin of the picture. Kendrick's heart was glad with triumph as he saw her pass out of the camera range. He called, "Cut!" and the cameramen were jubilant as each of them shouted, "Okay for me." Then Kendrick heard screams of terror. wild howls of fear. He ran forward and saw the blinded little figure of Mem still pressing on straight into the blur of the airplane propeller. His heart sickened. She would be sliced to shreds. She could not hear the yelled warnings in the noise of the machine. End of chapter 46. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 47 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 47. The operator shut off his engine, but the propeller still swirled at a speed that made them only a whirl of light. The witnesses were paralyzed by the horror of the moment. Tom Holby broke from a nightmare that outran the immediate beauty of the little woman walking forward to a hideous fate. He ran and dived for her like a football tackler, hooked his left arm about her knees, and flung her backward, thrusting his right arm and his head beneath her, so that when she struck, her shoulders were upon his breast. Her drenched hair fell across his face like seaweed. She opened her eyes in a chaos of bewilderment. Just above her, the flying propeller blades were glistening in the light of the sun arc. They were still revolving when the wind machine man, leaping from the post where he had stood expecting her fate and his own eternal remorse, ran to lift her from the ground. Others helped up Tom Holby. He had knocked himself unconscious when his head struck a rock in the road. His cheek was ripped and gushing blood. He came to his senses at once and forced a ghastly laugh. Mem screamed with fear for him. She had not yet realized her own escape. She was all pity for Tom Holby and anxiety. "It's nothing," he said. Then he staggered with dread of what Mem would have looked like now if he had waited an instant longer or missed his aim at her knees. He drew her from the vortex of the propeller, which was subsiding with the dying snarl of a leopard that has missed its pounce. Now Mem understood what her own adventure had been, and her knees weakened with an ex post facto alarm. Kendrick came up, and after a decent wait for the incident to have its dignity and move on, he thanked and congratulated Holby on retrieving the girl from massacre. It wouldn't have meant only the horrible death of this beautiful child, but it would have meant also the horrible death of this beautiful picture, for hardly anybody would have wanted to see it if it were stained with blood. "And all my beautiful art would have perished with me," said Mem, with only partial irony. She had reached the estate of the creative soul, who longs for the immortality of its work more than itself, and feels it a death indeed, a death entire, to have its record lost. Just to have a book in a library, even if it is never read, just to have a painting on some wall, a tune in somebody's ears, a scientific discovery recorded somewhere, that is honey enough in the ashes that fill the mouth of the mortuary. Kendrick's next thought was one of dismay. Tom Holby had not yet fought his big fight, and yet his face was torn. How was this to be explained in the preceding scene where he was supposed to leave the arms of his sweetheart in her defense? In the topsy turvydom of film construction, the scene in which Mem and Tom Holby were set upon by a pack of ruffians had not yet been taken, though Mem had already almost completed the scenes in which she ran to call distant strangers to Tom's rescue. After a long while of puzzling, Kendrick decided to make an effort to photograph Holby so that his damaged jowls should be hidden by Mem's face or by shadows. It would be hard to manage, and the men who had promised to beat Holby up to the best of their ability would hesitate to pummel a man already so hurt. But to put the fight off till the cheek was healed would cost the company $1,000 at least. When Mem understood all the trouble it had cost to snatch her from destruction, she said, "I'm not worth it." Kendrick was in no mood for polite denials, but Tom Holby gave her a look that made the fishing worth while. Mem was blanketed like a racehorse and taken to her dressing room once more. She slipped her wet clothes off and dried them and herself by the fire while she waited for the next foray into the storm. After that was to come the attack by the desperadoes and her flight for help. She had seen many pictures in which the heroine stood about wringing her hands idly while her lover fought for her with some worthless brute. She had always despised a heroine who would not take up a chair or something and bash in the head of her lover's opponent instead of playing the wallpaper. She protested now against having to run away from the scene, but Kendrick grew a trifle sarcastic. "The company doesn't require you to rewrite the scenarios, Miss Steddon, only to act in them. Besides, there are half a dozen villains here, and I really think you'd better run out of the scene, seeing that we've already spent half the night and all of our nerves showing you going for rescuers." Mem was sufficiently snubbed and apologized so meekly that Kendrick was still furious. "And for God's sake, don't play the worm. The story is rotten and your criticism is perfectly just, but we poor directors and actors have to do our best with the putrid stuff the office hands us." Mem stood about and watched the fight. It was a magnificent or a loathsome spectacle, according to the critic. When Virgil describes an old fashioned battle with wooden boxing gloves macerating the opposing features, it is accepted as of epic nobility. The movies give the real blood instead of nouns and knock out teeth with primeval dentistry. The actors who assaulted Holby were tender of his raw cheek at first, but both he and Kendrick demanded action, and after Holby had smashed a few noses with the effect of knocking corks out of claret bottles, there was anger enough. The one caution Kendrick shrieked through his megaphone was not to knock Holby senseless and not to knock him out of the camera's range. The cameramen were tilting and panning their machines to keep the action within the picture, and they were howling contradictory messages to the fighters. There was none of the arena ardor in Mem's soul. She was none of the girls who watched gladiators butchered, or thrilled to inquisitional processions, or went to modern prize fights. She was so sickened by the noise of the blows and the spurt of blood and that most desperate drama of all, when strong men batter each other in rage, that she had to retreat into the cold morning air, out of sight and hearing of the buffets that seemed to land on her own tender flesh. The dawn was just pinking the sky when the last of the night work was over. Everybody was dead beaten. The crews would have to remain after the actors had gone and the actors had finished a 21-hour day of grilling emotion and physical toil. The chauffeur who took Mem home in an automobile told her that he had already had 24 hours of driving and would have 4 or 5 hours more. She expected him to collide with almost anything, but his eyes still attended their office. It was 7 o'clock when Mem crept into her bed, an hour later than she had usually wakened. Her alarm clock stared at her with rebuke, but she gave it a day off and slept till nightfall. The next day the company gathered to see the rushes of the night stuff. Almost all of them were perfect, vivid, dramatic, with the chiaroscuro of lightning upon midnight storm, and incredibly real. A strange feeling came over her and over the others when they saw the various takes of the scene in which she clambered across the fallen telephone pole, pushed through the branches of the toppled tree, and pressed on into the teeth of the gale. For just beyond the point of her exit from the picture the wind machine was waiting. She had been hurrying headlong to destruction and never dreamed of her peril. Kendrick sighed. "That came near being a portrait of you walking out of this world." Tom Holby did not speak, but he reached out and, seizing Mem's hand, wrung it with an eloquence beyond words. He seemed to be squeezing her heart with clinging hands. There were 5 takes of this bit, and Mem began only now to understand the hazard she had incurred, to comprehend how close she was to annihilation, to the end of her days upon this beautiful world. It came upon her like a confrontation of death. What an unbelievable thing it was! For all of being the most familiar thing in life, the one experience that nobody could escape, man, animal, plant. As that tree had fallen, so she would have lost her roots in the good earth. As the telephone wires of the prostrate pole had gone dead, so the thrill would have ebbed out of her nerves. Everything beautiful, gracious, voluptuous would have been denied her. She would have been void even of the precious privilege of pain. The old Greeks joked about the simpleton, the philosopher, who had wanted to know how he looked when he was asleep and had held a mirror before him and shut his eyes. But she had seen herself asleep on the screen, and now she had seen herself marching into her grave. The vision was intolerable to her. It assailed her like a nightmare. It drove her frantic to make the most of life, to taste every one of its sweets, its bitters, its glories and shames, each tang of existence, to experience and to make others experience. She must be quick about it, for who could tell what moment would be the last? For the sake of other people, she must live at full speed from now on, act many pictures, briskly, brilliantly, hurriedly, so that she should not waste a grain of the sand speeding through the hourglass. As she watched the last of the takes, her heart surged with anguish, for that strange girl she was there, struggling against the wind, fighting her way out of a little inconvenience into destruction. It seemed to her that she typified all girlkind, all womanhood, all humanhood, passion swept, love urged, braving obstacles, defying every restraint, and stumbling on into the lightning, into the lurking horror, running blithely, blindly, into the ambush that every path prepares. She was consumed with an impatience to begin a new picture at once and to be very busy with life and love, beauty and delight. And yet there is always an and yet. The yets follow an incessant procession, treading one another's heels. And yet, when Tom Holby, after they had left the lot, asked her to ride with him for a bit of air and swept her to the perfect opportunity of bliss, her soul balked. He was handsome, brave, magnetic, chivalrous, devoted. He had leaped into danger to seize her out of it. He bore in his cheek a scar that would mar him for life, perhaps as his badge of courage. His big racing car, like a fleet stallion, had galloped them far from the eyes of witnesses into a sunset of colossal tenderness, with a sky flushed as delicately as a girl s cheek, yet as huge as a universe. They sped along the rim of the world, with desert on one side and the whole Pacific Sea on the other. The world was below them for their observation, and they were concealed by distance. And yet, when Tom Holby told her he adored her and that she was adorable, when he courted her with deference and meekness and pleaded for a little kindness, her heart froze in her. She could not even accept a proffered beatitude. She looked at him and thought, and said: "Too many people love you, Tommy. You belong to the public, and you couldn t bring yourself down to really loving little me." "Oh, but I could, I do!" he cried. "Damn my public! I don t care for anything but you." She was not quite serious and not quite insincere when she answered: "But I haven t had my public yet, and I love it. I want it. If I ever grow as tired of it as you have done of yours, then we might see each other. But just now the only love I can feel is acted love." "Then let s have a rehearsal," he suggested, cynically. But she shook her head and laughed. She could not tell why she laughed, but having tasted mirth, she decided that was what she had chiefly missed in life, and what she needed most. Her home had been nearly devoid of gayety except of an infantile, ecclesiastical sort. Her father had been one of those who could never think of Christ as wearing any smile but one of pity or forgiveness. A laughing Messiah was incredible, horrible. And as her father s chief aim in life was to fill life with religion, hilarity with its inevitable skepticism had no part at home. Since she had left her home on the most dismal of pilgrimages, Mem had given herself chiefly to the earnest, the passionate emotions. And now she felt like a desert suddenly dreaming of rain. "I want to laugh, Tommy!" she cried. "Amuse me! Make me laugh!" But Holby was no wit. He had an abundance of wholesome fun in his nature, and he roared when he was tickled. But he was not a comedian, a humorist, or an inventor of risible material. He shook his head and could not even think of a funny story, at least of none that he dared tell Mem. He was as willing to escape from her in her present mood as she from him, and he said: "There s the new Charlie Chaplin comedy we might get in." "Let s try," said Mem. "I ve just realized that what I m really dying for is a good laugh. Lots of good wild laughs at I don t care what." Holby swung his car round and returned toward Los Angeles. "Tommy," said Mem, "what is comedy? What is it that makes a thing funny?" "Search me," said Holby. "I don t know." "Neither do I," Mem pondered. But I'm sick of all these crying scenes and emoting all over the place. I want to be a comedienne. Do you think I could be one?" "I don't think so," said Holby, with scientific candor. "You never made me laugh. You don't laugh much." "No, but I'm going to. I think if I ever love anybody really, it will be a great comedian. Do you know any comedians who aren't married, Tommy?" "Lots of 'em," said Holby. "A sense of humor keeps a man from getting married or staying married long." Mem laughed at that. She did not know why. Perhaps because he had said it so dolefully. Perhaps because it was a sudden tipping over of something solemn. She had spent her life getting ready for the holiness of matrimony. She had made a wreck of her ideal and had dwelt in a hell of shame and remorse for the sacrilege. And now Tommy had implied that it wasn't so very sacred after all. He had slipped a banana peel under a dismal ideal and it had hit the ground with a bump. The whole world looked gayer to her, as if some one had flashed on a light. She hoped the automobile would not be wrecked before she had this huge laugh that was waiting for her. And somewhere in a clown s uniform was waiting, she was sure, the man or the career that would illuminate all her existence. A good laugher would be a good lover. Making people cry and educating them in the agonies of sympathy was a silly sort of ambition. What fools people were to pay money to be tortured! But to be made to laugh, that was worth any price. To make people laugh in the little while between the two glooms before birth and after death. To love and live laughing. That was to defy sorrow and to make a joke of fate. End of chapter 47. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 48 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 48. Nothing could reveal the extreme youth and the swift maturity of the moving pictures like the career of Charles Chaplin. For a few years he was a byword of critical condemnation for his buffoonery, a proof of the low public taste. Suddenly he was hailed as one of the master artists of time. It was not he that had improved, or the public. It was the critics who were educated in spite of themselves to the loftiness of buffoonery and the fine genius of Chaplin. The public had loved him from the start. He was at this moment in Europe, meeting such a welcome as few other visiting monarchs ever got. Mobs blocked the streets where he progressed until the police had to rescue him. Their eminences of literature and statecraft pleaded with him for interviews. Lloyd George begged for a comedy of Charlie's to help him, as Abraham Lincoln leaned on Artemus Ward. And yet he was just out of his twenties, and only a dozen years or so before he had left England as the humblest of acrobats and the least known of her emigrants, as ignored as he was himself ignorant of the newborn American made art that was to lift him to universal glory. His picture, The Kid, had been hailed as a work of the noblest quality, rich in pathos as in hilarity. Solemn editorials proclaimed him the supreme dramatic artist of his generation. He was a household word about the world, a millionaire, and as familiar to the children as Santa Claus. He had become a Santa Chaplin to the grown ups. Yet numberless raucous asses, who were quite as solemn as Charlie, but not so profitably or amusingly asinine, were still hee hawing the old bray that the moving pictures were not an art, but only an industry. Of course, it all depended on one's own private definition of the indefinable word art. And it was quite overlooked by those who denied the word to the movia that if it were only an industry, it was a glorious industry. Mark Twain decided that if Shakespeare's plays were not written by Shakespeare, they were written by someone else of the same name. So if the movies are not an art, they are something else quite as artistic. To remember Steddon, they were her first language for expressing her turbulent self. To her they were philosophy and criticism of life, painting and sculpture given motion and infinite velocity with perfect record. They were many wonderful things to Mem, as to the myriads of bright spirits that had flocked to this new banner, golden calf, or brazen serpent, as you will. And now Mem, having tasted of the sorrows of the movies, was athirst for the light wine. Clowning at its best is a supernal wisdom, and Chaplin's The Idle Class was full of laughter that had an edge, a comment on humanity, a rejoinder, if not an answer, to the riddles of existence and its conduct. He played a dual role in this picture, both a swell and the tramp he had made as classic as Perrault. According to what plot there was, the aristocratic loafer and tippler of the first impersonation forgot to meet his wife at the train on which the tramp had stolen a ride to his favorite resort. There was mockery not only of pompous toffery, but of serious emotion as well. When the besotted young swell receives from his neglected wife a letter saying that she will never see him again until he stops drinking, he turns away and his shoulders seem to be agitated with sobs of remorse. But when he turns round, it is seen to be a cocktail that he is shaking. The jester was tweaking the nose of love and repentance and bringing all the high ideals off the shelf with a bang. The audience, bullied a little too well by trite nobilities, roared with emancipation. Again, when he dresses in a suit of armor for the costume ball, he cannot resist one more cocktail. But just as he lifts it to drain the glass, the visor of his helmet snaps down and will not be opened for all his frantic struggles and the painful efforts of those who come to his aid. The least intellectual spectator, shouting at his antics, could not but feel the satirical allegory of all life, wherein the visor always falls and locks when the brim is at the lip. But the triumph of joyous cynicism was the last flash. The big brute who has roughly handled and despised the ragged tramp repents of his cruelty and runs to humble himself in apology. The tramp listens to his beautiful self abasement, and everyone expects a gracious finish. But the incorrigible clown gives the penitent a kick in the behind and runs away. Bitter philosophy it was, and shocking to the best principles. Yet it was a flash of the pride that rewards condescension and patronage and mawkish charity with a kick in the tail and takes to flight. It pictured what everyone in the audience had often wanted to do in those resentful moods which are so very human because they are so far from divine. For the soul, like the body, needs its redemption from too much sweetness as well as from too much bitterness. There is a diabetes from unassimilated sugar that is as fatal as too much salt. And that is the noble service that farce and clownery render to the world. They guarantee the freedom of the soul, freedom not only from glooms and despairs, but from the tyrannies of bigotry as well, from the outrages of religion, of groveling idolatries, all sorts of good impulses and high principles that ought to be respected but not revered, ought to be used in moderation but not with slavish awe. Going to a farce of such a sort was, for Remember Steddon, going to a school of the highest educational value. It was a lessoning in life that she sorely needed. She had been taking life and love and art and ambition and sin morosely. Tom Holby found her already changed when they set out for her home. She had been restlessly unapproachable before the comedy, like a mustang that will not submit to the bridle, will not run far, but will not be taken, that stands and waits with the kindly air, but just as the hand reaches out, whirls and bolts. Now that she had seen the picture, she was serene. She was genial, amiable. She snuggled close to Holby in the car, and yet when he spoke tenderly, she made fun of him, giggled, reminded him of bits of the picture that had amused her. This enraged him. "I'm going in for comedy," she said. "It's the only thing worth while. All this tears and passion business makes me sick. I'd love to have it so that when anybody hears my name he smiles. Wouldn't it be glorious to have a washerwoman look up from her tub and say, 'Remember Steddon? Oh, yis, I seen her in a picture once and I laughed till I cried.' Wouldn't it be glorious to have the tired businessman say to his tired society wife, 'I've got the blues, and so have you. There's one of Steddon's pictures in town. For God's sake, let's go see it and have a good laugh.' Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to stand for?" Holby made a grunting sound that implied, "I suppose so, if you think so." He added, after a silence, "Funny thing, though, more people get relief from a good cry than from a good laugh. If you have tears to shed, and you go laugh your head off at some damn foolishness, you'll find the tears are still there when you get home. But if you see Camille or Juliet or some pathetic thing, if you watch some imaginary person's misery and cry over it, you'll find your own tears are gone." "That may be true," said Mem, "but all the same, I'd like to take a whack at comedy." Holby fought out in his soul a decent battle of self sacrifice before he brought himself to the height of recommending a rival. "There's Ned Ling. He's looking for a pretty leading woman. He's not Chaplin, but he's awfully funny in his own way and he's getting a big following. He usually gets engaged to his leading lady. Saves money that way, they say. If you're so hell bent on a comic career, get your agent to go after him." "Ned Ling," she mused. "Yes, I've seen him. He's funny. He might do. I may make a try at him a little later. Just now I feel all tuckered out. I want to get away from the studios, out into the high Sierras. I believe I'll buy a little car and go all by myself." But when she reached her home there was something waiting in ambush for her, a letter from her father. And this was not farce, nor to be greeted with a kick and a run. "Oh, I was wondering if you would ever come," her mother wailed as Mem came laughing in the door, still laughing at Chaplin's blithe rebuff to maudlin penances. It was odd to be greeted so by the patient little woman who irritated Mem oftenest by her meek patience. "I was so worried for fear you had had some accident. Why couldn't you have telephoned me?" "I told you I might be detained at the studio, mama, and not to expect me till you saw me," Mem answered, and had not the courage to tell the rest of the truth. "Oh, I know I oughtn't to a worried, but I'm a nuisance to myself and to you and to everybody." There she was again, taking that maddening tone of self reproach, but Mem simply could not rebuke her for it. She embraced her and held her tight instead. "It was all because of a letter I had from your father. If you had come home sooner I wouldn't have mentioned it to you, maybe. Heaven knows you have trouble enough, and now I'm sorry I spoke. Just forget it." Then ensued a long battle over the letter, Mem insisting upon reading it, fighting for it as for a cup of poison held out of her reach. And it proved to be a cup of poison when finally she got it from her mother's reluctant fingers. "Dear wife, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. I have lost you and my darling daughter, and my head is bowed in shame and loneliness, but I still can say, Thy will be done. I think you should know, however, how things are here. Otherwise I should not write you. But I am afraid that the daughter that was once ours might tire of the husks of sin and wish to come home repentant. Bitterness filled my soul when I learned that she was leading a life of riotous mockery, and when I saw the picture of her smiling in wanton attire at the side of that smirking French general, I had it in my heart to curse her. I wrote in my haste. I repented my hardness of heart and bowed my head in humble shame when I read your angry reply. I had lost your love and your admiration, but that was deserved punishment for the idolatry that had grown up in my heart to yours, and for the mistakes I must have made in not giving our erring daughter a better care. But now it has pleased the Lord to pour out the vials of his wrath on my gray hairs. The old mortgage on the church fell due long ago, but foreclosure had been postponed from time to time. We gave a benefit to pay it off, but everybody was too poor to respond and it did not pay expenses. The manager of the motion picture house here offered to share the profits on the showing of a picture in which, as he had the impudence to tell me, my daughter played a part. But while it would have drawn money for curiosity that would not have responded to a Christian appeal, I felt that it would be a compounding with evil, and I put Satan behind me and ordered the fellow out of the house. Then I made a desperate appeal to our banker, Mr. Sipe, and he promised to do what he could for us. But the other day his bank was closed. After a run upon it, he had previously mortgaged his house and sold his automobile, the one that killed the poor boy, Elwood Farnaby, whom you will remember as one of our choir.
The banker was our only wealthy member, and with him failed our last hope. The crops have been poor, and the hard times have affected the local merchants so that pew rents have not been paid and the usual donations have been withheld. There were no conversions at the last communion. Even the baptisms and the weddings that brought me an occasional little fee have been wanting. The campaign we made to close the motion picture houses on Sunday was lost at the last election. We are fallen on evil days. What small religious enthusiasm is left in the town has been drawn away to other churches where there are younger ministers with more fashionable creeds and fresher oratory. I have not been spared overhearing carelessly cruel remarks that I was too old to hold the pulpit any longer and should give way to a fresher mind. But I have not known where else to go, as I have had no calls from outside, and I could not, God forgive my vanity, I could not believe that I was yet too old to toil in the vineyard of the Lord. I have endured every other loss but that, and now the vineyard is closed. The church is to be closed. We had no fire in the stove last Sunday, and almost no worshipers were present. The sexton was ill, and his graceless son refused to leave his bed. What I shall do next, or how take care of the little children that still cling to our home, the Lord has not yet told me in answer to my prayers. I still have faith that in his good time he will provide a way or call his servant home, and I hope you will not take this letter as a plea for pity. It is only to explain to you that if you should plan to return to the fold, you will find the fold a ruin. I could not even send you the money for your railroad fare. There was a piece in the paper saying that the moving picture studios were also closing for lack of funds, and I wonder if my poor daughter has been turned out of the city of pleasure in which she elected to spend her life. The rain falleth alike on the just and the unjust. My cup is full and running over, but my chief dread is that unhappiness and want may be your portion as well as mine, and that I shall fail you utterly after providing so scantily for you all your days. I can only pray that my fears are the result of loneliness and age and weariness. It has not been easy to write this, but it would have been dishonest not to let you know. For months I used to think, every time I heard the train whistle, perhaps it brings my loved ones home. For the last few weeks I have feared that it might, lest I should have to welcome you to utter poverty. Even the oil is wanting to keep burning the lamp I used to set in the window every evening. And now, may the Lord shield you with his ever present mercy, or at least give us the strength to understand that in all things he knoweth best. Your loving husband. As she read this letter and saw back of the lines the heavy brows of her old father, saw the bald spot she had stared at from the choir loft, saw all the sweet wrong headedness of the veteran saint, Mem's heart hurt intolerably. From her eyes fell streams of those tears that she had sold for so much apiece. Her face was blubbered and crumpled and soppy, as in the crying contest for points. Her old fashioned heartache and eye shower ended in an old fashioned hysterics of shrieking laughter, of farcical cynicism at the ridiculous sublimities of life. She startled her mother by crying suddenly, "The Lord is another Charlie Chaplin, Mama. He's just planted another kick where it will do the most harm." End of chapter 48. Recording by Deanna Bovee. Chapter 49 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 49. Mem had been debating what make of car to buy. Cars were cheaper in price now, and wonderful bargains were to be had in slightly used cars purchased by hardly used stars who could not complete the payments or keep the gasoline tanks filled. She had cried herself into money. Not much, but a good deal considering the hard times, the general unemployment, and her inexperience. She had spent little of it. She had no time to shop or even to go down into the streets and stare in at the windows. She had hardly found the time to read the advertisements and study the fashion plates in the Sunday supplements. What car to buy and what new house to rent had been amusing conundrums for idle moments of musing, and now those conundrums were solved. Her mother sobbed, "What on earth can I write the poor darling?" Mem replied, "The answer is easy. I'm going to send him all the money I've got." Her mother cried out against robbing one of her loves to pay another. It seemed a cruel shame to take the first bit of cake from her daughter and sell it to buy bread for her husband. "You'll need it yourself. You may not have another job soon. You need new clothes and a rest." "Rest and the clothes can wait." Her mother kept a miserable silence for a long while before she could say, "Your father will never accept money that you have earned from the pictures. You know him. He'd rather die. He'd rather the whole world would die." This gave Mem only a brief pause. She answered simply, "Dr. Bretherick got me into this business by making up the pack of lies that brought me out here. Now he can make up a few more and save poor daddy from desperation." She sat down at once and wrote the doctor a letter, telling him what he must know already of her father's helplessness. She enclosed a money order for $250. She wrote a check at first, but she was afraid to have it put through the bank at Calverly, lest her father hear of it. She instructed the doctor to make up another of his scenarios about a repentant member of the congregation wishing to restore some stolen funds, or anything that his imagination could invent. Then she set the wheels in motion to secure an immediate engagement with the next to the greatest comedian on the screen, Ned Ling, a man whose private life was as solemn as his public life was frantic and foolish, whose personal dignity was as sacred as his professional dignity was degraded, a man of intellectuality, a reader of important books, a debater of art theories, but above all a man afraid of nothing so much as he was afraid of love. The Bermond Company was declaring another holiday, letting out such of its people as were not under contract, farming out such others as it could find places for in the shriveled market. The public was not flocking to the pictures or to anything else. The exhibitors were losing money or closing down. It was a period of dead calm and torpid seas. Wise men were trimming sails to the least breeze and jettisoning perilous cargo. The too courageous ones were sinking, vanishing, blowing up, dying of famine. When Mem spoke to Bermond of her desire to play a comedy with Ned Ling, Bermond leaped at the idea. It would take her off his salary list for weeks, and it would help her fame. He was not altogether selfish. He arranged a dinner under the pretext of a private preview of Tom Holby's new picture. It was not yet in its final shape, but the producers were glad to lend it to Bermond. Bermond warned Mem to wear her best clothes. There was a certain shame in her heart at baiting such a trap, but she felt now that she had a higher purpose than her personal ambition. She was working for her father and his church as well, and religious motive has always been a wondrous sedative to a conscience. Bermond saved her the price of a gown by lending her a flashing Parisian miracle from his own big wardrobe. It was astounding to him, as it was to Mem, to find what a change clothes make in a soul. The simple things she had worn hitherto had once given her a simple modesty. In her first scenes she had been as bad as Miss Bevan, forever pulling her skirts down. Her muscles remembered when her mind forgot. Kendrick had yelled to her once, "In God's name, Miss Steddon, forget your knees and don't advertise them by always covering them." When she saw herself before her mirror now in the Paris gown, she recoiled in red horror. A tide of blood swept under her entire skin. Her bosom was bared in a great moony sweep. There were no straps at all across the shoulders, and her back was revealed to the waist. She had never known how beautiful it was until she stood before her mirror and looked slantwise across her shoulder at the creamy charm of the gently rippling plain. She rose to the challenge of opportunity and clothed herself in audacity. The consciousness of her beauty gave a lilt of bravado to her carriage. She was happy in herself and silenced her old modesties with the pious thought that the Lord never gave her such flesh for concealment. Her mother was pale with terror of the white swan this pretty duckling had grown to, but she let her sail away. The unsuspecting Ned Ling came to the dinner and never dreamed that Mem was there to play the Lorelei. She shuddered at her own coquetry, but it was art for art's sake and in heaven's name besides. She met the comedian with a mixed attitude of homage and of self confidence. She made him proud and she made him happy. Best of all, she put him at his best. He said witty things, and her laughter was a final allurement. After the dinner they sank into big chairs in the Bermonds living room to watch the new picture. From a table behind them a little domestic projection machine sent a cone of light across their heads to a small curtain, and there a Lilliputian twin of Mem wept and fought and won through a tiny drama. From the dark, the happy gloom, Ned Ling kept crying out his enthusiasms for Mem s skill. He was frank enough in criticism of the picture as a structure. He groaned at the comic relief, and he shouted in ridicule of the hackneyed situations. Bermond echoed his praise and his censure. The picture was not a Bermond creation, but Mem was. In an interlude during a change of reels, Ned Ling said with all the earnestness of an earnest clown: "I love your tears, Miss Steddon. They make me weep. See how wet my eyes are." He leaned close and made her look into his melancholy orbs. Their melancholy was their fortune, for in his pictures he never smiled except when he was in a plight of comic despair. "I love to weep," he went on shamelessly. "Last Christmas, how do you suppose I spent my last Christmas? I stayed at home alone and felt sorry for myself. I did. Honestly, I just wallowed in self pity. I sat for an hour before a mirror and watched the tears pour down my cheeks. And when they fell into my sobbing mouth, I drank them and loved them because they were so bitter. It was the happiest Christmas I ever spent. Next Christmas, let's you and me sit together before a mirror and have a glorious cry and weeping duet. I can't imagine anyone else who would make me weep as lusciously as you. Will you come?" "I'll be there," said Mem, half with pity and half with mockery. Thereupon, as the lights went out again, he laid his hand on hers where it rested on the arm of her chair. When she moved it, he clutched it eagerly and whispered, "Oh, please," and clung to it like a lonely child. He laughed aloud at the wonderful battle Tom Holby put up, but he cheered Mem s every scene as she dashed through the storm. "How brave, how beautiful you are!" he murmured, leaning close. She whispered to him the tale of how near she was to death in the scene when she thrust her way through the tree. And now he clung to her with both hands, as if he would save her thus belatedly from danger. "I was very near to death in my last picture," he said. "I was supposed to sit down innocently on a plumber's torch. I had on asbestos trousers, but somehow my coat tails caught fire and I should have burned to death if Miss Clave hadn't thrown a rug around me. Awfully nice girl. I could have gone on loving her, but she kept talking about marriage, and I was afraid she'd get me to the altar some day. God knows I'm afraid of marriage. Aren't you? It sickened me when I heard the audience scream with laughter at the scene. We kept it in as it was and gave it a funny title. It had just the touch of obscenity that everybody loves. Too bad we Americans make such a bane of obscenity. A little wholesome smut never hurt anybody." When the picture was finished, he told Bermond what a genius he had in Miss Steddon, and said he wished he had her himself. Bermond, adroitly and coquettishly, forced the card on his hand, and before Ned Ling quite knew it had been arranged that Mem should be lent to him at a figure far above her Bermond salary. "I stuck him for the extra money," Bermond laughed afterward. "But I love to make Ned Ling pay. It hurts him so. I'll split the bonus with you, my dear." End of chapter 49. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 50 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 50. Tom Holby called on Mem the following evening. He had so earnest a face, so longing a manner, that she had not the heart to tell him at once of her triumph over Ned Ling and her engagement to play the leading role in his next farce. But Holby seemed to realize that something had happened to take her a little farther out of his parish. There was a fugaciousness in her manner and independence of him that terrified him. He grew as flat footedly direct and simple as one of the big, bluff he men he so often played. He actually twirled his hat, running his fingers round and round the brim, as he did when he was a cowboy making love to a gal from down East. He was as sheepish as Will Rogers playing Romeo, but not so shriekingly funny. His very boorishness pleaded for him, and if Mem had been free of this new hunger of hers for a taste of comedy, she might have taken pity on him lovingly. But she was in a mood of deferment, at least, and her smiling, teasing manner baffled him. In his confusion he noted a bundle of letters in his pocket, and for lack of other topic pulled them out. "This is a pack of letters that came to the studio just as I was leaving," he explained. "I stuffed 'em in my pocket. Haven't had a chance to look them over. Mostly mash notes, I guess." He took out the lot and riffled them over like a pack of cards. "If they think we movie people are fools, what have they got to say of the public that deluges us with this stuff? Here's one. Let's see what it's like." He read from a welter of passionate script. "Dear Mr. Holby, if I could only tell you how much I admire you, you would be the proudest man on earth. There's a picture of you on my bureau now, but it's only a clipping from a Sunday supplement. I take it out only when the door is locked. Mama would skin me if she knew I had it. I turn it away when I dress, but oh, I do just admire you so much. If I could only have a real photo of you to kiss good night, how proud I'd be. Won't you please send me one? With your own really truly autograph on it? You are my favorite of all actors, so manly and virile and handsome. Oh, I just Tom shook his head and stuffed it back in its envelope. "Will she get the photograph?" said Mem with the scorn of one woman for another. "Oh, yes, we can't afford to antagonize a single fan. My secretary will send her a picture and autograph it for me." "Who is your secretary? A girl?" Holby slid a glance of eager query under his eyelids. He hoped that there was a tinge of jealousy in her heart. That would be vastly encouraging. But her eyes revealed contempt only for men and the parasiteses that haunt them. "No, he's a man," said Tom dolefully. "Combination of press agent, valet, dresser, and secretary." The next letter had a Philippine Islands postmark. It was from a man in Cebu. It said: "Dear friend, kindly please send me a copy of your sympathy portrait. Hoping to received it in your benevolent reply. Many thanks for my best wishes." He read a few more. They represented a cosmic clientele, but he saw that they were boring Mem and put them back into his pocket. "Brave man," she said. "You open your mail in the presence of the woman you "I love and expect to marry," he said, gripping her hand. It was a grip of authority. It was Cupid the constable, so different from the pathetic clutch of Ned Ling the clown child. Just now it was Mem's humor to control somebody. She did not oppose Holby's clutch or resent it. She followed the most loathsome and exasperating of all policies, non resistance. "You're not going to marry me, Tommy," she said. "I don't want to be one of Solomon's wives." "Solomon's wives?" "Yes. You're wedded already to an army of fans. Half the women in the United States seem to claim you as their spiritual bridegroom. I'd as soon marry a telephone booth or a census report. You make Brigham Young look like a confirmed bachelor. He had only 40 wives or so. You have a million." "They make me tired." "Maybe, but what wouldn't they do to me? I'd get poisoned candy or infernal machines in the mail. I'd never dare marry you. It would be committing suicide." She was not altogether without seriousness. She felt a primeval jealousy, a primeval sense of monopoly. She writhed at the thought of possessing only a minute fraction of a universal husband, a syndicated consort whose portrait on 1,000 bureaus inspired numberless strange women with an ardor they called artistic admiration, as the medieval girls and spinsters set up images of saints and made violent love to them under the name of religion, clothing amorous raptures in pious phrases and burning with desires that they interpreted as heavenly yearnings. Mem turned green at the thought of a husband whose real lips she must share with actresses on the scene, and whose pictured lips would be kissed good night all around the world. It was a monstrous, fantastic jealousy, but its foundation was real. She shuddered at the prospect of being embraced by a husband whose virility thrilled a multitude of anonymous Maenads. If all these idiots wrote, how many must there be who worshipped in silence? But she did not express this revulsion to Tom Holby. She did not really feel enough desire for him just now to be jealous, except with a prophetic remoteness. Just now she was curious about another type of soul, about a comic sprite. She felt sure that no women wrote Ned Ling love letters or set him up as an icon on a bureau. Ned Ling's pictures were not sifting around the globe setting fool girls aglow, for Ned Ling's published portraits were always grotesque. He was photographed with a caricatured face of white chalk and a charcoal grimace, with a nonsensical hat and collar becoming almost as familiar now as Charlie Chaplin's neat slovenliness, his mustaches, and his splay foot shoes. Surely Ned Ling was free from the amorous bombardment of anonymous love letters. A woman might stand a chance of keeping his heart for her very self, and it would be cheerful to have one's own comedian on the hearth. Thinking these things, Mem said, "I'd be jealous of your public, Tom. It is a big one, and you've got to be true to it. I suppose it's because I've got none of my own. I've hardly had a letter yet." "That's because your first picture is only being released now. Just wait. You'll be snowed under. And would you like it if I read you a letter from some man in Oklahoma who had my picture on his bureau and kissed me every night good night?" "No." "Would you be jealous?" "Yes, I'd want to kill him." "Really?" There was a pleasant thrill in this, a thrill that will be a long time dying out of the female soul, the excitement of stirring up battle ardor in two or more males. Mem went on teasing, yet exploringly. "And would you kill any man who put me on a shrine and worshiped me?" "No. I'd realize that that was part of the penalty of loving a great artist. There's a penalty about loving a stupid woman that nobody else cares for, too. I'd realize that you have a right to the world's love, and I'd be proud of you, however much it hurt. I shouldn't lift my finger to hamper your glory." She was just about to kiss him lightly on the nearer ear for the fervor of the first part of his speech, but the last line checked her. There can never fail to be a little something disappointing about a love that is willing to share its prey with anyone else, even if it is with everyone else. Perhaps to punish this sickly saintliness, she told him flatly now that she was going to be Ned Ling's leading lady. This hurt him as much as she hoped. "It's a come down for you," he said. "It's a setback. You'd have been the next big star in the emotional field. Now you'll be swallowed up in a comic two reeler. Ling never gives anybody else any credit in his pictures. All you'll do will be to stand round and feed him." "Feed him?" "Yes, do things and say things that will give him a funny comeback." This was a trifle dampening. If he had held to that line of argument he might have turned her aside, but as always he had to say too much. "Besides, as I told you, Ned Ling always makes love to his leading lady. He quarreled with the last one, Miss Clave, because she wanted more publicity. She wanted to get a laugh or two herself and a line or two in the advertisements." This stirred in Mem a double emotion, one of curiosity, one of self confidence. She had had Ned Ling clinging to her fingers like a baby. She could wrap him round one of them, no doubt. Because Miss Clave failed, that did not prove that a wiser woman would. Holby did not quite persuade her to refuse the opportunity with Ling, but he sent her to it with misgivings. He put a fly in the ointment. There are always flies in ointment. A few days later a wasp fell into her ointment. She received one of the first of the numerous letters that were to swarm about her path. End of chapter 50. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 51 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 51. Time in Southern California flew on wings that seemed never to change their plumage. At home in Calverly, the birds put on their springtime splendor, lost it, and flew away. The trees feathered out in leaves and in a courtship glory of blossoms, then lost all. The flower bushes ran the same scale from shabbiness to brief beauty and back again.
The very ground was brown, was green, was bald, was white with snow that went and came again. But Los Angeles was always green. In December, March, always, there were great roses glowing, often high up in some tree they had climbed. Sometimes Mem grew angry at the monotony of beauty. She read of blizzards in the east and north and longed for a frostbite or the nipped cheeks of a Calverly winter. There was music in her memory of the frozen snow that rang like muffled cymbals under her aching little feet as she ran to school pretending she was a locomotive and her breath the steam. But this was only the fretfulness of the unconquerable human discontent. She had hated winter when it tortured her, and now the California paradise tortured her because it was winterless. Even in heaven the angels grew weary of gold and jasper architecture and harp music and tried to change their government. Discontent with the weather was only one of Mem s unhappinesses. Her ambition was ruthless and her critical faculty rebuked her. She prayed for opportunities for bigger roles and blushed at her obscurity. Yet when she saw her finished scenes she suffered direfully because she had done them so ill. When her colleagues applauded her, she said her true thought when she answered, "It could have been done so much better if only we could retake it." She was living the artist s life, goaded to expression, rejoicing in utterance, and afterward anguished with regrets that she had not phrased herself a little differently. As with every other artist in the world s history, her personality, her preferences, her very face and form, offended many people. Nobody ever pleased everybody. She overheard harsh criticisms, or they were brought to her one way or another. They hurt her cruelly, and the more cruelly since it was her nature to believe them justified and even a little less than harsh enough. Some happier natures than hers could always protect themselves by saying that the critic had a personal spite, or was a failure venting the critic s own disappointment, or was too shallow to appreciate, or had been bribed. But Mem never could wrap her wounded soul in such bandages. She felt that the truth was worse than the worst she heard. She could always find some fault in her achievements that the critics had overlooked. She could not retake her pictures, however, and when occasionally a scene had been shot over again and she could correct some fault, she always found another one, or more, to replace it. Obscurity was a further anguish. She suffered because so few people had seen her pictures, and the hard times that diminished the audiences looked like a personal injury to her in her artistic cradle. And then she had a stab of another sort. She learned the curse of success. One of her pictures was shown at the California Theater in Los Angeles, and she sat in a vast throng and saw with pride that people strange to her were leaning forward with interest and devouring her with their eyes. She saw a fat woman sniffle and thought it a beautiful tribute. She saw a bald headed man sneak a handkerchief out and, pretending to blow his nose, dash his shameful tears away. And that was beautiful to her, with a wonderful beauty. She played a minor role, but she heard people speak of her as the mob went out among the inbound mob crowding to the next showing. The papers the next day, in their criticisms, gave her special mention. She loved Florence Lawrence and Guy Price, Grace Lindsay, Edward Schallert, Monroe Lathrop, all of those who tossed her a word and put her name in print. A marvelous thing to see one s name in print and with a bouquet tied to it. She had but a little while to revel in this perfect reward, for in a few days a letter came to her forwarded from the studio. The writing on the envelope was strange to her. When she opened it, there was no signature. There was a savagery about the very writing. Her heart plunged with terror as she read: "I seen your pictur last night and it made me sick. You re awful innocent and sweet in the picture and you look like butter wouldn t melt in your mouth, but I know better, for I m the guy held you up in Topango Canon when you was there with that other guy and took your weddin ring off you. I didn t know who you was then, and I don t know who you is yet, but I m wise to you, and all I got to say is I ve got my eye on you and you better behave or else quit playin these innocent parts. You movie people make me sick. You re only a gang of hypocrites, so beware." Mem felt odious to herself, with all the revolting nausea of evil revealed. There is remorse enough for a struggling soul that knows its own defeats and backslidings, but it is nothing to the remorse that follows a published fault.
This letter was more hideous than headlines in a paper. It was more dreadful than such a pilloried public shame as Hester Prynne's. It meant that somewhere there was a man in an invisible cloak of namelessness and facelessness who despised her and jeered at her sublimities of purity. Her highest ambitions were doomed to sneering mockery. She was thrown back into the dark ages when girls were told that guardian devils floated about them as well as guardian angels, all manner of leering enemies, incubi, succubi, witches, fairies. She could hear such hellish laughter as Faust's Gretchen heard. She longed to find this man and implore his mercy. But how could she discover him? He was a thief and could only disclose himself by betraying his own crime, yet he felt himself less wicked than she. She saw before her a long life of such attacks. She resolved to do two things: lead thenceforth a blameless life and play thenceforth only such characters as made no pretense of perfection. She was the more determined to seek a foothold in comedy, in wild farce. She wanted to play a woman of sin, a vampire, anything that would free her of the charge of wearing a virtuous mask. She burned the letter, but she could never forget it. She could not walk along a street or ride in a car without wondering if the last man who cast a glance her way might not be the thief who had robbed her of something irretrievable. When she sat in a moving picture theater she wondered if he were not the man at her elbow, and since few men failed to look at her with a trailing glance that caught a little on her beauty as on a hook, she was incessantly thrown into panics. In time she grew brazen and said she didn't care. A little later she forgot the terror that walked by, but now and then it would return upon her, as often when she was alone as when she was in the range of human eyes. End of chapter 51. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 52 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 52. The first thing that struck Mem about the business of selling jokes was the melancholic despondency of it. In the other studios there had been a deadly earnestness at times, but usually a cheerful informality. But Ned Ling was in a state of nerves and dismal with anxieties. The first scene rehearsed showed Mem being ardently proposed to by a dapper young juvenile whose grace and beauty were to be the foil for Ned Ling's triumphant ugliness. The juvenile was instructed to do a simple bit of business. Young Mr. McNeal, realizing that the scene was supposed to be mildly funny, tried to play it in a mood of gayety, to horse it a little with a slight extravagance of manner and a humorous twinkle in his eye. Ned Ling checked him at once. "Cut out the comedy, Mr. McNeal, if you please. It's all right to be funny in an emotional picture, but comedy is a serious business. A joke is dynamite, and if it's handled carelessly, it will blow up in your hands and take you with it. I want the audience to blow up, not you. So you carry that scene as seriously as you can." The criticism hurt young Mr. McNeal, but it warned Mem. She went through her own business with a simple matter of factness, as if it had no humor in it. This was because she did not know how to make it funny. To her amazement, Ned Ling cried out: "Great! Perfect! Play it straight! The audience wants to laugh at your expense. Don't let 'em know you're funny or you're gone. But, Mr. McNeal, I must ask you not to crab Miss Steddon's scene." "Crab the scene, sir? What did I do?" "You moved." "Don't you want me to move?" "Never! Not when somebody else is getting off a point. You can kill half or all the laugh by distracting attention. An audience can only see one thing at a time, get one idea at a time. You ve got to ship em your jokes like a train of box cars. You can t jumble em or there s a wreck. When Miss Steddon s at work, you freeze, and Miss Steddon will do the same when it s your turn. And when I m with you I ll murder you if you move an eyelid when I m springing something. And you can murder me if I breathe during anything of yours. And one thing more: watch out that you don t spoil your own comedy by moving the wrong part of your anatomy. I can kill the best face play in the world by moving my feet or my hands. I can kill the work of my hands by rolling my eye. Remember that. Comedy is the most solemn business there is." Mem was amazed, dismayed at the anguish of exactitude attending each little bit of silly wit. She had captured her tears and her dramatic climaxes with a rush, but wit had to be stolen upon, prepared, and exploded just so. Ned Ling, at lunch time, told her of a year of meditation spent on one idiotic incident. He had not got it right yet. It might not be ready for this picture or the next. Some day it would come out just right, and then it would appear like an improvisation of the moment. He was especially delicate about the broad bits. He was a lover of coarse jokes. He loathed the puritanism that gave them an immoral quality. Yet they would not have been half so funny, or perhaps not funny at all, if it were not for the forbidding of them, just as nakedness would have no spice, no commercial value, and would suggest no evil thoughts if it were ignored or made compulsory, or if the wrong headed moralists did not surround it with horror and give it the fascination of rarity. Mem suffered acutely from Ned Ling's discussions of risky humor. She had never heard such talk. She was like a trained nurse getting her first glimpse of life through the eyes of a doctor, learning not to swoon at the lifting of the veils. Ned Ling had a doctor s impatience of prudery, the same contempt for the vicious indecency of what he called the nasty nice. He jolted Mem horribly, but he shook the furniture of her soul into more solid places. Like a nurse, like a woman doctor, Mem was far more decent after this course of training than before, but it took all her nerve to keep from wincing, from protesting, from taking up that obsolescent woman s weapon, "How dare you?" She learned in time to laugh wholeheartedly like a man at the coarse verities. She was not educated up to Rabelais. Few women have ever yet gone so high in the upper humanities. She would never love the great vulgarities, but she was emancipated from the smaller squeamishness, the wide eyed doll mind, and the Kate Greenaway innocence. That was why, perhaps, she could revel so wonderfully in The Beggar s Opera when she saw it. It was the first opera she ever did see, grand or comic. Not even a musical comedy had passed her eyes and ears. Her father did not believe in opera, and if he had had his way, Mozart, Verdi, and Wagner would have been as dumb as Shakespeare, for he abhorred the playhouse, too. The catalogue of his abhorrences was unending. He abhorred almost everything human that he could think of except when it was twisted into a form of prayer. He liked opera when it was disguised as oratorio and the singers wore their own clothes instead of evil costumes. He liked plays about Santa Claus, and he vaguely approved the old miracle plays the church had fostered, since he never dreamed how indecent many of them were. He was beginning to admit that motion pictures of educational or religious purpose might atone for their sins. But Mem would as soon have asked permission to go to a dance as to a theater in Calverly. Los Angeles had, for a city of its size, a minimum of theatrical entertainments. The long haul across the deserts made it prohibitive of late years for most companies to visit the Pacific coast. She had seen a few plays given by the city stock companies and by the Hollywood community players. She had even dragged her mother to those devilish amusements and brought her away without a sniff of brimstone. Her acquaintance with the world was almost exclusively of the movies, movish. Like the people of all other trades, when the cinemators had a free evening they spent it in more of the same. The picture houses were frequented by the picture people, of whom there were thousands in Los Angeles. Her first opera was curiously the last opera one might be expected to see at all in her day. Somebody in London had been inspired to revive the sensation of 1728. It had run for a solid year in the New London and another season in New York. Its ancient art had glistened like a Toledo blade. It made the epigrams of Oscar Wilde and Bernard Shaw look old fashioned. An opera whose hero was a thief and whose scenes were sordid, the gayest of operas, it dumbfounded Mem as it had set old London aghast. There, where the rival Italian companies had made war in an otherwise undisputed field, it suddenly arose and laughed them off the boards, drove Handel into bankruptcy, drove him to such despair that he went to Ireland, and, casting about for something to do besides the operas that were a closed career for him, tossed off in 3 weeks the Messiah, and became immortal as a religious force. Thus much Mem learned before the curtain rose. After it was up she learned to laugh uproariously at the utmost delicacies of indecency. It made an earthquake in Mem s soul to sit alongside Ned Ling and listen to the scene where the heroine horrifies her parents by announcing her marriage to a handsome young man. Horrifies them not because she wished to marry a highwayman, but because she wished to marry at all, except possibly some old man for financial reasons. Mem was aghast when they ridiculed their daughter s talk of love. At length the father protested: "Do you think your mother and I should have lived comfortably together so long if we d been married?" This was as terrifying as a scarlet snake, but Mem shook with laughter, then collapsed into dismay. If she could laugh at that, what decency had she left? Her soul groveled in itself remorsefully until the next epigram jarred it out of its opossumism, and she laughed again. She had so lost her orientation by the finish of the seductive villainies that she did not faint when Ned Ling said: "I ve laughed myself hungry. I haven t ordinarily any appetite. Let s go to my house and have a bite." "To your house?" "Yes, it s all right. I m quite alone there. Just a Jap. Very secluded." She wanted to say: "You tell me not why I should go, but why I should not, and I won t." But it seemed a silly, little girlish, old maidish, prunes and prismish thing to say. Wasn t she an independent woman now, a voter, a free and equal, self supporting citizen of the United States? In her imagination she could hear the wild crew of the Beggars Opera laughing at her for a shy little hypocrite, lacking the courage to obey her instinct and her training. She said, "All right," and got into Ling s car. When he said "home" to the driver she almost swooned, but not quite. The Jap showed no surprise at the late arrival of his master with a lady. Evidently it was the ordinary thing. Mem longed for a mask or a fire escape or a gun. She glanced about for weapons of defense. But Ned Ling said: "Some scrambled eggs and bacon, some wine. Would you rather have red or white? Or a little champagne? Let s have some champagne. Yes? Yes! We ll have some champagne, native California, but good." She felt as Jack of the Beanstalk felt when he found himself among ogres. But Ling turned out to be an infantile ogre, if ogre at all. He was more like an art gallery guide at first. He showed her his treasures. He knew something of art, or so she judged him from his talk, for she knew nothing of it herself. But his manner was impressive. He was especially proud of a portrait just painted of him by one of the California artists. Ling spoke of him as of the California school. Ling had brought home some jades from a voyage to China. He was addicted to jades, of a certain deep, dark emerald hue. He hated the sickly pallor of the usual jade. Mem decided to take up jade hunting as a sport when she got rich. At the table Ling resumed his play with her fingers. She felt only curiosity. She could feel neither alarm nor anger. She was hungry, but he kept one of her hands prisoner and preferred to talk. Afterward they went into the beautiful living room, a strange room for a clown, more like what she imagined a millionaire s room to be, judging from what millionaire s rooms she had seen in the movies. He put on a Caruso record on the Victrola, that old wail from Pagliacci, the heartbreak of the clown who is human in spite of the powder and feels red blood beneath the grease paint. Caruso was just recently dead and honored with the funeral of a church dignitary. Wild minstrel that he was, singing his way around the world on rubber wheels the way filmers traveled in celluloid spools. "A few years ago," said Ling, "and a singer s voice died with him. And now Caruso is singing here, everywhere. He ll sing as long as Homer, poor old blind Homer who never saw a picture, never knew that his own songs would live after him in the invention of the alphabet, never dreamed that they would be printed and used as school books thousands of years after he quit poking about the world singing about the fighters of his day. A few years ago, and we actors were condemned to oblivion as soon as we left the boards. But we can go on forever now. They re laughing around the world at me this minute. Listen." He kept an eerie quiet. and she could almost hear what he perked his ears to catch. "That's a gang of sweaty coolies in China. They're helped to forget the opium, laughing at me. Hear that? That's starving people in Russia, forgetting their hunger because the seat of my breeches caught on fire. Did you hear that yelp? That was one of the exiled kings guffawing when I got shot in the pants by an angry husband. The king has forgotten his own grief." This cosmic boastfulness did not keep him long in pride. "But I hate my pictures. I'm jealous of them. People don't like me. They just like that thing with the chalky mug. They love him because he's such a fool. I want to be loved because I am me and not a fool. Look at this painting of me. The artist cut the real me. See all the sorrow in the eyes and behind the mouth. See the longing and the unhappiness. That painter got under my skin. He got to me. I love that because it's me." Suddenly he bent over and kissed his own image on the mouth. It was the mad act of a Yankee Narcissus overcome not by his own loveliness, but by his own loneliness. Mem was dazed. She had a normal woman s normal interest in her mirror because a mirror is the show window of the goods she has for sale. She had become of necessity self conscious, self critical. She had admired extravagantly the reflection of herself in the looking glass the night she went forth to meet this Ned Ling in her first magnificent gown, but she had never divided herself into such a pair of twins, such a Mutual Consolation Society, Ltd., as Ned Ling had organized. And as often happens, seeing that he was so sorry for himself, she felt no draught upon her own sympathy. She simply stared and wondered. He made her sit down on a long couch and snuggled close to her. She was still rather curious than alarmed. He took up her hand again and studied it, talking in the rather literary manner he sometimes assumed. "Each separate finger has its own soul, don't you think? Hands are families. Your own hands, anybody's hands, are a group of people. Hands are different, and fingers, they're wicked, capable of such terrible things, holding daggers, gifts, caressing, throttling, playing music, exploring, loving, hating. Queer things, fingers. Your right hand and your left hand aren't the least alike, and your face is still a third person." Before Mem quite realized how solemnly ludicrous a couple of comedians could be, if anybody had been looking except God and perhaps that Jap valet, Ned Ling s head was on her breast and his eyes were turned up into hers like a baby s. He was in a newborn prattling humor. That was a secret of his success. He was a baby with all a baby s privileges of impropriety, selfishness, hatefulness, adorableness. He could revert to infancy and take his audience with him, make old men and women laugh at the simple things that had tickled their childish hearts. And withal, there was an amazing sophistication. He was a baby that calculated and measured, triumphed and yet wept and wanted always the next toy. He was thinking of Mem as his next toy, and she was thinking of him as her next child. His warm head and his brown eyes like maple sugar, just as it is liquescent to syrup, and with the same gold flakes glinting, they were quaintly babyish to her in spite of his old talk. "I want to love and be loved, but not to love too much. I'm afraid of love. It has hurt me too bitterly. Some of them haven't been true to me, and that hurt me horribly. And I haven't been true to some of them, and that hurt me still worse. I don't know which is ghastlier, to see a woman laugh at you or cry at you. Marriage is no solution. I don't see how it can help being the end of love. Love ought to be free, like art and speech. Of course, art isn't free. There's the censorship. Well, marriage is like censorship. Everything you do and say and feel must be submitted to the censor. They call this a free country and have censorships and marriage." She smiled. He was more like a prattling baby the more cynical he grew. His heavy head made her breast ache and yearn for a baby, but he wanted only the froth of life without the body and the dregs. "Could you love me just enough and not too much?" he pleaded. If he had said, "Marry me to morrow,"
He might have had her then, but she had not his opinion of marriage. She had played the game without the name, endured the ecstasy and the penalty without the ceremony. She had escaped public shame by a miracle of lucky lies and accidents. The hunger remained for the rewards of marriage, the honesty of a home, the granite foundations of respectable loyalty. So when he pleaded with her for love, that cheated and played for fun and not for all, for a kiss, for caresses, she shook her head, mystically as he thought, but very sanely and calmly in truth. She was far away, mothering a shadowy child, swaying in a rocking chair throne. Ned Ling's prayers gained fervor from her aloofness. He called upon a goddess who would not hear. She held his hands and slapped them with a matronly condescension that drove him frantic. He could not get past the cloudy masonry he had built round her by deriding marriage. It was a good subject for jokes, but contempt for it was more ridiculous than the thing ridiculed. Finally, she yawned in the face of his passion and said, "I ll be going home now, please." He was so thwarted and rejected that he sent her home alone. She was grateful for that. End of chapter 52. Recording by Deanna Bove. Chapter 53 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 53. Again, when she got home, her mother was waiting for her. Her father was waiting for her again. Her mother had fallen asleep with her father's letter in her hand. As Mem slipped in guiltily and stared at her, she leaped up in alarm and cried out in protest, with a sleepy reversion to ancient authority: "Mem, have you proven utterly shameless? Have you gone wrong at last?" Mem smiled and shook her head. Something in her calm convinced her mother more than any angry disclaimer could have done. She breathed deeply with relief from the nightmare that rides mothers souls night and day. She smiled as she held out another letter from the old child they were both mothering. My beloved wife, you will find it hard to believe what I am about to write, for you were never quite convinced that prayers are answered. Well, mine have been, and I am more than ever confirmed in my faith. A miracle has been vouchsafed unto me, even me. This morning Dr. Bretherick called to see me and stated that he had been entrusted with a mysterious message. A former parishioner of mine, a man whose name he was forbidden to disclose, had embezzled some money years ago and had never been discovered. The still small voice of his conscience, however, was never silenced, and at last it drove him to restitution. But he found that the people whom he had wronged were dead, and there were no heirs to receive the funds. In his distress at being unable to relieve his soul of its remorse, he bethought himself of his old church, and wrote to Dr. Bretherick, who had been his physician in the old days, asking him to convey the money to me for such use as I found best. Dr. Bretherick placed $250 in my hands and assured me that more would come from time to time until the principal and the interest had been paid. I fell on my knees in thankfulness, and even Dr. Bretherick, hopeless old skeptic that he is, was not free from a moisture about the eyes. When I reproached him with his little faith, he could not deny that there was something in this beyond his ability to explain by any of his materialistic nonsense. He would not even give a hint as to the anonymous donor, but I have my suspicions as to who the man is. He left town some years ago and has grown rich in New York. My prayers follow him. I cannot write more. I am too busy renewing the life of this dear old church. The mortgagees have accepted a part payment and agreed to prolong the loan. The members have taken a new lease on faith, and some of the wanderers have been drawn back to the fold. A member on an outlying farm has turned in 3 fat pigs to sell, and 2 merchants have endorsed a note which the bank has discounted. The other preachers may be younger, but they cannot point to such a miracle. As Elijah was fed by the ravens,
So some unknown benevolence has rescued this old man of yours from the deeps of helplessness. If only you could come home now, and if our beloved child could see the light, all would be well. Tell her of my good fortune, and say that my cup of joy would overflow indeed if only she might give up her error before the night falleth. I am trying not to ask too much of heaven, but I am counting on seeing you. Your loving husband. Never had Mem felt more ancient or more motherly than when she saw this aged child converted again to Santa Claus. His blind confidence in his wrong headedness filled her heart with tender amusement. She was thoroughly happy and fully rewarded for the sacrifice of her savings, but she was too freshly come from the home of the farceur to escape a torment of cynicism. She put ice in her mother's heart when she said, "I saw the Beggar's Opera tonight, Mama. The wickedest thing I ever did see, too. But if it hadn't been for that, Handel wouldn't have written the Messiah." This was academic enough to pass her mother without protest, but Mem went on with diabolical logic. If Eve hadn't eaten the apple, then Christ would never have come to earth. "Hush! In heaven's name!" "Hush is always good advice, Mama, but I can't help realizing that if I hadn't, well, sinned is the word, with poor Elwood Farnaby, I'd never have run away from home. If I'd never run away from home, I'd never have come out here. I'd never have earned a cent. I'd never have had a cent to send poor daddy, and his church would have gone to smash. So you see—" "No, I don't," said Mrs. Steddon, "and you better not." "All right, I won't," said Mem, kissing the frightened face. "But it's a funny world, isn't it, Mama?" "Not at all," said Mama. End of chapter 53. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 54 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 54. Mem dreaded to go to the studio the next day for fear of the comedian who had overnight become a rejected lover. But Ling separated shop from life completely and gave no sign of the self tormentor, the love puzzle he became of evenings. He was once more the chemist fretting over the minutiae of laugh getting, pondering the hair's breadth lift of an eyebrow, perfecting the mixtures of action to the least scruple. The child's lonely heart was forgotten, and he was the keen professor in his laboratory. Mem wondered if other scientists became just such babblers when they went back to their homes and their boarding houses. She also became the woman professor, storing up information. She began to wonder if the same accuracy would not be of value in the manufacture and sale of tears and sorrows. She began to revert to her old ambitions and to feel that the business of laughter making was not her line. The pathos and the amiable farce of her father's delusion warmed her heart toward the homely sentiments of the everyday people. She wanted to play small town heroines and enact village tragedies, with the sunlight of laughter woven through them. After all, most people were either in or from small towns. The richest bought themselves farms and dwelt in villages. And she had read that Marie Antoinette had her Petit Trianon, where she dressed as a peasant and fed chickens. She began to long for a role made to order for herself. She had been putting on other people's ready made ideas, wearing characteristics that came to her complete, adjusting her own body and spirit to a preconceived creation. Now, like all growing actors' souls, she grew impatient for a mantle cut to her own shoulders of a tint suited to her own complexion. One evening, when a Thursday night dance at the Hollywood Hotel drew a throng of movie makers of all the branches of the industry, she fell in with a Miss Driscoll who wrote continuities and was one of the leading spirits of the Screenwriters Guild. She was also one of the chief officers of the New Writers Club, which had just bought a house and opened a clubhouse where men and women mingled in disregard of ancient prejudice. Miss Driscoll thrilled Mem by saying that she ought to have a picture written especially for her. She said she had been watching Mem's work, had been talking about her a lot to Tom Holby. She paid Mem the marvelous compliment of a personality, an individuality.
She wanted to write something around her. Four men who begged Mem for a dance were vaguely snubbed. Miss Driscoll's voice was more fascinating with that theme of herself than even the saxophone, with its voice like the call of a goat legged, shaggy Pan, turning dance floors into leafy forests and putting a nymph or a faun inside each ball gown or dinner coat. Love of very fleshly and woodland appeal was of an inferior magic to the spell of a voice that said, "Let me write and publish you as your own self to the world." Mem was beginning to respond to the same self splitting introspection that she had pitied or scorned in Ned Ling and in other actors who were always worrying over an infidelity to their selves. Tom Holby came up and commanded her to dance. When she begged off, he lifted her from her chair and eloped with her like Jupiter carrying off Europa. But her thoughts remained with Miss Driscoll and this wonderful new world where she was to enact herself. Tom Holby soon realized that he had only an empty shell in his arms, and he put her back into her chair. But Miss Driscoll had been carried away by another dancer, and Mem found herself alongside a man whom she recognized as an author of continuities, also one of the chief spirits of the Screenwriters Guild and one of the chief officers of the Writers Club. And he introduced himself as Mr. Hobbs, saying that he had been watching her work for some time and that she had a distinct personality, a peculiar photographic genius. "I'd love to write something around you," he said. Mem chuckled with the infantile pride of discovering that she had toes. 10 of them. She also had a me, and an altar was rising to it. When Miss Driscoll returned, panting and mopping her brow, she said to Hobbs, "You lay off my star. I seen her first." "Nonsense!" said Mr. Hobbs. "I ve been dreaming about her for weeks." Mem felt divinely foolish as the wishbone of such a rivalry. But when Tom Holby drifted back as always, and Ned Ling came up to glorify her with attentions, both of them felt that she was cut off from them by some transparent but impassable cloud. End of chapter 54. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 55 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 55. Mem found it a marvelous thing to have geniuses begging for the privilege of writing the words to the music of her beauty, librettos for her limber personality. She had met so few authors, and those few so briefly, that she still thought of them as miracle workers of a peculiar mystery, creators who spun out little universes at their own sweet will. The hack continuity writers she had encountered had not confirmed this quaint theory, and she soon learned that most of them, somewhat like the dwellers on a certain famous island, earned a precarious existence by stealing one another's plots. The novelists she had read but not seen were still cloudy beings who dropped tablets from their private Sinais. She felt that if she were even lucky enough to touch the hem of the garment of one of them, she would ask him, "How on earth do you ever think of your plots?" In good time she would learn to know some of the most famous of the men and women who plowed with a pen and were as much hitched to it as it to them, and she would find them also poor, harrowed, plain people, wondering what life is all about and why their sawdust dolls would not behave like humanity. Each of them had his or her favorite critics who made life a burden and every new work a target. Still, for a time, it was drinking the milk of paradise and feeding on honeydew to find herself inspiring strangers with a desire to build stories as airplanes and chariots for her to ride and drive to glory. It was warming to have strange persons writing in from nowhere and everywhere, imploring her to touch their manuscripts with her life giving radiance, make them walk and lift their authors out of their hells of oblivion. When the compliment became a commonplace, it became a bore, a nuisance, a pest, an outrage. An amazing number of strangers wrote her that their life stories would make her rich and famous, and were far more dramatic than the works of Griffith, Jeanie McPherson, John Emerson, Anita Loos, Marion Fairfax, June Mathis, Thompson Buchanan, J. G. Hawkes, Charles Kenyon, Monty Catterjohn, and the other photoplaywrights. She answered such letters as she could by hand and labored to avoid repetitions of phrase. Then she set her mother to work to copying out forms and finally made her mother sign them with her best imitation of Mem's name. "And now I'm a forger!" gasped Mrs. Steddon. "What next?" By and by both of them were so overworked with the increasing task of answering letters from every kind of person, ranging from little girls of 8 to elderly Japanese gentlemen, and offering everything from a prayer for a photograph to an opportunity to pay off a mortgage, that Mem began to hate and revile her annoyers. Here and there was a letter of gracious charm, a cry from some sore beset soul, a word of rewarding gratitude from one who felt a debt to her art, a glimpse of some wretch with a cancer of ambition gnawing a hapless soul. Young girls, unluckily married and dwelling on farms far distant from Los Angeles, described the color of their hair and eyes and the compliments they had had from their neighbors, and begged to be brought to Los Angeles that they might trade their messes of pottage for their birthrights of wealth and renown. They opened their windows to Los Angeles as to the city of deliverance, which it had been to a multitude. Sometimes the letter unconsciously conveyed more landscape and character than a laborious author could achieve, and carried with it an air of helpless doom that was heartbreaking. There were many of the following sort: "Dear Miss Steddon, may I introduce myself to you? I'm a little Arizona girl, and I want to know how to become a movie star. Will you please take a few minutes of your time and tell me all about it? Does it take lots of money to become a movie star? Every since I was 15 years old, I've craved to be a star. My people objected very much. When I was 17, I began work, and when 19, I married. I and husband separated, so now I'm on the plains with my father and mather. I have a 2 months old baby boy. I'll be 21 in Feb. I'm called a disappointed brunette. I weight 117, 5 feet 4 inches. I think I'll send you a little picture of myself so you can see for yourself how I look. I am a pretty good dancer. As I was pretty busy myself, I must go. Please take a few minutes and drop me a few lines about this. Yours truly, Mrs. Jacob Layton." Youth might break through the hasps of fate, though Mem could only answer that thousands of experienced actresses were out of work and there was little chance. There was less hope still for the dowdy Middle Agers who wrote from Midwestern villages, enclosing photographs that would have ended their chances if they had had any. But they wanted to know how to get famous quick. Actors without experience, authors who could not spell, people of every imaginable and unimaginable disability sent their pleas to this new goddess, and she was as helpless to grant them as the gods above have always been to respond to the petitions that rain toward them from the volcanic fires of the molten hearts of this world. Mem could not answer, even with advice, and she felt that she was making enemies everywhere, faster than friends. Fame, too, has its income tax to pay, and the rate increases by the same doubling and trebling with which the government punishes success in the form of money. Writhing at the humiliations of obscurity, Mem was coming swiftly up into the humiliations of conspicuity. The letter from the hold-up man was followed by another less terrifying, but no less belittling to her pride. She had just been glowing with the first thrill of the first requests for her photograph and for her autograph, paid for in advance by flattery, if not postage, when her eager eyes met this, from Yuma, written by a landlady who carried her hash-making propensities into her English. "Miss Remember Steddon, nee Mrs. John Woodville, Bermond Studios, Los Angeles, California. Dear Madame, seeing as I seen your picture at the theater here last night and recognized you as the lady who left a trunk here, saying she would send for it as soon as she and her husband got theirselves located, and you never done so, and going to the moving picture the other night, as I say, I saw you, or so I believe, on the screen as Miss Steddon, and very pretty you was, too, I must admit. And so how about your trunk is what I am asking, and there is storage charges on it, and Mrs. Drissett, who is still with me and seen the picture with me, says to ask you, do you remember her asking you about being a Woodville, and you're saying you was ashamed of your husband's folks, or rather that he didn't have no folks at all, and she notices as you used another name, and hoping to hear from you soon, and do what is right is my motto, and I expect other folks to do the same. Yours respectfully, Mrs. Clem Sloat. Mem's own behavior had been more inelegant than Mrs. Sloat's syntax. Her whole life, indeed, had been ungrammatical to the last degree. She had slunk away from Yuma with all the ignobility of a coyote, and this sudden searchlight restored her to her craven memories. She had crept from dark to dark then, but now she was both the priestess and the prisoner of the light, the victim of her fame, the captive rather than the captain of the soul she had for sale, the tremendously advertised soul she had for sale. Helen of Troy found the face that launched 1,000 ships a most embarrassing possession, for the 1,000 ships went after her and besieged her, and now Mem's past was coming up in all directions like troops of siege. She wondered now who would be the next to confront her with some half forgotten distortion of the truth. She wondered if every step she had taken and was to take would leave a petrified footprint like the fossilized traces of a primeval insect for all eternity. She could not decide what answer to make to either letter, and so made none at all. The writer naturally supposed her guilty of indifference and contempt for her feelings, but her silence was actually due to contempt for herself and her inability to devise a decent excuse. Now and then she sought escape from brooding in spurts of gaiety. She went about with Tom Holby and Ned Ling, and with other suitors among the various pleasances of Los Angeles. She danced at the Alexandria to the bewitching fiddlery of Max Fisher, and at the Coconut Grove in the Ambassador made part of the mucilaginous eddy of humanity that tried to follow Art Hickman's uncanny music. She missed no Wednesday night at the Sunset Inn, and on one occasion almost won a dancing prize with a wonderful lounge lizard. Thursday nights found her at the Hollywood Hotel. She was dancing fiercely, but never quite away from her past. At the Turkish Village she drank the thick, sweet glue called coffee and chatted with Lucille. She learned to know the Mexican dishes, the carne con chile, and the tamales at the Spanish Kitchen. She went through the inevitable phase of looking up odd places to eat and enjoying poor food because it was quaint. She joined the horseback rides that set out from the Beverly Hills Hotel and threaded the canyons till they came upon breakfast spread in a glen. She motored to Santa Barbara and heard the nightingale at El Mirasol, or sat on the terrace of the moonlit Samarkand and dreamed herself in Persia. She motored to San Diego and beyond, tasting the rival delights of the old Spanish mission at San Juan Capistrano and the gambling across the Mexican border in Tijuana. She took a course of Philharmonic concerts, heard the world famous singers and instrumentalists, and regretted the tongueless career she had adopted. But she learned to chatter of art and music in little groups of devotees, composers, painters, sculptors, verse makers, story writers, that make up the countless clubs of a city already as big and as busy as half a dozen Athenses. She was broadening and deepening her mind and her heart, and aerating, volatilizing her spirit. She toiled all the while at her own technique. When she finished the short comedy with Ned Ling, she was drawn back to the Bermond studio for the principal role in a big picture. She was not yet to be starred, but she was to be featured with a young man, Clive Cleland, who was spoken of as Tom Holby's successor. Young Cleland fell prey to her growing fascinations, but he was so much her business rival, and their professional love scenes were such duels for points, that she could not think of him as an amateur in love. Besides, an unsuspected loyalty to Tom Holby was wakened in her heart by the pretense that this raw youth was Tom's successor. Tom Holby was out in the Mojave Desert on location, and his absence pleaded for him like a still small voice that interfered with the murmurs of nearer lovers. She was full of impatience of every sort. She had fallen out of love with herself. Mannerisms that directors or critics pointed out, or that she discovered for herself, vexed her to distraction. It was a strange thing to recognize in herself a fault that she detested in others and was yet unable to eradicate. Striving to avoid these recurrent tricks, she grew self conscious, and people said that she was getting a swelled head, when she was most in a panic. What they took for conceit was the bluff of a rabbit at bay. And all the while, the longing for a home, a single love, a normal average life, alternated with onsets of cynical defiance for the conventions. While nature was clamoring in her blood for mating and motherhood, her new freedom drove her to anarchic protests against submission to the functions of the beasts. Mem was in a chaos morally. She was at her spring, all her senses aleap with youth and desire and a wilding joy in breaking through old rules. The moralities were to her the ice that the April brooks sweep away and the torrents melt, the grim white ice of winter that freezes life and puts love and art and beauty asleep. She was so horrified by the indecencies of the Puritans and the censors and the critics of her career that revelry became a duty. The Maypole was a liberty pole. But the dramatic world had its Puritans as the religious world has its gypsies. In the picture she was making at this time, the role of her rival for the love of the lover was played by a Miss Bevan, who made such a parade of her undenied virtues that they became vices in the eyes of her colleagues. By now, Mem had departed so far from her early training that she had little left of what she once would have called common decency. She went extremely decolletee to dances. She climbed the mountains in breeches and puttees, and on the stage she wore what she was told to wear, left off what she was told to leave off, without thought of protest. Miss Bevan, however, was of an opposite mind. She considered her person entirely her own and her future husband's. She refused to wear one gown because it was too low in the neck, and another because it was too high in the skirt. She refused to be photographed actually kissing an actor on the lips. She would let him pretend to press his mouth against her cheek, and she would hide her face behind his, but no more. In one scene she had to run out into a high wind in a frenzy of terror. The airplane propeller twirled her skirts about her and displayed the shapely knees the Lord had wasted on her. She forgot the overwhelming emotion of her role and bent to clutch down her spiraling skirts. When the director shouted, "Cut!" she was distraught with shame and demanded that he retake the scene and temper the wind to her shorn frock. He refused with disgust. She insisted then that the picture be cut before the wind displayed her limbs. The director answered, "I'll cut the scene just before you began to hide 'em, not because the public is interested in your legs, but because I've got to get you through the door." Miss Bevan was frantic. She ran to Mem and poured out her woe. "I think that director is the most indecent person in the world, don't you?" "No," Mem snapped, "but I think you are." Mem despised prudery and felt that such maniac modesty could only be due to the frenzy of a mind eternally thinking evil. Women like Miss Bevan seemed to her to squander important energies on a battle with dirt, like fanatic housewives who devote so much of their days to keeping their homes clean that they have no time to accomplish anything else. Mem had devoted her body and her soul to her public in office hours, but there still remained much idle time for mischief, and in these hours, and in the days and weeks between pictures, she found love nagging her insufferably. She was in the humor of the Florodora maidens, whose motto rang through her mind: "I really must love someone, and it might as well be you." The "you" was almost any attractive man she chanced to be with at the time, and men were frequenting her increasingly, as they have always flocked about actresses, since actresses are the peaches at the top of the basket. The stage and the motion pictures offer opportunity to beauty as the army to bravery, the church to piety, the law to probity, and finance to ingenuity. Mem's face was her fortune, and her mind was its steward. Her perfection of mien drew people to her as a lamp draws a wayfarer or a pilgrim or a moth. Seekers after a night's lodging, a month's flirtation, or a life's companionship saw her from afar and ran to her wards. She was in a marriage mood, and her heart and her friends gave her conflicting counsel. Don't marry an actor. Don't marry an author. Don't marry a businessman. Don't marry anybody. But the Florodora tune kept tinkling in her heart. She really must wed someone. Ned Ling was one of Mem's most abject worshippers. He had taught her the mechanics of comedy and helped her tragedy thereby. Without being able to laugh at himself, he taught her to laugh at herself and at him. He grew morbid for her. He cast away his fears of love and his horror of marriage and his sense of humor at the same time. He clung to her hand and played with her fingers, lolled against her with his head on her breast, and implored her to be his mistress, his wife, his rescuer from despondency. But his caresses were like the fumblings of a child at a maternal bosom, and his wildest prayers were mere childish naughtiness to her. The only love she could feel for him was a sense of amused motherhood, and he did not want that. He flew into tempests of anger at her unresponsiveness and became a tragic clown at whom she could not help smiling. He made comic exits from her presence, swearing he would never see her again, and comic returns. But Mem would only flirt with him and with anyone else who amused her. She came in at 4 one morning after a party given to celebrate Charles Chaplin's return from his royal progress through Europe, a triumph that seemed to lift the whole motion picture world in the person of its representative. The film people felt that they were at last a nation finding recognition, as when the emissary of a republic is accepted as an ambassador. The party was innocent enough, devoted to dances, charades, impromptu speeches, imitations, songs, operatic burlesques, and an almost puerile hilarity, but it lasted almost to the hour when good children are getting out of bed. While Mem was passing through this phase of moral and romantic skepticism and experiment, enacting pretenses of devout love before the camera and mocking at love outside its range, and her mother was not quite sure that she had not quite gone to the devil, her first pictures were going about the world like missionaries, winning proselytes to her shrine. The whim to be married recurred to her incessantly and grew to a fixed purpose. It appealed to her various moods in various ways. When she was under the spell of her home training, marriage was a sacramental duty. When she heard it discussed with cynicism or read of the shipwreck of some other marriage, it stirred her sporting blood. She wanted to bet she could make a success of it. When she was in an amorous fever, it recommended itself as an assurance of abundant warmth and safety. When she was lonely, it was companionship. When she was shocked by the recklessness of others or by her own remorse, it was respectability. But it was always something unknown that she wanted to know. No experience of life could be complete without it. Tom Holby came back from the desert, browner than ever, less subtle, more undeniable than ever. He fought hard for her in the spirit of the hero he was playing at the time, a man who acted on the theory that the caveman is woman's ideal and that she prefers above all things to be caressed with a club. But these highly advertised tactics were not to Mem's liking, at least at the moment. When he grew too fierce, she struck him in the mouth with a fist that had stout muscles for a driving bar, and she brought the blood to his nose with a slash of her elbow. She railed at his awkward confusion, but thereafter she was out when he called. End of chapter 55. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 56 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 56. Eventually, she met Holby at the golden wedding anniversary of an old actor who had been on the stage since boyhood, had married a young and pretty actress at 21, and was still married to her after half a century of pilgrimage along the dramatic highways. There were other old theatrical couples at the feast, and they made wedlock look like a good investment. The occasion was exceedingly benign, and Mem was so gentle that she accepted Tom Holby's apologies and his company home. How wonderful, she said on the palm gloomed way, to be loved by one man for 50 years. I could love you for 100, Tom groaned. Let's get married and quit wasting so much time. Something impelled her to think aloud. You're determined to play the simple Septimus, after all, in spite of the censors. She regretted the mad indiscretion an instant too late. Holby was startled, and startled her by his quick demand. You don't mean that you are that you are going to No, she said, but
Like a child or a dog, the simple Holby occasionally had an instinctive understanding of something unspoken. He astounded Mem by saying, "So that's why you were hiding in Palm Springs with that phony wedding ring." "Tom!" she cried, aghast at his astounding guess at the truth. "Forgive me," he grumbled. And that was that. Neither of them ever alluded again to the subject. Deeply as it rankled in both their hearts, they were wise enough to leave buried secrets in their graves. But in spite of what Holby must have imagined, he doggedly persisted. "Let's get married. In spite of everything," he stormed. "Tomorrow is the nearest day there is." She loved him for that impetuous determination of his. He swept her past aside as she had seen him conquer other obstacles, avalanches, thugs, wild animals, terrors that daunted most men. She offered a weakening resistance. "What chance of happiness could we have?" "As much as anybody." She had to make an old fashioned struggle, but her reasons were modern. "I wouldn't give up my career for all the happiness in the world." He had evidently been thinking that matter over a long while, for he was positively glib. "I don't suppose any woman ever gave up her career when she got married." "How do you mean?" "Most women have been brought up for a career of housekeeping. A father or mother told them what to do and scolded them when they did something else. They learned how to make dresses and sew and cook, and that was their business. When they married, they just moved their shop over to their husband's home and expected him to provide the raw stock and tell them what to do and scold them if they didn't do it, or spank them." This struck Mem as a new way of putting an old story, but she saw one great difference. "But that wife lived at home and her husband knew where to find her, and he wouldn't let her do business with any other customer. In our lives, if we lived them together, the husband would be away from home half the time. So is the average husband, with his store and his lodge and his club." "But then there's the travel when you're on location, or when I'd be. Travel doesn't keep businessmen or lecturers or soldiers or sailors from marrying, and half the wives in the world go away for the summer or the winter or on long visits." "But you'd be hugging other girls before the camera, and other men would be hugging me." "As long as it didn't mean anything." "But it might come to." "Well, for the matter of that, a lot of hugging goes on in a lot of homes and outside of them. I was reading that most of the girls on the street were ruined in domestic service. Chambermaids and cooks are pretty dangerous things around a house for husbands, and husbands for them. And doctors and preachers are dangerous to wives. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's true. Then there are the stenographers in the offices, and the salesladies in the stores, and the cloak models and cashiers, and oh, it's a busy little world. And it's always been so. The old patriarchs had their concubines and their slaves and their extra wives. No guarantee ever went with marriage that was good for anything, and there's none now. We've got as good a chance as anybody. But what if we should fall out? Divorces are so loathsome." "They're pretty popular, though. They're more decent than the old way, and divorces are as ancient as the world. Moses brought down from heaven the easiest system." "Yes, but Christ said nothing about a woman ever getting a divorce at all. He only allowed a man to get it on one ground. But a good deal less than half of our population even pretends to belong to a church or ever did. I was reading that only a third of the passengers on the Mayflower were Puritans. You can't run this country by the church, especially while the churches don't agree on any one thing. We'd have to have a license even if a clergyman should marry us." Mem was shocked by the possibility of a civil marriage. "It would not be wedlock at all unless a parson sanctified it." Holby broke in upon her musings. "But here we are arguing. Argument is death to love. Let's love. Let's marry. Let's take a chance. We can't be any worse off than we are now. We'd be happy for a while, anyway." He took her in his arms, and she did not resist. Neither did she surrender. Her mind was away and her voice a remote murmur. "How long could it last?" "We've just come from a golden wedding, and there were couples there that have had their silver anniversaries." "But Jimmy Kohler and Edith Minot were married on Monday and separated on Tuesday, and Mr. and Mrs. Gaines have lived apart for years, and they would be divorced if she weren't a Catholic,
and the Blisses live together, but everybody knows their other affairs. The actors are no unhappier than the plumbers or the merchants. We'd have as good a chance as anybody. We'd be happy for a while anyway. Let's take a chance." But Mem was not in a gambling mood. She withdrew herself gently from his relaxing arms. She wanted to ponder a while longer. Marriage was a subject about which the best people told the most lies. If you are truly respectable, you never tell the truth about marriage or religion, and you never permit it to be told in your presence. Mem cherished the ancient ideal of an innocent bride going shyly into the ward of a husband who will instruct her reverently into awful secrets. She felt that she had somehow lost the right to be a bride, for there were no secrets to tell her. How could she enter a school when she was already postgraduate in its classes? She did not know how rare such ignorance has always been. She did not know that many good, wise people had felt it a solemn duty to instruct little boys and girls in all the mysteries long before they came to nubility. She was not yet aware of the new morality that denies the virtue or the safety of ignorance and loathes the ancient hypocrisies, the evil old ideal that a normal man wants to marry a female idiot. She was pitifully convinced that she was unworthy of Tom Holby's arms. She knew that he had led the average life. She did not expect to find him ignorant of life, but that had never been expected of bridegrooms. It was from a deep regard for him that she denied his prayer and went sadly to her solitary room as to a cell for a fallen woman. Oh, to have been always good! There she rebelled against her doom. She grew defiant. The orange tree in the patio had both fruit and blossoms. Her heart was full of knowledge and yet of innocence. She knew the live coals of desire, but she knew also the hearth yearnings of the bride. She had the steadfast eagerness of the wife to bend her neck to the yoke. She loved her art. She loved her public. She felt at times immortal yearnings, immortal assurances. The doting author, Mr. Hobbes, waxed lyrical about the future of the movies. He was as much of a scholar as his years permitted, and he mocked the contemptible contempt of the cinemaphobes, the pompous oldsters, and the ridiculous preciosity of the affected youngsters who prated of art and thought it meant a lifting of themselves by their own bootstraps above the heads of the common people. "They make me sick, the pups," he said. Chesterton said it when he said that some of the talk of art for art's sake made him want to shout, "No art, for God's sake!" When the skyscraper was new, the same kind of posers howled that it was a monstrosity, rotten commercial blot on the landscape, proof that the Americans were hopeless Philistines. Now everybody that knows says that the skyscraper is the one great addition to architecture that has been made for centuries, the Greek, the Gothic, the American. When the drama was new in Athens, that was mocked at. Euripides was the popular one and wrote the human thing, the sob stuff of his time. And Aristophanes tore him to pieces worse than anybody ever tore the cheapest movie. He said that Euripides' stuff had all gone to hell already. And now we revere it, and Plato spoke of the laugh and the tear just as we do. I can stand the contempt of these whelps better than their patronage. I see red when they say that the movies are cheap and trashy stuff now, except a few foreign eccentrics like Dr. Caligari, but that they will some day be great. Some day, hell! Pardon my French. Some day is yesterday. Great movies were done from the start. They sprang full armed from the brow of Jove, just as the drama did, and the skyscrapers and the novels. They're great now. They were great 10 years ago. Griffith's Birth of a Nation is a gigantic classic. His Broken Blossoms converted a lot of highbrows because it was sad and hopeless. But happy endings are harder to contrive than the tragic ones, and no more inartistic. Then there are all the big directors: Rex Ingram, a sculptor and a poet; Reginald Barker, with his Scotch grimness and tenderness; Hopper, with his realism; Al Green's gaiety and grace; Henry King, Hayes Hunter, the two DeMilles, all passionate hunters of beauty and emotion. It's the critics that are small and always late. The critics always miss the express and come up on the slow freight. They always discover things the way Columbus discovered America, after it had been here a million years. Think how marvelous it is for you and me to be pioneers in the greatest art that ever was, the all in all art. We are like the Greeks, like the men of Chaucer's time and Shakespeare's time and Fielding's. We're presiding at the birth of an immortal art. Some of us don't know it, but posterity will know it. We're among the immortals, Miss Steddon. Isn't it tremendous? It's certainly very nice, if it's true, said Mem, who certainly belonged in the silent drama. But as usual, her face was inspired with the emotion, though her words flunked. Her heart swung toward the author now. Hobbes made love to her in the thin disguise of scenarios and schemes for immortalizing her genius and his own. The partnership of an author and an actress seemed ideal. But when she was out of Hobbes' range and under Tom Holby's spell, she was easily convinced that the ideal partnership was an actor and an actress. She had been of a mind that actress and director made the perfect combination. Claymore had left his autograph on her soul. Then a rich man wintering at Los Angeles fell into her orbit and began to circle about her in shortening ellipses. He wanted to put big money back of her and organize the Remember Steddon Productions, Inc., and make pictures exclusively for her. But he talked so large and was so large that he frightened off her love, and the wealth of Wall Street, that hell of iniquity and persecution of the toilers, seemed to be sobbing away like the last water in a leaky tub. This love business was driving Mem frantic. In all the pictures she had played, as in the traditions of her girlhood, love was a thing that came once and never came again. Good women knew their true fate mates at once and never swerved in their devotion. Yet here she was, passionately interested in several gentlemen, finding each of them fascinating just so far and faultful thereafter. Instead of giving herself meekly to the bliss of matrimony, she was debating its advisability, practicability, and profit. She must be at heart a bad woman, one of those adventuresses. Either fiction was very untrue to life, or life very untrue to fiction. Then came the pause. Hard times struck the movies so hard that in the studios they became no times at all. The disarmament convention met in Washington to prepare a naval holiday and guarantee another end to war, war that is always ending and never ended. Most of the motion picture factories disarmed entirely, and the rest of them nearly. The Bermond Studios kept one company at work, and it was not Mem's company. She was stricken with terror as she confronted her problems. The smiling future was a dead past. The garden land of Los Angeles had reverted to the desert. All that art talk suddenly became bread and butter talk. What could she do now? Not to perfect her fame, but to make a living. She would be poorer than her father. She would have to discontinue the installments of that conscience fund which he had learned to expect from Doctor Bretherick. She could not even pay the installments on numerous vanities she had bought for herself from the shops. Her lovers were as defutured as herself, authors, actors, directors, all. They talked poverty instead of marriage. End of chapter 56. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 57 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 57. No one had talked hard times longer or louder than Bermond. He had been mocked at, hated, accused of greed when he cut salaries ruthlessly, refused to renew contracts, slowed up production. Artists said it was a cheap excuse for grabbing more profits. Having heard him croak of disaster so long, Mem assumed that his studio would be one of the first to crash. Her contract would be canceled or rendered worthless, or its provisions interrupted by a long vacation. Bermond sent for her, and she went prepared for the guillotine. He said, "I like you, Miss Steddon. You've worked hard, you've made no trouble, you've taken good care of yourself, and in every picture you're a little better than before. I find that the exhibitors are wiring in. Give us more Steddon stuff. Our patrons, as they go out, stop to say how much they like Steddon. Why don't you star her? What the exhibitors say goes. as far as it can. I don't want to fight the public, though I try to give them better things all the time. We can't star you now. All our stars are going out. We can't put any more money in pictures till we sell what we've got on the shelves. But I believe in you. I want people to know you. And when the good times come again, you must be ready for them. So I'll go on paying your salary and send you out on a tour of personal appearances. Your last picture looks like a knockout. I'm going to take down Clive Cleland's name and feature yours alone. I want you to go east to New York and Boston, Philly, Chi, all the big cities, and let the people see you when they see the picture. We'll pay your traveling expenses, give you a drawing room. That means we have to buy two tickets anyway, so your mother can go along as our guest. We'll give you a big publicity and a nice time in every city. What do you say? Of course, Mem cried, and it's ever so kind of you. This dazed Bermond, who was not used to gratitude. He gasped, "That's nice. All right. Go home and pack." She hastened home, and her heart went clickety clickety with the lilting thrill of her first railroad voyage that had taken her from the Midwest to the Southwest. Now she was to triumph back across the Midwest and on to the Northeast, the Southeast, the two borders, the two coasts, and all the towns between. Remember, the Cinnamite was going forth like Peter the Eremite to summon people to her banner of rescue, of sympathy, of ardor. Her mother was as joyous as she. The crusade was a new youth to her. It brought belatedly all the treasures of experience she had given up hoping for. The best she had ever expected was an occasional change of village, to move as the evicted wife of a poor preacher from one parsonage whose dullness she had grown used to a new boredom. Now she would travel like a dowager empress from capital to capital as the mother, the author of a famous screen queen. The royal progress was to begin with a transcontinental leap to New York to assist at the opening of the picture on Broadway. On Broadway! To the actor what in heaven is to the saint, in Rome to the priest, in Washington to the politician, in goal to the athlete. The abandoned suitors of Mem made a sorry squad at the Santa Fe station. They stared at her with humiliated devotion. Bermond sent a bushel of flowers and fruit to her drawing room. He saw to it that there were reporters to give her a good send off. She left Los Angeles another woman from the lorn, lone thing that had crept into the terrifying city, as so many sick lungers, faint hearters, wounded war victims had crept into it and found it a restoring fountain of health and hope and ambition. She waved good by with a homesick sorrow in her eyes. Her consolation was her last shout: "I'll come back! I'll come back!" She had a little of the feeling Eve must have had as she made her last walk down the quickset paths of Eden toward the gate that would not open again. The train stole out of Eden like the serpent that wheedled Eve into the outer world. It glided through opulent Pasadena and Redlands and San Bernardino, a wilderness of olives, palms, and dangling apples of gold in oceans of orange trees. By and by came Cajun Pass, where the train began to clamber over the mountain walls that were the gate of this paradise. Up the deep ravine known as Murder Canon, when this land was unattainable until a pathway of human and animal bones had been laid down. Winter was waiting on the other side. There was winter here, too, of a sort, but it was the pretty winter of Southern California. The landscape was mooted to wistfulness. White trees were all aflutter with gilded leaves as if butterfly swarms were clinging there, windblown. Soon the orange and fig trees no longer enriched the scene. Junipers and cactus, versatile in ugliness, manzanita and Joshua trees were the emblems of nature's poverty. Yet there was something dear to Mem in the very soil. She could have kissed the ground good by as Ulysses flung himself down and pressed his lips on the good earth of Ithaca. The snow sugared crests of the Cucamongas and old Baldy's bleak majesty were stupendously beautiful, but they seemed to be only monstrous enlargements of the tiny mountains that ants and beetles climbed. As the train lumbered up the steep, the earth passed before Mem's eyes, slowly, slowly. She found the ground more absorbing than the peaks or the sky.
She stared inwardly into herself and the common people that she sprang from and spoke to. She found them the same as the giants, not so big in size, but infinitely bigger in number. The Sierras and the foothills were only vast totals of minute mountains. She found the world wrinkles of the canyons, the huge slabs of rock patched with rags of green, repeated in the tiny scratches that raindrops had made in lumps of dirt. The wind of the passing train sent avalanches of pebbly dirt rolling through forests of petty weeds. Small lizards darted, yet were not so fast as the train that kept on its way out of paradise, winding like a gorged python. On some of the twists of track she could see its double head and the smoke it breathed. The mountains appeared to rise with the train, mocking it as human effort is always mocked, since its every climb discloses new heights. Every horizon conquered points with satiric laughter to farther horizons offered for a prize. Meek and unimportant as the little pebbles were on the slopes of the mountains, the peaks had also their inequalities and looked to be forever snubbing one another. A tunnel killed the picture like a broken film. Instantly Mem imagined Tom Holby at her side, snatching at a kiss. He would have been caught in the theft, for the mountains snapped back into view only to be blacked out again. There would have been time for a long, long kiss, for many kisses in this rich gloom. Once more she found Tom Holby wooing her best in his absence. She wondered if she were not a fool to leave him. He had told her that he had saved money enough to live a long while without working, to travel abroad with her, to give her a gorgeous home. But she had thought of her ambition and followed it. She reviled herself for her automatic discontent. When she saw the monotony of home as it held most women captive, she was glad she was a free rover in art. When she was free and roving, she envied them their luxury of repose. Now she was by herself. Her mother was nice, but mothers and fathers cannot count in that realm of the heart. Finally the breathless train paused at the top of its climb. She was stung with an impulse to step down and take the first train back. Here she was at Summit, with a capital S. Yet there was nothing much to see: a red frame station building with dull green doors and windows, a chicken yard, a red water tank on stilts, a baggage truck, a row of one room houses crowded together for company in spite of the too abundant space. Probably the summit of success would be about the same. The fun and the glory were in the scramble up, but it seemed lonely and uncomfortable at best to work so hard for such a cold reward. And she had left orange groves and love and the rich shade of obscurity. Then the train was on its way again, the helper engine withdrawn aside, panting with exertion. The train would coast down to the levels without help. You don t need help to get down. Only when you get down you would find desert instead of a bower. The other side of the mountains, after all, the effort of getting across, would be like crawling back of a tapestry to study the seamy side, the knots and the patternless waste. Still, her youthful eagerness always served as an antidote for her discontent. The desert had its charms. The dead platitudinous levels made easier going. Platitudes were labor saving and you went faster and safer over them. And you can see farther on the level. Up high, the mountains get in one another's way, as do jealous artists and contradictory creeds. The next morning found the desert still running by. The ground was as brown and red and shaggy as the hide of an ancient squaw. There were scabs of snow in the wrinkles, in the air an annoyance of stingy little snowflakes. The mountains here along were cruel and snarling. They would not understand the yearning for warmth because they could not. They were cold as the Sierras of critics that Mem must try to conquer. But she could feel sorry for them also. It could not be much fun to be cold and bleak and critical. The cattle sprinkled about the region were working hard for sparse fodder. Life was like that. In the warm, sweet summer, food and drink were easy to get and luscious. Waking was a dream and sleeping a beatitude. Love was balm in the air. In the winter, though, food and drink were scant and harsh. Waking was misery and sleep a shivering. Love hardly more than two waifs shivering together to keep warm. At one station Indian girls ran along the track, offering gaudy little earthenware baskets and bright beadwork they had made to an express train that would not stop long enough even for such passengers
as would take the trouble to buy. The girls wore striped Navajo shawls that were not warm enough. Their other clothes were inappropriate, somehow, civilized garb that took away picturesqueness and conferred ugliness instead of comfort, wrinkled black stockings, high shoes, pink plaid dresses. The poor things that had been Indian princesses, a large word for their true estate, yet it was a come down from the primeval cliff caves to the trackside where they offered beads for pennies to the pale faces who had once swapped beads for empires. Mem saw a resemblance to herself in one copper colored maid who held up her handiwork. She herself, each of her fellow creatures, white, brown, red, or black, was but a poor, ignorant savage offering some crude ware to busy strangers drawn past in an express train. It was self consideration as much as sympathy that made her hurry to the platform and open the vestibule door. She wanted to buy that girl s merchandise so that people would buy her own soul when she thrust it at them. But a long, dark train drew into the station, drove the Indian girl back, and cut off all communication. It reminded Mem of a long, hostile criticism, one of those lumbering reviews that ran over her own heart now and then, because her body was in the way and because the train came from the opposite direction. Before the westbound train drew out, her own moved on, and she never saw the Indian girl again. The next thing she saw on that side was a saw blade of mountains gashing the blue sky with its jagged teeth. The world was an almighty big place. There was so much desert and then so much farmland, so many large cities. One night they came to Kansas City, where the train waited an hour. This had been the first big city Mem had ever seen. On this platform she had met Tom Holby and Robina Teele, never dreaming that she would play such havoc in his cosmic heart. On this platform she had bought her first moving picture magazines, and her soul had been rocked by her first knowledge of the wild things women were making of themselves. And now, when she and her mother went up to the vast waiting room and she bought many moving picture magazines, there was only one of them that omitted a picture of her own, and that magazine promised for the next month an article about her as the most promising star of the morrow. The morrow and the next month! What would they do to her? What would she do the world next month? The immediate morrow found her on the train again and staring into the dark in a blissful forward looking nightmare. The dark was like the inside of her eyelids when they closed, a mystic sky of purple nebula, widening circles of flame, crawling rainbows, infinitesimal comets rushing through the interstellar deeps of her eyelids. She had forced her mother to accept the full space of the bed made up on the two seats. She chose the narrow couch and maidenly solitude. She slept ill that night, or rather, she lay awake well. Her mind was an eager loom, streaming with bright threads that flowed into tapestries of heroic scope. She was a personage of importance, a genius with a future, an artist of a new art, the youngest and the best of the arts, the young Pantagruel born about the year that she was born. It had already bestridden the narrow world like a colossus and had made the universal language a fact. She was speaking this long sought Esperanto for everybody to understand. She had already seen clippings from London newspapers referring to her with praise. She had seen in a South American magazine a picture of herself as Senorita Remembra Steddon. She had seen a full page picture of herself in a French magazine with the caption referring to her as "Un des êtres, c'est la plus belle de la con." Her art was good to her, and she must be good to it. It demanded a kind of celibacy, as some religions did. Perfection in celibacy was not often attained in either field, and the temptations to lawful wedlock and stodgy domesticity were as fierce and burning as to lawless whim. But here she was on her way to glory, yet she tossed in loneliness, a pauper of love. Well, she was fulfilling the newly discovered destiny of her sex. During the night the train crossed the meridian that would have led her to her old home in Calverly, and her father. He had advanced a little, but not much, from the most ancient patriarchal ways, from the time when a father affianced his daughter before she left her cradle to some boy who had hardly fallen out of his, and married her, as soon as nature permitted, to a husband she had perhaps never seen till he lifted her veil and led her away to a prison called home, a locked stable where she would be kept for breeding purposes and supplemented with other mates if she failed of her one great duty. They had thought it beautiful not so long ago for a 14-year-old child to have a child. Now, in the more decent states, it was called abduction or seduction to marry a girl, even with her parents' consent, before she was 16. The husband could be sent to prison for the crime. Today, all the American women were voters. Millions of them were independent money makers. And this seemed right to Mem, though preachers had shrieked that it meant the end of all morality. But morality is as indestructible as any other human instinct. The obscene old ideal that reproduction was the prime obligation of womanhood revolted Mem. What was the use of devoting one's life merely to passing life along to another generation? The fish, the insects, the beasts of the field did that much and only achieved progressless procession round and round the same old ring of instincts. Each generation handed over like a slave to unborn masters, themselves the slaves of the unborn. Who profited? To the women of Mem s time and mind, the old fashioned woman was neither wise nor good, but a feudal female who deserved the slavery she accepted. For each generation to climb as high as it could was surely its first duty. Love would take care that successors should be born, and science would protect the young better than all the old mother murdering systems. It was only in the last few years that science, freed from religious meddling, had checked the death rate that had slaughtered infants by the billion under priestly rule. And now birth control was the crying need. Marriage had never been the whole duty of man, and Mem was sure that never again would it be the whole duty of woman. A man had always heretofore felt that he should assure his own career before he took on the fetters of matrimony, and a woman would always hereafter feel the same thing. Terrible euphemisms for slavishness, miscalled meekness, submissiveness, modesty, piety, propriety had been held as lashes over women for ages. Now whipping was out of style. A girl could go where she pleased and go alone. She could take care of herself better than men had ever taken care of her. There had always been something wrong about letting the wolves elect themselves as guardians of the ewe lambs. Her mother was with Mem, and that satisfied some people. It made her father happier. But the real reason for her mother's presence was that Mem wanted the poor old soul to get a little fun out of life before it was too late. She and her mother were merely young girl and old girl in a globe-trotting adventure. Mem was still awake or was wakened from a half sleep when the racket of the wheels upon the rails sounded a deeper note. She guessed that the train must be crossing a bridge. She rose and leaned softly across the bed where her mother dreamed of the old home and the exhausting demands of her children. Mem lifted the edge of the curtain aside a little and peered out. The train was in midair, passing through a channel of rattling girders. The vast water that swept beneath, moonlit and placid, was the Mississippi, going south in the night. It would soon flow past Calverly. She remembered that she had once thought of drowning herself in its flood, to hide her shame there and solve her problem. The equation of all the X's and Y's of her life had seemed to be zero. Now it was infinity. How wonderful it was that she had not yielded to despair. It gave her an idea for a picture. Nearly everything was taking the scenario form in her meditations nowadays. Wouldn't it make a great film to show a desperate girl flinging herself in a river to hide her shame, and then to have it roll before her the life she might have lived if she had not drowned herself? Scenes of struggle and triumph, usefulness and helpfulness, joy and love could follow and then fade out in the drifting body of the dead girl who had lost her chance. Mem saw herself in the role, and she shivered with the delight of her inspiration. Then she sighed. The censors would never permit the film. Girls must not go wrong or commit suicide on the screen. They could go on sinning and slaying in real life, as they had always done in drama, but the screen was in slavery now and must remember its cell. But she at least was eastward bound toward the morning that was marching toward her beyond the somber hills of slumber. She breathed deep of the aural promise in the very stars whose light was dying in the greater light. Even while they lay shuddering, beads of quicksilver scattered along the sky. End of chapter 57. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 58 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 58. The next Mem knew was the shudder of the doorbell. The porter called through the metal panel a warning that Chicago was loping toward them out of the east, and they must make ready to leave the train. They scurried to get up and pack and out. Then they went with their baggage across the roaring streets to the Lakeshore station and got breakfast there. This on the advice and under the guidance of an affable gentleman who met them and said that he represented the Bermond Company's Chicago exchange and had been ordered by Mr. Bermond to take especial care of Miss Steddon. Mem tried to look as if she were used to such distinction, but she failed joyously. Half a day was all they had for learning Chicago. It was even larger and busier than Los Angeles. Mem felt lost and ignored until she saw in a bulbous glimmer of unlighted electric letters hung in front of a big motion picture theater the name of her latest film. The theater would not open until 11, but her own pictures were scattered about the lobby, and that was something tremendous. She and her mother drank deep of this cup of fame. They took their luncheons, scudding on the 20th Century Limited. They had not yet left Chicago when the train stenographer rapped at the door and asked their names against the possibility of a telegram. Mem noted how her mother sat a little higher with proud humility as she answered, "Miss Remember Steddon and Mother." There were italics in Mrs. Steddon's voice and exclamation points in the stenographer's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, as his pencil stumbled on the pad, he mumbled, "That name is very familiar in our home. If you'll excuse me, the wife says you are the biggest comer of them all, and I must say I agree with her, if you don't mind." Mem didn't mind. She gave him one of her queenliest smiles and concealed her own agitation until he had closed the door on his. She was encountering strangers who had loved her and were hopeful for her. Wonderful! Winter was in full sway outside, but the train slid across the white world like a skater, and there was a lilt in its rush. The next morning found the Hudson alongside, moving slowly under its plate mail of ice to New York. Mrs. Steddon loyally denounced the river as far inferior to her own Mississippi, but Mem found the New York stream better groomed somehow. It seemed to be used to great cities. It led on to the metropolis of metropolites, the New York that she was come to conquer. She wondered if the city would be nice to her. She had heard that it had a mind of its own and that it never knew who came or went. Yet the Chicago Courier had said that New York was the hickest village in the USA, just a bundle of small towns. Whatever it was destiny. Yet here again the long arms of Bermond had provided her with a reception committee, a most affable gentleman from the New York office, and two photographers, one with a motion camera, also two or three young reporters whose stories would never be published. But neither they nor Mem knew this, and she underwent the pleasant anguish of being interviewed on the station platform. Rooms had been reserved for her at the Gotham, and she went thither in a covey of attendants. It was a good deal of high life for a young girl, and when she and her mother were left alone aloft in luxury, she flung herself down on a divan and lay supine, another Danae smothered under the raining favors of the gods on high. There was more and more to come. Her experience of the city had been experienced by millions of visitors, to whom the high buildings, the Metropolitan Opera, the Metropolitan Art Museum, the Aquarium, and other things metropolitan were the realization of old dreams. She went to a theater or an opera every night, and to a matinee every afternoon when there was one, and she marveled that her father's religion had set the curse of denial upon the whole cloud realm of the drama. On Sundays the theaters were closed except to sacred concerts, but the good people who were trying to close the motion picture houses had not yet succeeded. On her first Sunday night in town she and her mother went to the Capitol, the supreme word in motion picture exhibition. The new art had already in this building the largest theater in the world. from its vast foyer, illuminated with mural paintings by William Cotton, a marble stairway mounted nobly to a balcony as big as a lake above a lower ocean, both levels peopled with such a multitude that their heads were mere stippling. The architecture seemed perfection to Mem, perfection with grandeur, yet of an indefinable exquisiteness. Everything was Roman or Etruscan gold. There was a forest of columns as tall as the sequoias of California, a grove of gilded trees, fluted and capped in splendor. The sweeping curve of the balcony was like a bay along the Santa Monica coast. Here long divans gave the spectator a Persian luxury. From somewhere back of beyond, the projection machines sent their titanic brushes and spread miracles on the immense screen. More than 5,000 people were seated there, and a varied feast was served them. Before the pictures was a Rapthaphelian divertisement. A pipe organ roared its harmonious thunders abroad until an orchestra of 70 men sat down before a curtain of futuristic art and played a classic overture. Then the curtains drew back, and to one of Brahms' Hungarian dances a booted girl in white hussar uniform with a cloak of scarlet flying from one shoulder and one hip flung her nimble limbs about the stage. A basso profundo sang, and there was a ballet in gray, translucent silhouette against a shimmer of glowing cream. The first picture was one of the Bible stories, to whose prestige the censors permitted almost complete nudity and horrific crimes denied the secular films. A tenor sang. A news picture unrolled scenes from all the world. Then came a prologue to the film de resistance. Tonight it was The Silent Call by Lawrence Trimble and Jane Murfin. The authoress, as Mem had heard, had bought a police dog abroad at a cost of $5,000 and trained it tirelessly to be the hero in the story by Hal G. Everts. The theme was the cross pull between the wolf and the dog in the poor beast's heart, and the amazing animal enacted all the moods from devotion to man and the gentleness that the dog has mysteriously learned to the wild raven and man hate that the wolf has never unlearned. There was no super canine psychology, only the moods and passions of the animal, but they were deep, passionate, sincere. With this two souled, four footed protagonist, the company had gone into the snowy wilderness and brought back a wonderland of white crags, stormy skies, cruel men, and brave. The dog eloped with a white wolfess and proved a good husband and father until his household was destroyed by relentless man. Then he went back to doghood, fought for the sore beset heroine, fondled the fearless hero, pursued and tore to pieces the savage villain with fiercer savagery. In all his humors he was irresistible, a brave, sweet soul, and there was incessant felicity in the composition of the pictures he dignified. The highest inspirations of landscape art were manifest. 15,000 people saw the dog play his role that Sunday in that one room, and a whole herd of him was playing in other theaters throughout the country. He would gallop around the globe, that dog. The moral of it all to Mem was despair of man. She poured her heart out to her mother in the language of one trained in churchliness, for the rebel cannot escape his past. What better things could anybody learn in a church than here, Mama? Aren't God's gifts developed? Isn't he praised in color and music and sermon and sympathy? It's all hymns to me, hymns of light and sound, sacred dances and travel into the noblest scenes God ever made. Yet they call it a sin even to go there, and they say there is a bill coming up to close all the theaters as well as the barber shops and delicatessens on Sunday, so as to drive the people to church or force them to stay at home in dullness. Poor souls that work all week and don't want to go to a dull church and sleep before a dull preacher. They don't want to be preached at. They want to be entertained. What on earth makes good people so bad and so stupid? They've been trying for 10,000 years to scold and whip people to be good their way, and they've never succeeded yet. That ought to show them that God is not with them, or he wouldn't put it in people's hearts to fight the cruelty of the good just as hard as they fight the cruelty of the bad. According to them, I'm a lost soul on my way to hell. Yet my heart tells me
that I'm leading a far, far, far more worshipful life building pictures than I ever could have done back there in Calverly if I'd stayed there and been good and married a good man and gone nowhere but to church and the kitchen and the nursery all my days. And look at that biblical picture tonight. I saw the one before with Adam and Eve both stark naked except for a few bushes. They'd have put the actress in jail if she had played like that in anything but a Bible story. If religion can sanctify a thing, why can't art? And when Adam and Eve clothed themselves, they only put on a few leaves. If that was costume enough then, why should we have to wear long skirts and high bodices now? They give prizes to little girls to read the Bible through from cover to cover. Even Papa praises that as a soul saving thing. He made me read it all, and it includes the Songs of Solomon and 100 stories that leave nothing horrible untold. Are you talking against the Bible? Her mother bristled. No, I think it is all that Papa believes. I think it is a good thing for children and grown-ups to know by heart. But what stumps me is the inconsistency of the professional soul savers who want the law to prevent grown-up people from seeing things that children are encouraged to read. In Los Angeles, I saw one of William DeMille's pictures where a pious Boer was reading from the Songs of Solomon, and when they quoted what he was reading, they had to blot out part of it on the title card. Think of that, Mama. Yet the book is in every Christian home, or is supposed to be. You're not arguing that it oughtn't to be. Of course not. The Bible never harmed anybody, but neither did the screen, really. The crime is in robbing the film of all freedom and making it the slave of all the old women of both sexes. The subject was intensely uncomfortable for her mother. As with most people, morality was a subject that she thought unfit for discussion. Nice people had morals as well as bowels, but believed that their irregularities should remain equally unchronicled. Miss Steddon yawned and said that she was going to bed. It was late, and Mem turned in too. In the meanwhile, in the great rhythm of the world, the Puritans were on the upswing, as so often before. They would gain the barren, artless height of their ideals, and then the billow would break and carry them snarling back to the trough of the sea, while the merrymakers swept up their frothy supremes of license, only to lapse to defeat with equal impermanence of either failure or success. The world was apparently in for a gray Sabbath, and it would satisfy nobody any more than the last or the next Saturnalia. Censorship had already taken the moving pictures almost altogether out of the realm of freedom, and the peoples of the theaters, the magazines, the books, the paintings, the fashions, the shops were already murmuring in dread, "We're next." But yet awhile there was mirth and beauty, though the shackles rattled when the feet danced too high or ran too far. Whatever the fate of her art, Mem was flying high. The papers of New York were publishing her engaging eyes, the billboards all about town were announcing her, and in paragraph and advertisement she was celebrated. But so many others were also claiming the public eye, other newcomers and favorites in impregnable esteem. People who had come from Calverly were claiming Mem as a fellow citizen and feeling that they gained some mystic authority from mere vicinage. Some of them called upon her in person or by telephone and set her heart agog. She wanted to do them and the town justice. Somehow she endured until the night her own picture was shown, and then stepped out before what seemed to be the world in convention assembled. She felt as tiny as she looked to the farthest girl in the ultimate seat up under the back rafters. She parroted the little speech that Bermont's publicity man had written for her, and afterward wondered what she had said. There was a cloudburst of hand clapping and a salvo from the orchestra that swept her from the stage into the wings. And that was that. She did not know that one of the town's wealthiest men was lolling in a fauteuil down front, and that her beauty and her terror smote him. His motto had been, "Go after what you want and bring it home." He prided himself on being a go getter who had not often come back foiled. He wanted Mem, and he went after her. He was willing even to bring her home. End of chapter 58. Recording by Deanna Bove.
Chapter 59 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 59. There was no difficulty about meeting Mem for a man whose name smelled of millions, honestly amassed and gracefully dispersed. Austin Boas came humbly to Mem to pay his respects, and his enormous name made her tremble as her bisque daintiness sent him a quiver. He was shy, ashamed of his own lack of heroic beauty, and Mem was dazed to find herself feeling sorry for him. Pity was a dangerous mood for her. Boas gazed at her with eyes as hungry and as winning as the eyes of the dog Strongheart. Like the dog, he was earning wealth that he could not spend for his own happiness, and his longing was for caresses and devotion. He would give his life to one who would rub his head. If Boas had had any lurking thought of dazzling Mem into a mercenary submission to his caprice, he never revealed it. He was not at all the vicious capitalist she had read about and seen in so much film, bribing poor gels to dishonor. He sent her flowers, but they were pretty and appealing rather than expensive. He made no proffer of jewelry, never suggested money. Life, she found, rarely ran true to fiction. Mrs. Steddon was usually in the offing, and Boas may have thought that she was one of those canny mother managers who try to force rich gallants into matrimony. But when Mrs. Steddon was out of sight, Mem was a little more elusive than ever. Boas revealed to her phases of opulence that she had never imagined. The most striking thing about them to her was that they were not so very opulent, after all. His home was somber and dull, his servants cozy old neighbors, his own manor humble. His art gallery, when he led her and her mother into it, was severe, a mere background for paintings, and after all not many paintings there. Mem knew nothing about the virtues of what she saw, and she cried out equally over the things he had bought by mistake and the happy investments. The Boas automobile, which carried them to and from their hotel, was a good car, but exceedingly quiet. Mem had ridden in a dozen in Los Angeles that were far more gorgeous. But Boas was lonely. He was pathetic. He reminded her somehow of Ned Ling, who squandered joy and kept none. Boas was drowned in wealth and was poor. He might have won Mem via pity if he had not tried to win her from her career. He was a monopolist by inheritance, and he wanted all there was of Mem. He promised her everything that money could buy or love could propose, with the one proviso that the money should not be her own earning, but his gift, and that the public should see her no more. Mrs. Steddon was all for him. She pointed out to Mem how good the Lord was in sending her such a catch. She emphasized the good she could do with millions, the poor she could feed and clothe, the churches she could adorn or build, the missions she could endow. But a parent's recommendation is the poorest character a lover can possess. Contradictory torments wrung Mem's heart. She was human enough to covet ease and the hauteur of money, but she had outgrown the ability to enjoy or even endure the old fashioned parasitism of the woman who takes and takes and takes. Girls had decided that it was no longer flattery or good wooing to be offered a life of nonentity. Who wanted to be anybody's silly curly locks and accept as a compliment the promise, "Thou shalt not wash dishes, nor yet feed the swine, but sit on a cushion and sew a fine seam and feed upon strawberries, sugar, and cream"? Boas had one terrific rival, the many headed monster. It is not hard to seduce an actress from the stage, but it is hard to keep her off. There is a courtship that the public alone can offer, and no one man can give her as much applause as a nightly throngs. That form of polyandry is irresistible to most of the women who have been lucky enough to get on the stage or the screen and to win success there. One day Bermond summoned her to his New York office and said, "How about getting to work again? I've got a great story for you, and they need you at the studio. On your way back you can make personal appearances at 4 or 5 cities, but it's back on the job for you, eh? That's right. That's a good girl." Bermond offered Mem neither ease nor devotion, except devotion to her publication.
He offered her toil and wages, hardships and discontent, sleepless malaise and bad press notices, and she could have flung her arms about him and kissed him. Austin Boas was at the station to see Mem off. For his last fling he filled her drawing room with flowers, poor things that drooped and died and were flung from the platform by the porter. Long after their spell had been forgotten, the sad gaze of Boas as he cried good by haunted her. It was her increasing regret that she could not love everybody and give herself to everybody who wanted her. Being unable to distribute herself to the multitudes by any miracle as of the loaves and fishes, she withheld herself and scattered photographs by the 100,000. She had murmured to Boas, "When I make another picture or two, I may decide to be sensible, and then, if you are still, I shall be waiting," said Boas, and he gave up with a groan. "Marry me anyway, and have your career too. I'll put my money into your company. I'll back you to the limit. I'll That staggered her, but before she could even think up an answer, the train started and divorced her from him, for the present at least. At Buffalo and at Cleveland she paused to come before huge audiences and prattle her little piece. When she reached Chicago she found awaiting her a long letter from the manager of the moving picture house in Calverly. He implored her to visit her old home town and make an appearance at his theater. He promised that everybody would be there. This was success indeed. To appear in New York was triumph, but to appear in her native village was almost a divine vengeance. She had resolved to leave her mother at Calverly, in any case. Mrs. Steddon was wearying of adventure, and her heart had endured too long an absence from her husband and the other children. The younger sister, Gladys, had done her best to take her mother s place, but Mrs. Steddon's real career was her family, and Mem knew that she was aching to get back to it. And so one morning they crossed the Mississippi again. At Burlington they must leave the train, wait 2 hours, and then ride south to Calverly. As Mem and her mother stepped down from their car in Iowa, both gasped and clutched. The Reverend Dr. Steddon was a few yards away from them, studying the off getting passengers. "Let s see if he knows us," snickered Mrs. Steddon with a relapse to girlishness. "Let s," said Mem. They knew him instantly, of course. He wore the same suit they had left him in, and the only change they could descry was a little more white in a little less hair. But he did not know them at all. It amused them to pass him by and note his casual glance at the smart hat and the polite traveling suit of his wife. He had expected a change in his daughter, but he was probably braced for something loud and gaudy. Mem looked really younger than when she left him. She had then been a premature old maid, dowdy and repressed. Now, for all her girlishness, she was a lithe siren, her eyes knowing, her too expressive body carried learnedly in clothes that boasted of what they hid, boasted subtly, but all the more effectively. In spite of the emphatic modesty of her clothes, Mem had lived so long among butterflies and orchids, and had striven so desperately for expression, that she did not realize how emphatic she was. So her father passed her by. When Mrs. Steddon turned and hailed him in a voice that was gladder and more tender than she knew, he whirled with his heart bounding. Then he paused and stared, befuddled, at the tailor made model running toward him. He knew all about the other world and how to get there, but he was lost in the cities of the earth. When his wife rushed into the arms he had flung open to her voice, he was almost afraid to close them about her. He felt a bit like Joseph with the captain's wife clinging to him. When he stared across her trim shoulders and took in the sumptuous Delilah floating toward him with his daughter's countersign, "Papa," he was aghast at her beauty. She was ungodly beautiful. Long ago, when she had sung in the choir, he had noted with alarm an almost indecent fervor in her hymning. Now she had learned to release all the fragrances and allurements of her being like a Pandora's box broken open. And now he felt that he ought to avert his gaze from her, too lovely, too luscious charm. He shut his eyes instead, and drew her into his bosom with one long arm and his wife with the other. And they heard his hungry, feasting heart groaning, "I thank thee, O God, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace." But neither the Lord nor his family granted that prayer. His two children chattered at once. Both seemed children to him. His wife had turned time far back. She looked fairer than he had ever known her, and her traveling hat hid her gray white hair. Poor thing! She had never known till this year the rapture of being fashionable, had never dared, never understood how to look her best. Hiding under his high chin, Mem begged his forgiveness for all the heartaches she had caused him. She wept on his white bow tie, twisting a button on his coat, and pouring out her regret for dragging his wife away from him and causing them to quarrel over her. These tears, these gestures of pathos, were endearing her to the multitudes who saw her half the time through the radiant dimness of her own tears. Poor Doctor Steddon had never a chance with her. His own tears pattered down on her hat. The blessed damozel heard his tears. They would probably spot the crown. Mem said that it was a crime for her to have taken her mother on East and left him alone, but he protested. "Do you suppose I wanted my little girl traveling in those wicked cities all by herself?" This gladdened Mem exquisitely. It showed that, for all her wanton career, she was still in her father's eyes an innocent child who must be protected from the world. Of course, it was rather the world that needed to be protected from her, but she would not disturb his sweet delusion. He said he wished he might have gone along and seen great cities he had never seen. All cities were Carcassonnes to him. He spoke of the anonymous benefactor, the conscience stricken stranger, who had sent him money through Dr. Bretherick. But he could not use that money for travel. It was for the church, and he sighed. The good man has forgotten to send the last installment as he promised. Mem gave a start and had almost said, "I forgot all about it in the rush of leaving. I'll give it to you now." She checked herself so abruptly that she was not quite sure that she had not spoken. She seemed to hear the echo of her words. Her father was called away for a moment to speak to an old parishioner, and Mem said to her mother, "This is exactly what we call a situation in the business. The audience knows something the principal actor doesn't know. If papa had found out that I was the remorseful gentleman, he'd have dropped dead." He came back with the parishioner who had begged for the honor of an introduction to his famous daughter. The old man had once wished that she had died before she went so wrong, but now he was plainly very glad indeed that she had been spared. He fluttered like a hen whose duckling has swum the pond and come back to the wing. The parishioner moved on at last, leaving embarrassment. Dr. Steddon was afraid to ask his daughter the details of her new life, lest she should tell him. She could not think of much to say that would be certain not to shock him. The reunion was too blissful to be risked. At length, a very long length, the southbound train drew in and took them aboard. They watched the landscape and indulged in flurries of small talk that rushed and died like flaws of wind on the river. Now it was the Mississippi that streamed south in a burly leisure, while the train flew noisily. End of chapter 59. Recording by Deanna Bovee. Chapter 60 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 60. And finally, Calverly came up along the track and stopped at the station. The place shocked Mem by its shabbiness and its pettiness. When she left it, she had never seen a city, and she was afraid of her hometown. Now her eyes were acquainted with the cyclopean architecture of New York, the gardened mansions of Pasadena, and the maelstrom streets of Chicago. Yet she was as shy before the crowds that waited for her as they of her. The mayor had come down to give her welcome. He was as shabby as the sheriff in a Western movie, but he was the village's best, and he used his largest words in a little speech, as soon as he could push through the mob of Steddon children that devoured Mem and her mother. The manager of the Calverly Capitol, with its capacity of 200, brushed the mayor aside and claimed Mrs. Steddon and his prize. He had a carriage waiting for her and a room at the hotel in case the parsonage was overcrowded. Dr. Steddon grew Isaiah as he stormed back. "My daughter stays in her own home." This brought Mem snuggling to his elbow, and from that sanctuary she greeted her old Sunday school teacher, several of the public school teachers,
an old Negro janitor, a number of young men and women who called her by her first name. Two or three of the girls had been belles of the town, and she had looked on them with awe for their beauty, their fine clothes, and their fast reputations. Now they seemed startlingly dubby, gawky, silly, and now the awe was theirs. Mem noted that her own sisters were dubbier, gawkier, sillier still, except Gladys, who had matured amazingly, and in whose eyes and mouth and ill furbished roundnesses Mem's experience saw a terrifying latent voluptuousness and a capacity for fierce emotions. The first resolve Mem made was to buy her sisters clothes worthy of them and of her own high rank. Just as she was stepping into a waiting automobile, Dr. Bretherick came along, happened by with a very badly acted pretense of surprise. Mem told him that she wanted to come over and have him look at her throat. She coughed for conviction's sake, and he warned her that there was a lot of flu going about. The car moved off, and she felt as if she were passing through a wooden toy town. Her father's church looked about to fall over. It was not half so big as she remembered it, and dismally in need of paint. And the home. Was it possible that the old fence was so near the porch and the porch so small? Once it had been a grot of romantic gloom, deep and fatal enough to bring about her damnation. With a sudden stab she remembered Elwood Farnaby and the far off girl that he had loved too madly well in that moonlit embrasure. How little and pitiful that Mem had been! There was a toyish unimportance in her very fall, the debacle of a marionette world. But Elwood Farnaby was great by virtue of his absence and his death. He was a hero now with Romeo and Leander and Abelard and the other geniuses of passion, whose shadows had grown gigantically long in the sunset of a tragic punishment for their ardors. She stumbled as she mounted the steps, and there was a misery in her breast. Then the house opened its door and took her in, into its Lilliputian hall and stairway. She laid off her hat and gloves in the parlor, with the dining room alongside. It was like a caricature of homeliness. Just such a set had been rejected at the studio because it was a burlesque on such a home. Wonderment at the hallucinations of her youth and gratitude even for the disaster that had hurled her out of the jail filled her heart. She never acted more desperately than in her mimicry of the emotions of rapture at her coming home. She insisted on helping to get the midday dinner. Gladys protested, but Mem was frantic for something to keep her hands busy, and for little things to talk about, lest her dismay at the humbleness of her beginnings insult the poor wretches who had known no better. Her mother was having a similar battle, though the return was easier, since she had never gone so far afield. At the dinner table the old preacher's humble grace for the bounty of the Lord saddened Mem again. The poor old dear had suffered every hardship and known nothing of luxury, yet he was grateful for bounty. After the table was cleared and the dishes washed and put away, Mem escaped on the pretext of a visit to the doctor. She was waylaid by old friends on the walks and hailed from all the porches. There was a little condescension in the manner of a few matrons and a few embittered belles, but Mem knew enough to take this as the unwitting tribute of envy. She found Dr. and Mrs. Bretherick waiting for her. The doctor got rid of his wife and closed the door on Mem. Then he flung up his hands and cried, "Well!" He shook his shaggy poll and mumbled a wide grin and repeated half a dozen wells of varied meaning before he exclaimed, "Well, if I'm not a success as an author, manager, and producer of A1 talent, show me one. Our little continuity has certainly worked out beyond the fondest dreams of author and star." His star took less pride in it than he. Somehow Mem drew humiliation from the lowliness of her origin, instead of pride. This room had seen her first confession of guilt. In this room Elwood Farnaby had made his last battle for life. A horrifying thought came to Mem. If he had not died, she would have become his wife and the mother of his premature child. She would have been a laughing stock, material for ugly whispers about the village, and she would have been the shabbiest of wives even here. She would never have known fame or ease or wealth. What a scenario it would make, she thought, in spite of her wrath against herself for harboring such an infamous thought.
but she could not deny her mind to it.
Suppose a story were written around her life.
A girl in her plight has a choice of two careers. In one, her lover lives, makes her the partner of his humble obscurity and poverty, and she becomes a shabby, life broken dowd. In the other, her lover dies, and she goes on alone to wealth, beauty, and the heights of splendor. Which would she choose? The very hesitation was murderous. Yet how would she choose? Would she kill her lover or let him live? A vampire to destroy her soul? She felt a compulsion to penance and a humbling of herself at the grave of her thwarted husband. She was afraid to walk through the streets to the cemetery, and she asked the doctor to drive her thither in the little car he now affected. He consented and rose to lead the way. She checked him and took out her purse. "I want to give you the installment I forgot of the conscience money. Please get it to papa as soon as you can. And here's a little extra." The doctor took the bills with a curious smile. She seemed to feel his sardonic perplexity as she mused aloud along a well thought path. "If I hadn't been a fallen woman, I couldn't have saved papa's church from ruin. How do you explain it? What's the right and wrong of it all?" The old doctor shook his head. "I'm no longer fool enough, honey, to try to explain anything that happens to us here. I don't even wonder about what's going to happen to us hereafter, if anything. As for right and wrong, huh, I can't tell 'em apart. When some terrible calamity comes, your father says it is God's will. He moves in a mysterious way. Well, I let it go at that, for good luck, too. I neither thank nor blame anybody for anything, and I don't pray to anybody to make it come out the way I want it. According to one line of thinking, your misstep was the divine plan. According to another, good can never come out of evil. Of course we know it does, every day, and evil out of good. The only folks who know things know 'em because they think that being pigheaded is being knowing. It's too much for the wise ones. So let's let it alone and make the best of what comes. We're only human after all, so let's be as human as we can. And I guess that's about as divine as we'll ever get down here." He led her out to his woeful little tin wagon, and they went larruping through the streets out into the cemetery. That at least had increased in population, and some new monuments brightened it, set like paper weights to hold down poor bodies that the wind might else blow away. A few mourners were moving about planting flowers, clipping grass, lifting away old scraps of paper, or just brooding over what the earth had gathered back unto itself. They looked up startled and offended at the profaning clatter of Dr. Bretherick's car. Some of them Mem recognized. One or two women whose grief was so old that it was almost comfortable waved to her. She had a sudden fear that if she paused to kneel at Elwood's mound and worship there, she would start a wonder that intuition would change to ugly surmise. The scandal had died before its birth, like the stillborn child. It would do Mem little harm, for she had been the victim of much harsh talk and was always under that cloud of suspicion that envelops all stage people in the eyes of the conventional. But Elwood in his grave ought to be spared from such a resurrection. The tongues of the busybodies must not dig him up and play the ghoul with him. In a panic of indecision as to her true duty, she recognized old Mrs. Farnaby mourning by a little hillock. Swaying near her was her husband, old Fall Down Farnaby, still somehow capable of intoxication. The doctor knew better than to pause at all, and Mem's only right of atonement was a glance of remorseful agony cast toward Elwood's resting place. It showed her that the founder of her fortunes was honored only by a wooden headboard already warped and sidelong. "One last favor," she mumbled to Dr. Bretherick. "Get a decent tombstone for the poor boy and let me pay for it." "All right, honey," said the doctor, and the car jangled out of the gates again into the secular road, and that was that. End of chapter 60. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 61 of Souls for Sale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Chapter 61.
When she reached home, Mem was so beaten down and frustrated that she begged permission to rest a while in bed for the night's ordeal. At the supper table the younger children beset her with questions. Gladys was particularly curious and searching in her inquiries. Then came the hour of the theater going. Nobody had dared to ask Dr. Steddon if he would accompany his family. He had not made up his own mind. He dared not. The family tacitly assumed that his conscience or his pride forbade him to appear in the sink of iniquity he had so often denounced. The family bade him good by and left him, but had hardly reached the gate when he came pounding after. He flung his arms about Mem's shoulders and cast off all his offices except that of a father, chuckling, "Where my daughter goes is good enough for me." He made almost more of a sensation in the theater than Mem. There was applause and cheering, and even a slow and awkward rising to the feet until the whole packed auditorium was erect and clamorous. Seats of honor were reserved for the great star and the family that reflected her effulgence. As soon as they were seated, the young woman who flailed the piano began to batter the keys, and Mem's latest picture began to flow down the screen. She could feel at her elbow the rigid arm of her father undergoing martyrdom. She felt it wince as her first close up began to glow, her huge eyes pleading to him in a glisten of superhuman tears. The arm relaxed as he surrendered to the wonder of her beauty. It tightened again when danger threatened her, and she could hear his sigh of relief when she escaped one peril, his gasp as she encountered another. He was like a child playing with his first toy, hearing his first fairy story. He was entranced. She heard him laugh with a boyishness she had never associated with him. She heard him blow his nose with a blast that might have shaken a wall in Jericho. A sneaking side glance showed her that his eyes were dripping, and when the applause broke out at the finish of the picture she heard his great hands making the loudest thwacks of all. This was heartbreaking bliss for her. Then the manager appeared on the narrow stage and spoke of the honor of having with them the great star of whom Calverly was so proud, and he took great pleasure in introducing Miss Remember Steddon, America's sweetheart. This stolen attribute embarrassed Mem only a moment in the sea of embarrassments that swallowed her. She hardly knew how she reached the stage or what happened there. Whatever she said to her father, staring down at him as so often from the choir gallery. His eyes were bright with a layman's ecstasy in a child's glory. She came down and made her way slowly through a phalanx of friends with outthrust fingers, snatching at the hem of her fame, eager to be able to say, "I shook hands with Remember Steddon once." The family rode home in state, the children and the mother loud in comment, the father silent. The old parson had to think it all out. Once at home, he sent the children up to bed and held Mem and her mother with his glittering eye for a long while before he delivered his sermon. It was his nature to be forever praying for forgiveness for something, and now his very pride took the form of contrition. "My beloved wife and daughter, I I want to plead for the forgiveness of you both. I have been wrongheaded and stiff necked as so often, but now I am humbled before you in spite of all my pride. It has just come over me that when God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light, he must have had in mind this glorious instrument for portraying the wonders of his handiwork. Our dear Redeemer used the parable for his divine lessons, and it has come to me that if he should walk the earth again to day he would use the motion pictures. You have builded better than you knew, perhaps, my child, and now I ask you to pardon me for being ashamed of you when I should have been proud. You were using the gifts that heaven sent you as heaven meant you to use them. Your eloquence is far greater than mine has ever been. Never have I seen the beauty of purity amid temptation so vividly brought home. I would not presume to seem to criticize you, my darling, but I implore you to keep your heart and your art clean, not only for your own precious sake, but for the sake of the people whom you are helping in their own struggles with temptation. Your art is sacred, and you won't sully it in your life. God forgive me for my unbelief,
and send you happiness and goodness and a long, long usefulness in the path you have elected." He rose and bent down to kiss Mem on the brow. Then he escaped into his study, leaving the two women to weep in each other's arms with a joyous abandonment. None of her father's thunderings against wantonness, none of his chantings about the divine delights of self denial, ever had such influence upon Mem s soul as his meek surrender before her power as an artist. Nothing has ever made anybody want to be good so much as the rewards, the praise for having been good. That night Mem knelt again by her old bed, and on knees accustomed to prayer, implored strength to keep her gift like a chalice, a grail of holiness. She woke with an early morning resolve to be the purest woman and the devoutest artist that ever lived. Other hours and other influences brought other moods, but consecration was her spirit now. The next day she left the town with all its blessings, no longer a scapegoat, sin laden, limping into the wilderness, but a missionary God sped into the farthest lands of the earth. It seemed that all Calverly was there to wring her hand and waft her salutations. The family was woebegone at losing her, all but Gladys, who wore a mysterious smile that puzzled them. The conductor called, "All aboard!" and hasty farewells were taken in clench of hand and awkward kiss. Mem ran to the rear platform and waved, lengthening signals of love to her dwindling family. She noted the absence of Gladys and wondered at it as she went to her drawing room. There she found the girl ensconced in fairy triumph, smiling like a pretty witch. "What on earth are you doing here?" Mem cried. "Going to Los Angeles with you. I may never be great like you, but I m going to have a mighty good time trying. Can you blame me for running away from that graveyard when I see what came to you?" How could Mem blame her? How could she fail to understand her and to promise her help? All the world was filled with runaway girls striking out for freedom and for wealth and renown. Mem s little sister was only another in the multitude. And she was so pretty, so desirable, delectable, magnetic, that her future looked all roses. "I m jealous of you," Mem said. "You ll ruin my chances. You re so much better looking and " "Oh, you!" Gladys laughed in disclaimer. There were many questions to exchange, and Mem soon learned that her sister had flung off the chains that one or two ardent lovers had tried to fasten about her. She had substituted for the old saws the modern instances. She had changed the old ditty to run, "The boy I left behind me." Gladys was not beginning her future with the dark, groping fearsomeness of Mem s. Mem had been like a pioneer who fights old wilderness and makes the path easy for the followers. When Mem, with a last faltering reproach, asked her sister if she were wise to toss aside the devotion of a good man, Gladys laughed. "Let love wait. The men have kept us waiting for thousands of years, till they were ready. Now let them wait for us." There was no gainsaying this. It had been Mem s own feeling when she left Los Angeles and her lovers there. Consternation must be rife at home in Calverly, where Gladys elopement was doubtless realized by now. But there would be more consternation in the hearts of countless men when the fascinations of the Steddon sisters should shine upon them from the silver sheet. Mem resolved to save her sister from the anguishes she had known in her own pilgrimage. She felt already a veteran and a guide with a diploma from the college of life. Her first thought had been a remorseful feeling that she had not only gone wrong, but had led her own sister astray as well. Now she felt that she had led her sister out of the dark into the light. She had been somehow rescued from oblivion into the higher opportunities. She would make her name famous and keep it. If she ever got a husband, she would still keep her name and not use his, except for the sweet purposes of domesticity. Life had not plucked her to fling away or merely to adorn the buttonhole of some lover. Life had transplanted her into a garden where the choicest flowers bloomed. She would make herself the rosiest rose that she could. She would yearn upward toward the sun and spread the incense of her soul as far as the winds of the world would carry it. And when she died she would leave her name and her face in immortal pictures of deathless motion. She had sinned. Indeed, her life had been redeemed from nullity, through her sin at home. She would sin again, but then everybody sinned again and again. But she would make atonement by entertainment, purging her soul, not by hiding in the wilderness, but by shining like a little sun around the world, blessing the world with sympathy and the nobility of tears shed for another's sorrows. Let love wait, then, till she had made the best of herself, and then let love not demand that she bow her head and shrivel in his shadow, but let him bloom his best alongside. She wondered who that fellow of her destiny would be. Tom Holby, maybe, Austin Boas, or still another, perhaps, or others, perhaps, including him or them. In any case, he or they had better behave and play fair. As for being a mother, let that wait, too. She was going to mother the multitudes and tell them stories to soothe them. There was far more in this dream than vanity, far more than selfishness. The hope of the world lay therein, for the world can never advance farther than its women. She had a soul to sell, and it was all her own, and she was going to market. The dawn was hers for conquest. Mankind was her lover and her beloved. That one man passion called love could tarry until at least the late forenoon. End of chapter 61. End of Souls for Sale by Rupert Hughes. Recording by Deanna Bove.